praises, man. Keep building, keep building. You know, we got the people. You know what I mean? Just telling brothers that Amos 8 and 11 eventually gonna be put to play. It's not gonna be as easy to reach, brothers and sisters. Other brothers, you know what I mean? That time is coming.
Hey, somebody pull that scripture, Amos 8:11, because definitely, that time is coming. Everybody better take advantage of this. Amos 8:11. Talk about the famine of the word.
You got it, or you want me to read it?
Con, I got it. This is Amos chapter 8 and verse 11. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the word of Yahweh.
God, that day is definitely coming. The water of bread, with a hearing of the word of the Lord, it's not going to be so easy to get to brothers teaching this word. God, things going to be shut down. Hey, we're going to try to shut down the social media like over there in North Korea and China. You know, people think it can't happen, but Most High got a time limit, man. Get this word while you can. You know, the Most High always got a way where, you know, his word is still going to go out to a certain, you know, certain level, but it's definitely not going to be as easy, man. Y'all got this social media, y'all got this app, which is 24 hours, basically, man. And one room is shut down, another room is open up, man. I'm going to take heed, man, and get this word while y'all can, man.
Con.
Use it wisely, use it to get edified. You know what I mean? Come in here, ask your questions. You know what I mean? Don't feel like any question is a dumb question, even though some questions can be dumb, but you know what I mean? But just don't be afraid, man. Just ask what you gotta ask. I mean, we'll deal with it, man. As long as it ain't too crazy. I mean, we try to stay focused on the topic too, but as long as it ain't too crazy, brothers will deal with it, man.
Hey, shalom, y'all. We about to start in a few minutes. Give me like 2 minutes, y'all.
Con. Shia, what's going on, Shia?
Shalom. Just doing this early morning Zoom meeting. But I'm about to get with y'all in just a second.
Like I mentioned, I will talk. God, do your thing, Shia. Shemaya, what's up?
Just chilling indoors today with all of the rain and the cold.
Oh yeah, that's snow and rain, right? Oh man, yeah. Same here. Probably gonna be one of them days. Yeah, rain and snow. Yeah, I saw you was up late last night, right? And chilling with Israel.
Yeah, and then I just fell asleep. I don't know what time I fell asleep, but yeah, just left the app open.
God, with that crazy face, man. God. Praises.
Con. Alright, y'all, let's get it in. Pack it up, pack it in. Let us begin. Call me at your island, man. Call me at your island, man. You gotta keep these commandments, sink or swim. Right? This is your kosher breakfast. How the skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it and the heathen fears it. Because every morning brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. I turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We about to bring it out. If you haven't already, on the top of your screen, there's a little greenhouse. Make sure you hit that. Follow the room, Crown of Thorns. Follow the moderators. Follow everybody that's on stage spitting wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right? Because we're trying to build a platform where this word is coming out 24/7, 365. Pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi. Right? Spreading good vibes to the 12 tribes until Yahweh Shah crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. And today's subject is, do black men feel loved by black women, a.k.a. do the Israelite man, black, Hispanic, and Native American, feel loved by the Israelite women? Con. So, this is a participation class. If brothers want to raise their hand and give some testimony, if sisters want to raise their hand and give some testimony, how they feel that sisters treat men, we can all talk about it, man. We definitely going to all talk about it. I just want to touch up on something that the elder said, the famine of the word. The famine of the word is definitely going to hit our people like a brick, but especially our sisters. Right? When this beast system start laying down the clamps, right, it's going to put a lot of pressure on our sisters, the ones that feel like they don't need no man. They're a strong, independent woman. Whether she black, Hispanic, or Native American, when she feel like she's a strong, independent woman, she don't need nobody. She could do bad all by herself. These are the certain things they say, like, all I need is money. When the clamps come on to society and they try to force the average person to take a damn vaccine or chip to get some income, when your fiat currency, when the paper money really means nothing, and it's all about, who you serving, the Most High God or the devil, when they shut down your social media. Because guess what? A lot of these sisters feel like they don't need no love from their men because they put a picture online and that picture would get like 1,000 likes. They throw in a damn bikini. They get like an Arab to pay for their trip to Miami, and they throw in a bikini, and they at the beach and they get 1,000 likes. So all those 1,000 likes means that they don't need no love from their men. So when the social media gets shut down, right, and these women can't get the attention that they be getting high off of, because that social media gives them a fix of attention and validation, right? When the social media gets shut down and they can't get the validation of 1,000 likes or 1,000,000 views on their twerk video, they're gonna feel empty inside and they're gonna want answers. But at the same time, the famine of the word is going to hit, and they ain't going to get no spiritual answers that they really looking for, that they really need inside, right? So there's just going to be, victims of the system, man. There's going to be a lot of crazy stuff happening. Houses going to be broken in. Wild stuff going to be happening. And there's going to be a lot of female victims. And if they don't have the right mind state when this type of thing happens, they're going to be finished. So, when it comes to the famine of the word, when it comes to the shutdown of social media, when it comes to our women not knowing how to submit and love their men properly, that's all going to smack them in the face in these upcoming times. So it would behoove the women of our nation to figure out, how to love their men, right? And how to communicate with their men, and how to build with their men, You know what I'm saying? Before the times come of tribulation, great tribulation of Jacob's trouble. Okay?
Con,
Khan, and it seems like Elder Shalaki, like Isaiah 4:1 is going to be part of that too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
You go, all be going to be down with Beyonce, who's married, singing all the single ladies, but she's married.
But yeah, she's married. And then that's the that's part of the gimmick too. You know what I'm saying? It's either the white woman who pushed the feminist movement, right? She's gonna go and hide behind her white man somewhere in a damn bunker, right? And the white woman that's trash, you know, she not gonna be protected. She gonna just get savaged out. But the white woman that was the head of, you know, the upper class white woman, the upper class Caucasoid woman, the one that was pushing the feminist movement, she's gonna be in the bunker somewhere, getting protected by her family, and you're gonna be out here thinking you independent, right? And then you got these superstar women like Beyonce that tell you all my single ladies and women run the world. Who run the world? Girls. But this woman don't even run her household, right? Like Jay-Z runs her. And that's evident. They've been mad media take out things about, you know, the type of things she put up with Jay-Z, and she ain't going no damn where. Like even Cardi B, she got a song talk about WAP. She talking about she don't cook, she don't clean. But then her husband puts up a damn IG video of her mopping and sweeping the floor. Like, why the hell you tell these people you don't cook, you don't clean? You better cook and clean over here. And all she's saying is stop, right? But this
God,
is right. Her annoying ass voice, stop, right? And you women, y'all fall for that gimmick, man. These are something these people only say. I'm saying to gas you up, and like I said, it's like a drug, gas you up and make you feel good about your lonely existence. But these women are married and they're having children. Look at even Nicki Minaj married,
their whole
right?
life is a clickbait.
Yeah, whole life is a clickbait. It's like that's not how they really live. They really submitting to their men. You know what I'm saying? Like not giving a damn about what y'all really think. They just doing stuff to and saying stuff to get money out of y'all. While y'all not really loving your man correctly, these women are really loving their men correctly. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely gonna talk about it, and we got to get this discussion before Jacob's trouble. Bubba Kashar, can someone pull Jeremiah 30:6? I'll read to verse 8. Jeremiah 30:6, right quick.
You got it, that one?
Con. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30, and verse 6. Ask ye now, and see whether a man doth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it.
Right. It's a time of Jacob's trouble, man. You said brother's gonna have the pale face and hands over the loins like a woman travail with child. That's how crazy it's gonna be out here. That's how crazy it's gonna be out here. It's gonna be purge. What you think they getting you ready with all them purge movies for? And y'all see what happened to the women in the purge movies, man. Now you know Hollywood probably throw out one or two women that's surviving the purge, and you know what I'm saying, they getting their rocks off. But ultimately, if you look at them purge movies, man, the women are not surviving without strong men by their sides, right? They're just food for spoil. So I'm really urging my women to figure out how to love and dedicate themselves to their men and their protection right now while you still have a chance, right? Because Jacob's trouble is coming. And if you're not part of a congregation of mighty men or if you're not attached to a mighty man or have eldership of a mighty man, then it's not going to be looking good. And please don't think because you watch so much movies that an all women's camp or all women's congregation is going to save you in that day. Please don't think that, right? Because when reality happens and devastation happens, and then somebody's got to take you into the tunnel filled with roaches and rats and chase away the roaches and rats in this tunnel. Who's gonna do that? You, sister? Raise your hand right now if you're about to do that, sister. Lead your people into the thick of it with a torch, like Harriet Tubman did.
God.
Hey, shalom, Mark.
Princess, right?
Shalom, King. I was asking the sisters if one of them is ready to lead other sisters, through the thick of it, through the dark tunnels. You know what I'm saying? Through the tribulation. If there's gonna be sisters on the feminist stuff in that day, you know what I'm saying? I say they ain't gonna need no man and they're ready to strong arm a man that's gonna bust through their door with an M16, you know what I'm saying, with a group of men behind them. I just wanna see if any of our sisters feel like they're ready for that right now.
With the Kevlar vest and the lingerie on. Like Resident Evil.
With the Kevlar vest over the lingerie.
Sisters ready to do guerrilla warfare.
Y'all remember Xena Warrior Princess?
What you talking about, Xena?
Xena, yeah, they got their Wonder Woman movies out now, all right? They got Wonder Woman.
1984, right?
Yeah, 1984, man. World War III coming up. She ready for it.
I hope they remember Xena was gay. She had a little friend, Gabrielle was her name.
Yeah. Her little she slave.
Yeah, they may think they ready for it, but they ain't ready. They ain't ready. Hell, a lot of men ain't ready to lead them through them rats in New York.
Big fat
Right.
Them rats in New York, brother. You know what I mean? But yeah, they ain't ready. They may think they ready, you know what I mean, this is warfare, man. Even the sister, I think she came up yesterday talking about she can beat a Asian 5'2" man, Asian man. Don't even sleep when it comes to that, man, because he's still a man and you still a woman. He may be taller than him, 5'8" or whatever, and he's 5'2", but he's still a man at the end of the day.
Right.
So they gonna
Right.
need
Listen,
men.
Salakia, elder, but I'm 6'3", and I don't sleep on no 5'2" man. I keep him at arm distance and be ready to jab the hell out of him. You know what I'm saying? Because from my experience, a man is still a man. Do you know how much people Tyson was shorter than and weaker than, but that damn stone hand dropped their ass? A man is still a
Iron
man.
Hand.
Iron
Right.
hand, yeah.
Even Bruce Lee was a small frame man, but we know that brother was a good fighter.
Bruce Lee was incredibly small, and he still was there.
But that shows you the lack of
God.
experience, a lack of experience in battle frame intelligence that sister had when she said that, because she did say I'm 5'5", and I weigh like 100 or something pounds, and I feel like I could beat a man that's 5'2". Like, sister, what? Like, you don't understand battle. You don't even understand the battle.
Right.
Shalom, y'all.
Hey,
Listen,
Yeah,
Shalom.
she's 5'5", 180.
She's 5'5", 180. Sound
That's
like
what
you
she
out of
said.
shape. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? You 5'5", 180. I guarantee you, I put a damn slim, short dude, and if he's well trained, he'll break you the hell up. You know what I'm
God.
saying?
Nobody understands the rage of a man, you see, because even some guys who might be timid, you see, you don't understand that what God put in a man and what God put in a woman is totally different. It's easy for a man to flip and go into beast mode, no matter how small he is. Once that rage come upon him, It's crazy. But even the elder just says, let me read that scripture again, but in the GNT version, King. It says, "Now stop and think. Can a man give birth to a child? Why then do I see every man with his hands on his stomach, like a woman in labor? Why is everyone so pale?" There's gonna be some men, when this stuff really hits the fan, they gonna be holding their stomach, balling right alongside the women too. So, you got the men who are gonna be balling, and you got the men who's gonna, quit themselves like a man and stand up. The ones who's gonna be lapping up the water like a dog. You know. So, hey, I don't know. You gotta know who you are, what's inside of you. If you're gonna faint, you know, when real trouble comes, the scripture tells you, man, you know, if you can't run with men when the weather is good, when the times are good, how you gonna have stamina to run with horses? We gonna need some stamina to be able to run with horses. And if right now, men can't even run with men, you ain't gonna make it.
Because the scriptures say the mighty men should become like women in the book of Jeremiah. Remember that. Are you right? So you gotta have that faith and that spirit from Mashiach Yahushua, man. Let him lead you. Let him bring the angels on you. Let the angels be there to protect you and give you that strength. Even Yahushua prayed like hell. He tells you that when you read the scriptures. He tells you he prayed till the sweat and the blood came down for him to get strength by the angels.
God. David had some mighty men fighting with him, man. What was the name of that brother who fought and the sword literally stuck to his hands? He was killing so much. David had some mighty men with him. Hey, let the mighty men arise, man.
Hey, Salakia, right? Because let's say if there's a dude like Terry Crews, right? Terry Crews spends so many hours in the gym. You know what I'm saying? So brolic and intimidating. But this dude is really soft inside, man. You talking about some white boy less than half his size was sexually harassing him. Man, if you ain't throw that damn Krispy Kreme cracker across the room, like what you talking about? He was sexually harassing you, touching you on the chest. My man, use a whole biatch, right? For real.
God,
That boy Terry
God.
Crews going off.
Yeah, man. I posted, man. Terry Crews talking about he was being sexually harassed by a white boy less than half his size, boy. Like, what you mean sexually harassed? You too big for somebody to be taking your cookies, right?
Yeah, this brother's some fortitude, man.
Yeah. That man got a bunch of muscles but no testosterone, right? It's like crazy, so a lot of y'all got to realize what's going down, right? In the time of Jacob's trouble, if you're not a man of the Lord, it doesn't matter how much muscles you got, how much dips and pull-ups you could do. You know what I'm saying? Of course, brothers should get in shape and get ready for the day of the Lord. But if you're not a man of the Lord in that day, right, you finish, man. You definitely finish.
Come.
I'm gonna see if I can put up that article right quick. Hold on, y'all.
And also, it shows you, man, how these guys is just so fearful of getting out of their position, not being able to call for a job, not being able to call for a role. So you're gonna let this man actually abuse you, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. He know he can beat the cracker, but he's scared that he's gonna get bootlegged or whatever in Hollywood. He's not gonna get no roles because the crack is powerful, and he has that to make that happen where nobody calls him for any roles or job opportunities, and that's what he's really fearing for. And he can smack the hell out of that cracker, man. So it just shows you, man, that people will sell their soul for a job and opportunities and money. And that's what it is. People are willing to do anything just so they can stay comfortable. So you're going to let this man go along with this man abusing you just so you can stay comfortable and have a job in Hollywood. It's crazy.
God, doing anything for the bag,
Kind.
man. That's literally, you're describing, what's his name? Nick Cannon there, man. Nick Cannon reversed him. I was wrong and I was insensitive. I didn't understand that. The books that I read there, I guess they were all false. Let me read your books that you bring before me and let show me that the Jewish people are really the people. Brother went back
Man.
quick, fast.
Nick Cannon, Shine, all these guys, because the statement that Shine just made was so foolish on the so-called drink champs. He's talking about, them guys on 42nd Street. Nah, I'm an Israelite, but not them guys on 42nd Street. You just stupid, man. Just say that you don't want to be associated with us because you see that we're racist. But don't say we're not Israelites because you came out of Brooklyn too. He was born in Brooklyn, from what I think. He was born in Brooklyn. He came to Brooklyn young, huh?
Nah, he wasn't born in Brooklyn. He came over when he was really young, and Shy was a damn hustler, a murderer, and a cokehead for most of his damn life.
Right. He came from Belize, like when he was 8 or something. Our point is, you the same thing. So now you're gonna say we not. He made the comment Israelites, but not those guys on 42nd Street. So what are you talking about? Are you trying to take away from we being Israelites? What you mean not them guys on 42nd Street? You an Israelite, right? So how we not gonna be an Israelite? Just say you don't want to be associated with those racist Israelites. So that's what you're really trying to do because you're trying to please your so-called Amalek and all of that. That's why you went into and converted because now you're bringing confusion. At the same time, now you're saying everybody can convert to Judaism and be a so-called Jew, Arab, and all type of things he was naming. Now it just sounds confusing to the people because are you an Israelite or you a convert? You know what I mean? Trying to sound intellectual, he just made himself look like a fool because he can be, he can just be cut up on all ways.
I put up that article for y'all though, right? Ariana, you there, King? Ariana probably working. Dawad, you there, King?
Kind. So I don't want
Yeah, read the title of that article for me right quick.
actor Terry Crews. I was sexually assaulted by Hollywood executive. Pause.
So you got big old brolic Terry Crews. There you go. Big old
Big
brolic,
stupid dumb.
That's
looking,
crazy.
looking like a
Like 6'7".
yeah, like 6 foot,
Yo, that is crazy, yo.
mad muscles, looking like a whole fanny pack right now.
Come here, Terry. Take your shirt
Yeah,
off.
that's off. That's off.
Terry in the shower crying with the water running on his body after.
Somebody can't get clean.
So like, he can't get clean, right? He feels so dirty.
Take your shirt off, Terry. Come here.
Well, look at the party played in Friday, man. what do
Right.
you, what do you,
Right. I'm about to say a
You
lot
knew
of
it was
his
coming.
roles was
You knew that
good
was
in
coming
this
out the
here.
white
Esau
shit.
flipped the script on him. Esau just flipped the script on him. That's all.
A lot of the brother role is effeminate as hell. Like even in Everybody Hates Chris, the mom was just kind of on his top all the time. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he always played kind of softer roles. That's what Hollywood love using him for.
Yeah, even in white girls, this man was
Right,
this man was
right.
owning it.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he acting like he knew that was coming.
White chicks, yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Knew Esau was coming.
Yeah. What's that? What's that he was saying? That's what Esau was saying to him. And I want you, and I need you. Right. That's how Esau was coming at his ass. Despicable.
Right.
But back to the subject matter, right? Where was the outrage about this? Even though he looking like a whole damn soft tater tot dude. But where was the support from the so-called black women? Where was the Me Too movement for poor Terry Crews? You know what I'm saying? Where was the outrage? And when it comes to all these talk shows, these black women be on like The View and Wendy Williams, and you know what I'm saying? Where was the big hoopla, like how they was going down on R. Kelly? How could the executive, the Hollywood executive, didn't get as much heat as Bill Cosby? You understand? It's a lack of love and respect for the so-called black man. We gonna be getting to it, man. Right? But like I said, anybody with any questions, comments, you want to chime in on this subject? I know it's not a popular subject. It's not everybody care about Jake, at least not in this kingdom. But hey, can someone answer this question? Do so-called black men feel loved by black women? Do the Israelite man feel loved by the Israelite woman?
God. Reading from the book of Tina Turner. What's love got to do with it, man? Right? Tina flipped the script. She was being destroyed by Ike, and Tina came out and said, "Hey, what love got to do with it, man?" Right? So we definitely have a lack of love towards each other, man. But it's something that was definitely fueled by our enemies, because that's not how we were. That's not how historically we've been. There was like when Christopher Columbus came over, and he, in his own words, paraphrasing, he said, "Man, these people are the most kind, beautiful people ever. They love each other as they love themselves. They have no malice in them, no wickedness in them. This is how they give you their last." That's how we were to each other, man. We there was no murder and all kind of craziness going on in our society, and if there was, we had a place for escape. You know, but a lot of the things is just how we were, man. And the scripture tells you, man. Now we have an evil eye, man. We got an evil eye one to each other, man. The woman got an evil eye to the men. The men got an evil eye to the woman. The men got an evil eye to the men. The women got an evil eye to the women. There's a lot of envy. There's a lot of jealousy. There's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of, distrust, and that's all of the things that was fostered, man, right in us, man. We fell into those curses perfectly, man. And a lot of us still holding on to those curses, man. We still don't want to come back to loving our neighbor as ourselves, man. Loving our brother, holding no hate and malice in our heart towards our brother. There's a lot of envy between sisters. I don't know many sisters who hold sisters as friends, man. Sisters hold sisters as acquaintances, but not many sisters say, this sister is my friend," because there's always, most of the times, drama when it comes to the sisters. For the brothers, yeah, we got friends. We can say, yeah, that's my boy, you know. But a lot of times, even for the sisters, man, there's a lot of jealousy and envy and distrust. So you find more love between the brothers than you find love between the sisters and sisters. So in our community, we definitely have to change a lot of ways that we see each other, that we think about each other, that we distrust each other. You know, what is that nigga up to? What is she really up to? What's her game? You know, what angle she coming from? I could see right through you, sister. You know, that's how the sisters kind of deal with each other. Um, and it's not saying that you just blatantly go out and trust anybody. The scripture tells you, man, to prove a friend. You know, you prove a friend in every area. You know, not because the person is acting a certain way, they automatically become your friend. You prove them, and you prove them in every way possible. You prove them with your finances. You prove them with, you know, are they covetous? Are they, you know, every way, man. You just, there's so many ways you have to really prove a friend before you say, yeah, this is my friend. You know, true friendship is an example of David and Jonathan, man. You know, Jonathan was next in line to be king, and Jonathan was like, yo, man, nah, you gonna be king, man. I'll be under you. You know, David says, man, I love you more than I love women. And we know how David loved women. You know, but that was some examples of true friendship there, man. You know, and this is kind of where we got to get back to in our community, and how we love each other, how we put each other first. You know, and that's literally what Christopher Columbus saw, man. And he said, hey, man, with 50 men, we can definitely conquer these people and make them our slaves, because these people were so peaceful. We are peaceful people. You know, we learn to hate from our enemies, man. You know, but still we are peaceful people. You know, I mean, don't get it twisted. We know how to get down. You know, especially when God is on our side, and that's where we got to come back to, man. You know, we gotta prefer each other, man. You know, you want to pick one of your brothers or sisters' businesses before you run to Moab business, before you run to Esau's business. You know, try to find, you know, in our community, you know, is there a brother or sister who's doing this where I could get it from them? We got to get back to that, man, where we're seeking out, you know, doing business with each other. We don't like, man, I ain't want to do business with these niggas. You know, that's, we got to come away from that, man. And it goes all back into, you know, do we love each other? Do black men feel love? You know, all of this comes back to, you know, loving your neighbor as yourself, man, preferring your community, man. And I yield there for now.
We definitely got to come back to loving ours, right? Because when you look at it, right, uh, the television or the television and any type of expression of our culture now, it seems like the women love the men with European clothes, right? You got to have the certain designers, these European homosexuals on your body for them to love you, like, you know, Gucci, Fendi, Versace, Hermes. All these guys go back to homosexual Europeans. Not only Europeans, homosexual Europeans, right? So a woman will pay more attention to you if you have a homosexual designer on your body, right? You know what I'm saying? And it seems like if you're a guy, right, these women, they dress like Europeans to get your attention too. They put on blonde in their hair. They put on contacts with blue. You know what I'm saying? It seems like when it comes to, you know, love and attention and affection and to attract the opposite sex, we use the image of the oppressor to attract each other. Like that love isn't there. the way it's supposed to be. You know, but before I reset the room and go back to the queue, could someone pull for me Matthews
I got a
22?
precept too. I got a precept too.
Let me get Matthews 22 and 20. And read down to Matthew 22 and 20 and read to 21. If anybody got it, if not, I'll read it for myself.
Okay, I got it up.
And I got it. That's what Dawood was reading. Okay. This is Matthew chapter 22, verse 20. And he said unto them, whose is this image and superscription?
Subscription, right? So Yahweh Shah is asking him, who's this image, right? Whose image is on the money, right? Even to this very day, y'all, who image is on the money,
They say
right?
unto him,
Caesar.
Caesar's.
They say unto him Caesar's, right? And that's what our people look up to, right? If y'all see, I changed the link on the top. Well, I was supposed to change the link. I don't know what happened. Hold on one second, y'all. I changed the link on top to show y'all nowadays these young women, right? And it goes back even to the older women in their 40s and 50s that trained these young women to think this way. But if y'all pull to refresh and see what I changed, right, to the top of the screen, I changed to the link of that YouTube video. Who's your type? Scammer, trapper, or 9 to 5? You'll see how much young women trained by their mothers, trained by their grandmothers to chase after the man who they think they could give them the most money, right? They're trained to love a man based on what? Financial gain. But whose image is on that money? Who you really serving? Right? They didn't say that, oh, I want the man with the 9 to 5 and he got goals in the future we could build together, and he gonna be a better man to me than a drug dealer or a scammer. A scammer by nature is a liar. So no, I can't trust him. They're not saying that right now. They're saying, man, I want the scammer or the drug dealer because these niggas, they getting money and they can buy whatever I want. Right? So nobody really loves a black man for a black man. They love a black man the bias or basis if he could get enough images of Caesar. Read that again from the top.
This is Matthew chapter 22, verse 20. And he said unto them, whose is this image and superscription? They said unto him, Caesar's. Then said Then said he unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's.
You see that? This fiat currency, right? This debt notes that our people go crazy over, man. It's just something is Caesar's, man. We can render that unto Caesar. And at the end of the day, you're not gonna take no cash with you to the afterlife. You're not gonna take no cash with you to the grave. Now, am I saying don't go out and make some capital? Because money is a defense, of course. You need to make money, but don't let that be your highest standard, right? Because if that's your highest standard, guess what? Right? Caesar prints it. Caesar owns it, right? Caesar could tell you how much this money is worth. He could change the stock market right now and say that money's worth nothing. Right now, he's thinking that money is worth your life. So at the end of the day, you render what is to Caesar what is Caesar's, right? But if y'all look up, our people are at a point right now, especially our women, at a point right now where they would take a horrible man with money rather than a law abiding man with regular money. You understand? They'd rather take a horrible man with a lot of money than a godly man with regular money.
Con. young wolf, exactly. And also, Shamar, can you give me Proverbs 12:26? Because also, from the mothers telling their daughters to taste a certain man. What else is playing a role in that? The movies, what they're watching, brother. They're seeing Mary J on Power, all these new movies. Well, they always push these drug dealing movies. Like these men are so powerful, Black Mafia family, and so on. So this is the new wave. This is not even the new wave because they've been doing that since Superfly and New
Yeah,
Jack City. But
yeah,
they pushing that this is the way to go. And they showing these drug dealers all over these shows, Power, Raising Cain, and all these things. And this is what the young girls are seeing. So they're looking at wow, those are the men that I need to deal with. I need to live that lifestyle. Not knowing that Big Meech is in prison for 30 years. They're not seeing that. You see what I'm saying? So Shemaiah, you got that?
Khan. The book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
We was made to be righteous. We was made to be more excellent than them. Come on.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
But the ways of the wicked, how they put all these movies in front of us, how they make us, like Kanye West said, they make us want to buy European and all of that. They're seducing us through the movies, through the music, and all other ways that they can seduce us, making us fall in love with drug dealers, lifestyles, and stuff like that. But the scriptures say better is in Proverbs it tells you that the end, the beginning may be blessed, but the end is not. You know what I mean? And look at the end of the thing. They may get money in the beginning, but look at how they end up in the end. With that, I yield.
Con. Yeah, man, it's terrible. It's terrible out here, and it's almost like the black woman now. She doesn't want a man unless he's doing something to get his head blowed off. You know what I'm saying? If he's not doing something that's so risky, you know what I'm saying, that he could do like a 50-year bid or get his head blowed off in the process of doing it, it's like they don't want to deal with a dude that's getting making an honest living. You know what I'm saying? And that's bad, man. That's the scripture says the whole head is sick. And man, I'm telling you, when you look at what Western philosophy and what Esau has really done and implemented, and what we've done to ourselves by not keeping these commandments, the whole head is sick now. The whole head is sick now. And I had a couple of precepts for something different, but for this one, I'm gonna go to First Timothy 6 and 10. First Timothy 6, verse 10. If somebody could bring that out for me, Barbara Shaw.
Khan. There's a book of 1 Timothy, chapter 6, verse 10. For the love of money is the root of all evil.
Right. So here it's the love of money. It's not the money itself. It's the love of money. Right. So our people are not loving each other. They're not loving thy neighbor. They're loving the money, and they're loving the pursuit of it, and they're loving everything that comes with it. And that's the root of all evil. Keep going.
Which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith, and pierced themselves through with many sorrows.
Right. So because of covetousness, chasing this money, coveting what somebody else got, wanting to be like the Joneses, right? Because of covetousness, the love for each other, the love for many has waxed cold. And the scriptures say that's how we know. That's what we know is going to happen in these last days. We cannot adequately love each other how we need to when we're committing idolatry every day. We're putting money over God. We're putting money over each other. You know what I'm saying? We cannot do it. We cannot do it that way. And it's not just the women that are brainwashed with chasing money and the tactics that they try to use to chase the money. You know what I'm saying? It's the brothers too. You know what I'm saying? But right now the subject is, we're talking about, do brothers feel loved by the sisters? You know what I'm saying? And when you look at this video up top, not one of those sisters said, not one of those, young girls said, they want a guy that makes an honest living that they can build with. They just want somebody that's doing something that can get their head blown off, and they want that person to be doing it every single day because they think that's what's exciting. And that the whole head is sick now. That's what we are. So we got a lot of work to do. With that, I yield.
That's a profound point. You know, our people, the reason why we love money, right, is because of who's in control, right, and who we're following, right. We're not following our heavenly Father, right. A lot of us are following the earthly Father, right. And I'm gonna read this real quick. This is the book of John, chapter 8 and verse 44. It says, "Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father will ye do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." So our people are following the so-called white man, right? We're following the Edomites, right? And what's interesting about one of Esau's first sons, right? His first son is Eliphaz, right? So I'm gonna break down what Eliphaz means. This is his firstborn son. And this is what Esau, who was a murderer from the beginning. Esau is Cain in the regeneration, right? So Esau, who is Cain, a murderer from the beginning, right? His desires and his lusts is money. And our people follow after that, right? He loves money so much so he puts his face on it, right? And it's actually his God, because the word Eliphaz, right, or the name Eliphaz, Allah Yapaz, in the Hebrew means my God is gold. That's Esau for you. So because our people are following after Daddy Esau, right, following after the guy who named his son my God is gold, right, our people are doing all the lust thereof because we are following after the lusts of Esau, man. Right? We chasing the bag. We trying to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak. Right? And if you're not trying to keep up with the Joneses, a lot of these sisters, all right, you know, they looking for the niggas that is, right? Looking for the brothers, you know what I mean, who's trapping, who's scheming and scamming and whatnot, or doing all types of madness, destroying themselves, right? Because they're trying to keep up with goddamn Esau and his kingdom that he established. But if we truly chase after our Father, right, the Heavenly Father, and chase wisdom instead of loving money, right, and making money our God, we would be a lot better off. We would be having dominion, right? And that's what we got to do. We got to continue to turn back to the Most High God, right, in truth and sincerity, and love Him, right, and not love money, right? And how do we love God? We love God by keeping His commandments, and part of those commandments is us loving each other and preferring each other and doing business with each other, right, and not loving our enemies of the other nations. We gotta love each other, and until we as a people begin to love each other, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay here under the dominion of Esau, whose God is gold. With that, I yield.
Khan,
Con,
Khan. If I may, let me just add on to what y'all brothers are bringing out. Um, Yeshaya brought out a great point. The love of money, that's not going to help us in these last days. And unfortunately, our sisters equate that to love. They equate that to, living a great life, right? But I just wanted to bring out a couple of scriptures. Shemaiah, let's start at Psalms 37, Barbara Shaw.
Con.
Psalms 37, and we're going to start at verse 16. And I want to read till 19, and I'm going to link it up with some precepts also. The water king.
Con. There's a book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 16. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
Right, read that again one more time, King.
A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
Right, so the little that a righteous man has is better than the many of a wicked. Right, so you see a lot of these rich people, A lot of them you have absolutely no clue how they got those wealth, right? A lot of it is inherited from the death of our own people, from the enslavement even till today, right? They're still enslaving our people, making all these riches out of them, right? So you have no clue where that wealth came from, right? Keep going.
Con. Verse 17. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken.
For the
But
what?
for the arms of the wicked shall be broken.
Keep going.
But the Lord upholdeth the righteous.
But the Lord upholdeth the righteous, right? That's the type of man you should be looking for. A righteous man. A man that will lead you to the most high, right? Not money. Money is absolutely nothing when it comes to dealing with the most high, right? Now, again, brothers already touched on this. We're not saying that you should be slothful and not provide for your own, right? But don't make that the main thing that you look for when you're searching for a partner or a husband, right? Is because just the amount of money that he has, right? Because there's a lot of wicked men on this earth that are rich, right? They have islands, they have different properties, but they do all manners of wickedness behind the doors, man, behind closed doors. All right, keep going.
Verse 18. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever.
Their inheritance shall be forever. We already know what that's talking about, right? We know what our inheritance is going to be, right? The kingdom of the Most High God, which is forever and forever. That's the type of man you want that has an inheritance that is forever, not for but just a moment, man, right? Keep going, verse 19.
Con. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied.
That's right. In the day of famine, they shall be satisfied. Okay, Shaul Paul brought that up, in the day of Jacob's trouble. Guess what? If you're dealing with a man that is living a certain type of life, you don't have to worry about being destroyed in the day of wrath, right? Because now you're living a certain type of lifestyle, you're following after a certain type of brother, right? And the Most High will protect you in those times, man. Right? Let's drop that. Let's go to Proverbs 11 and 4, Bible Shaw. Proverbs 11 and 4.
Con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 4. Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death.
Right. Riches profited nothing. Absolutely nothing. It can't help you. You can have all the money in the world. You can be dating the biggest celebrity, right? In the day of wrath, guess what? It's not going to benefit you or him, right? So when you are dealing with brothers, those are the types of men. The righteous men are the men that you should be looking for, right? Those are the types of men that our sisters should be loving and looking for and searching for, right? But let's go ahead and drop that real quick. I just got a couple more scriptures and I'm going to yield to y'all brothers. I just wanted to add on to the topic. I'm a little busy,
Hey,
but I want to make sure I add it on.
Salaki, go
Yeah,
ahead
Kyle,
and
hold on.
break
I
down
wanna
one
I
more.
wanna introduce people that came on the stage after you finish Shaq. Oh, Mahalab, you were saying something,
No,
King?
I was just gonna toss in one more to break down. To go to that topic, Ezekiel 7 and 19.
Khan.
Salaki, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you now.
Oh, you hear me now? Okay. I was gonna finish out with a couple of scriptures, but Halab, you got it. Go ahead, King.
No,
I'm with you.
I was just tossing you on that topic because you was already kind of in the spirit on it. I was just saying you could break down Ezekiel 7 and 19.
Okay, Con. Yeah, I'm actually a little busy, but yeah, I'm moving. That's probably why I broke off. But yeah, go ahead, King. You can bring that out.
But hold on.
Ezekiel 7 and 19 you wanted to go to?
Yeah, I'll break it down right quick, and then we're gonna get to the queue.
Okay, Con. This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 7, verse 19. They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to be delivered them in the day of the wrath of the Lord. They shall not Shalakia, they shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowels, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. Shapa, you there?
Con, it's a stumbling block of your iniquity, right? All that gold, all that silver, all the riches of this world, right? That note that y'all go crazy over, right? Because we don't really have money, right? We have debt notes from the Federal Reserve, right? For every dollar that America takes from the Federal Reserve, they're in debt $2, right? That's why when they say the world is in debt, that's because of these banks they have, the Rothschild banks, right? So almost every country has a Rothschild bank, and if they don't, America rages war against them. That's a whole nother subject, but this money, this silver, this gold is not going to do you any justice in the day of the Lord's wrath. So that's why you're supposed to use money as a defense and as a tool, but not as your God. Now, with that saying, remember this is your kosher breakfast house, the skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit, you know when you hear it and the heathen fears it. Every day, brothers bring them swords out, let you know what the law about, and turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. Right? We're going to bring it out. If you haven't already, click the little green house on the top of your screen. Make sure you follow in this room for more content. Make sure you follow the moderators and everybody on stage, spitting wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right? And make sure on the bottom left of your screen, you sharing this room so we could get our whole community and our whole nation part of this discussion. Kwame Asharala. We still got next, and today's topic is: do black men feel loved by black women, aka the Israelite man feel loved by the Israelite woman? And let's get to the queue. Brother Malak, you got anything to say about the subject, or Sister Yada Yah? And I know Mahalav. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say a few words, your brothers, sisters could just start taking it over, and we'll get to the others on stage, like La Paula and Isaiah and the rest.
Yeah, this is a good question. So, yeah, definitely from the women in the world, definitely not the lack of appreciation and respect for my way of life, like you guys was dealing with, focusing more so on, you know, the things of the spirit than the things of the world. So there's really no love there because there's no respect a lot of times, or a lack thereof. I wouldn't say no respect. There's a lack of respect. And so from the women in the world, I would say no. But, from the women in Israel, I've received nothing but, love and appreciation and respect. So, I think overall, the women in the truth is much better to deal with and try to build a relationship within the women in the world in my experience so far. So definitely
That's a
polar opposites. So with that, I yield.
Con. Sister Yada Yah, you got anything to say about the subject? Are you there, sister? And we'll probably get back to her. Who came up next? Was it Sister Yakar?
Yeah, Sister Yakara is next. Go
Sister
ahead, Six.
Yakar.
Good morning, Shalom, kings and princesses, of Israel.
Barquatua.
Um, this is my take. The topic: do Israelite men feel loved by Israelite women? Now, let's say this first. We know, well, some of us know, most of us should know by now, even if you're in the truth or not, that the curse is our eye will be evil towards each other, right? But I know as a woman, when I was even in the world, um, I didn't respect men like I should have, even if they weren't in the truth. Just respecting them as a human, as a person. Um, Especially if they wasn't doing what I thought they should be doing for me. And two, I don't feel like Israel, from my standpoint as a woman, I don't feel like Israelite women love Israelite men like they supposed to be. I think our love for men in the truth and in the world is conditional without us knowing it. Conditional, I mean, I love you if you're doing this for me. I love you if I can do this to you. I don't think that we respect our men like we supposed to. I don't think that we value our men like we supposed to. I don't think that we understand how important our men or how important of a role that they play in our life. I think we take that for granted. And I know a lot of our sisters and stuff like to go to other nations, maybe because they got more money or think they're more. I don't know what the case may be. But for me, now being in the truth, I really realized how selfish I was as a woman to our men, how not understanding, not patient, not nothing. You know, I just wanted to take, and deal with you on my time and put you to the back burner. But when I felt in times that I needed men or needed our men, you know, they wasn't coming to my rescue. But not understanding, I have belittled them, disrespected them so much until well they gave that back to me, and then now I have a hatred or feeling some type of way about them because they doing it to me, but not knowing that I planted that seed. You know, so like me saying now today, I can say now today that I love all our men so much. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are not valued like you need to be. I don't care what is your job in this kingdom. Whatever you're doing enough. Everybody could be doing more, but I just want to say I appreciate you guys. And I know how to love you guys now because I know to love the Most High, you know, I have to follow the law, statutes, commandments, and that comes with it. I think still in the truth, we as women, we can still be selfish and still worry about ourselves and, you know, not support and uplift our men like we need to be, even though we say we doing this, but it's always more that we could be doing, right? And I think that we get comfortable in doing this and not realizing that sometimes our men need extra push. They need extra support, especially by the women in their life, because we are their ribs. You know, whether you're single or not, you know, you have men in the truth. A sister that's single, you know, can still bring clarity and comfort to a man in the truth, whether that's your helpmeet or not. I think. And I think that we need to really reevaluate ourselves and, you know, dig more in the scripture so that we can be there for our men, you know, when the world kicks them down or when other nations turn them down or when they just going through stuff and really need you and not focus on ourselves so much, you know, because you guys go through a lot dealing with, like I said yesterday in the conversation, waking up the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Your job is so important. And we can be so selfish into worrying about why you're not spending more time with us, why we're not doing this, or worrying about the kids and not understanding that your job is bigger than us. This thing is bigger than us. And we could be more supportive, more understanding to you guys' needs. So that's basically my standpoint. I just want to tell every last one of you Hebrew Israelite men that I love you guys, no matter what tribe you from. I love you and I appreciate your work. And you are loved by me and a lot of other women that's in the truth that have enough wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to understand what love is and do you need and getting love from us. And I yield.
The water, the water. Much love to you and all our sisters too, man. We love y'all. Right? Khan. Right. Yada yada, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready to speak. Oh my gosh, I'm about to cry. Like, she said like everything that I was gonna say, but I was gonna add to it. It's basically the same thing. Like basically saying um, like I want to say like probably most of the time, like not most of the time, like some of the time, it's like men don't feel loved by Israelite women because like, you know how in society we're taught to like, you know, like dog our men and stuff like that. And like she said, like you could be worried about why he's not doing this and that and like sometimes it could be like men like men go through a lot, like, and men are taught to be silent and stuff. So like if some like if you know the signs, you shouldn't like um beat him up about it, like, or nag him. You know what I mean? You should offer your love and support, because you never know what someone's going through, like especially men, because like I said, they they hold a lot of stuff. They hold a lot of stuff in, and so like so I feel like me personally, when I was in the world, I wasn't like the best person, you know, to men. Always, um, I was kind of like, well, I'm not gonna say kind of. I was like sassy and stuff, and just, not, and kind of a headache. And I feel like now, like in this truth, I'm still like getting better little by little, and like try not to be like, like be like more understanding and stuff, and not like making it about me, when like a man could be going through something, and like you just have to give them like time, like eventually they'll like open up, but you just can't like smother them and be like, oh, why are you doing this, why are you not doing that, like you don't need all that, the world already hates him. Why do you want to be like mean to him like that? You know what I mean? Like I feel like men that go through that, like I feel like they don't deserve that. And I wanted to also say what this was said, like me personally, like I appreciate like y'all, and like we love y'all and everything, and like I want to, strive to be like, more loving and stuff, and make y'all feel that way, because like I said, society already, oh my gosh, my turn. Society already like hates y'all, so it's like, why like kick somebody when they're already down? You know what I mean? So yeah.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, I want to add this to the conversation. Um, to the sisters, right, that come up, I want y'all to I want y'all to be honest about how you truly feel. And what I mean by that is, if you feel that you can't love either your husband or the Israelite men, so the blacks, so the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American men, come up here and be honest about it, right? Because when we have conversations like this, if we're not honest with each other, this is just a waste of time,
I
right?
agree.
And I'm not saying this to the sisters that already talked, all right? Come up here, say how you truly feel, so we can actually heal as a nation, right? And that's one thing I promote on this platform, and I've talked to Shaw Paul about this, right? Let this be a platform where the sisters can feel free to talk, because telling us what we want to hear ain't gonna help us. And I'm just being straightforward. You know what I mean? Be honest, and we can heal as a nation. We'll go to the scriptures and see how we can build together and get things right. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. I just want to make that point clear. But I yield.
Hey, Shalom family. Yabba Shemir Shabrak.
How about you and Shabbat? What's going on, Andrew? Next in the queue, I believe, is Sister Isaiah.
Khan, Shalom, brothers and sisters. This is a very touchy subject, a topic that, like Brother Ari said, that's important that we set the foundation, and this will give us all an opportunity to examine ourselves on both ends, from the Israelite man standpoint and the Israelite woman standpoint. So, based on the topic, does black men, so-called black men or Israelite men, feel loved by the black woman? Um, from my perspective, I think that they truly don't. I'm not saying that they can't be loved by the black woman or the Israelite woman, but I think that they truly, truly don't, and it's because over the generations and generations of being, you know, put in predicament to where, even if they voice their opinion or said anything or, try to teach a woman, the woman would raise up against him. And not only her, she had a team of people that was supporting her. I just, remember watching my dad try to tell my mom and put her in her place, and all my aunties would buck up against him and, try to fight him and get on him. And I was young and I would watch that and I'm like, oh my God, like, this is my father, and it would put him in a position to where he was like, sitting down with his head down, or he wouldn't try to like go back and forth because he didn't want to hear it, but, I think that there can be possibilities, but I think that women have been put in a situation for so many years that they're on top and the men is on bottom. So they spiritually they want a man that they can control. Like if there's a man that's mighty and strong that's above them, they feel like that's a weakness and they can't control that man. And I was in a position to where I had the mindset where if I didn't have control over a situation that I was in, I would get angry. Like I would get so upset my head would start to hurt. And I never understood. I'm like, why don't I have control over this situation? Why can't I control it? And it's about always what I wanted. And so watching my dad and my brother not be there for me when I was in situations where, I almost died, and, there were different situations that I've been in, and my dad and my brother wasn't there because I wasn't telling them because I didn't feel comfortable, because I felt like they wouldn't protect me from that. And that's because of how I was raised, on how my brother and my dad was in the household. Like he let my mom run over him. So I felt like he wouldn't protect me if I was in that situation. And so I had the mindset that that's how things were gonna be as I got older, that the man wouldn't protect me. But once I came into the truth, it was kind of like a breath of fresh air. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. Like we're still fighting the curses in this truth, so you're gonna get that other side, because they're still, even in the truth, they still not allowed to what I'm saying, be outspoken, because you guys be outspoken and try to teach a sister and they get mad and start going off and being disrespectful, and I never really wanted a man that was had like six figures, or the ideal man in America. Like that was just never something that I was attracted to, nor was I attracted to gang members. I kind of just felt like I just wanted happiness. And my mom and my sister and my aunts and all them, they used to call me stupid because what I desired wasn't what they thought of, or like wasn't the image that they portrayed, as what society portrays. Like my brother said, you look on Power and Canaan and all that other stuff, and that's what the women want. And that was definitely the total opposite. But I've watched my sisters in this world, just disrespect their men so bad. It puts you in a predicament like, man, like I didn't even want to be in a relationship until I got in the truth. Because I was like, if that's what I got to deal with, I don't want to deal with that. But we have to understand that we have to hold ourselves accountable too for our actions as women. What I'm saying? Because we can actually heal our men. We can heal our man just off our obedience, and what I'm saying, just making him feel like he's superior, like just making him feel like he's loved. Because a lot of the men are not, they are normally known for not expressing themselves when they're angry or when they're mad or sad. So they kind of react in a way to where, it might startle us women, like, why is he acting like that? But it's because of so many years of them being put down and being the lowest and all that. They're trying to finally open themselves up. And when my head, he gets upset and stuff, I don't say nothing. I sit there in quietness, because I understand, like, he probably just want to tear the whole house up, because he's just so angry and hurt from all the years of, being put down from his mamas to, Esau, to the so-called black woman. And now he's in the truth. So he's trying to adjust to like being loved properly, you know? So, I just feel like if we as women, humble ourselves, as a whole, and I can say a lot of our women in the truth that I've been dealing with have definitely been trying their best to humble themselves. And if they're not, what I'm saying, they're looking for other sisters that are willing to, to correct them in that manner, I'm definitely a sister that's open to correction. And like Ariala said yesterday, correction isn't supposed to feel good, but it's supposed to make you realize what you're doing wrong. So once a woman gets in a predicament to where she humbles her spirit, I think that the man will find that sense of safety, because a man don't feel secure in his relationship. That's why they go out and they find other women, and that causes drama and it causes strife and just all kinds of just you know so but does the black man feel loved by the Israelite woman? No, but there's always room for improvement, and there's always a time where a black man could evolve through just by having an obedient wife. And I yield.
God. Who's the next on the line, King?
Pamela.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, going
God.
on.
Um, I'm not a well, I'm a Christian Baptist, so am I allowed to speak on this?
Go
Because I
ahead.
keep hearing like Israelites, wives and
Yeah.
um,
We just see that the so called blacks, Hispanics, and indigenous Native Americans are Israelites by blood due to the curses in Deuteronomy chapter 28 and the prophecies all throughout the Bible. But we're talking to so called black people.
okay, cool. So I'm trying to say none of these sisters are wrong, but it all seem like cap, and they all are expressing themselves to the best of their ability. Because in the real life, they ain't really uplifting y'all. They ain't really saying great things about y'all. So me coming from the hood, and when you from the hood, but I don't live in the hood no more. All you see is scammers and trappers. So what you think the women gonna go after? That's in the hood, the scammers and the trappers. And those are the ones that probably want you to die for them or die for their love or go out and buy Gucci and Prada and all that stuff. But that's not real life. It's what these sisters are. The way they are is what they've grown to see and how they see the men portray themselves to be, like the rappers on TV and things like that. So some things have to be forgiven. Some things people just have to teach themselves to do better or whatever. But I see how some of the sisters on stage are holding the women accountable for how you guys are loved and not listened to or whatever. But if you guys are not in leadership, how can we submit? How can we listen to you and obey? It's kind of hard to respect someone when the world don't even give respect to them. I understand you guys because I come from you guys, but sometimes it's just hard to mingle, to interact, to be around, because you're so hurt, you're so bothered. But I want to see you guys rise. I want to see you guys do better. I really wish I can see more than just the scriptures out you guys' mouths. I want to see some physical action, but I hear a lot of you guys say, well, you can't do this because you're going to die. Well, I mean, if some of you are going to die, you're paving the way for the next generation to get back what's yours. But I think I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling all over the place, but I don't think you guys do feel loved, and I think that comes from maybe your moms. And then when you meet us, we're a reflection of your mom. So maybe you already have a negative outlook on us, and like, okay, let me see what this girl gonna do. Let me see if she's about Gucci or she really looking to help someone or whatever. We all got a role in this life, and men, our role is to protect and provide. Women, we're bringing life and we nurture. So until those things are fulfilled on both sides, I think we can come together, because women want to see what we looking up to, what are we submitting to. For me, I know that's what I look for. What am I submitting to because you're a man? No, that's not enough for me. I'm going to respect you until, it's the other way around, basically. But we need something to hold to and look up to and feel protected by. And I feel like I'm not seeing that. So, yeah.
All
Okay.
right. Appreciate you for
Wow.
coming up and sharing those words. I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask you based off of what you said. So you said that you felt like the Israelite women, what they said was cap. What exactly did you feel like what they said was cap? Because you kind of were a little bit everywhere.
Yeah. I was like getting frustrated. I feel like they just was saying stuff to make you guys, just to conform, basically.
Like what?
Um,
Like what, for example?
oh, they love you guys, or they this, they that. Um, yeah, I love you guys too, but when, like, off these stages, man, they not talking like this about y'all. That's what I'm trying to say. And I've been
How
saying
can
this
you
in
say
every,
that? You
How
don't
would
know
we
me.
know
You're
they're
not
not?
one of us to make
One
that
second, sis.
assumption. So that's very
Hey,
disrespectful and
sis,
I
sis,
rude.
got
Sister,
you.
one
mute up,
second,
Let
sis.
me
sister.
let me
Sister, mute up.
yeah, just kind of stay in order. I understand it's offensive, right?
Yeah, kind of
yeah,
just
I'm not trying to offend.
let the brother
I'm
do it.
just,
So
I'm
you were
just,
saying that. So you're saying that they are capping about saying that they love us and that they are just trying to say what we want to hear, right? So how do you know that these women on the stage that said these words behind closed doors are not are not saying these things when you said you don't even know any of them? You don't know any of them. You
I
don't know what
don't
they
know
do.
them, but my life and travel, I traveled out the country and in the country, whatever. And every time I come across the sister, I don't hear nothing great, to be honest. And I don't say nothing great because I don't really have nothing really nice to say,
Okay,
unfortunately. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
I
maybe their
understand. I
behavior
understand what you're
has
saying.
changed
I
and
got you.
they're realizing things.
One
But
second. One second. Let me explain something to you, or let me ask you another question and then explain something to you. Have you ever met an Israelite woman that adheres to the Torah?
um, this whole, when you say just a regular person,
No, no. Have you met an Israelite woman? Right. The brother explained to you that what we teach are that the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, by and large, over here in America, in the Western Hemisphere, are the Israelites, right, by blood. So we have men and we have women who have an understanding of that and who practice and keep the first. You go to church, so you know about the first 5 books of the Bible, Pamela, right?
well, I don't go inside the church anymore. I'm
Okay,
very
but do you know about the
spiritual,
Bible,
but
right?
I don't know like every, like I'm not going to stand up on this stage and have a challenge on scriptures or
Well,
whatever.
I'm not trying
But,
to do, Pamela. 1 second. I'm not trying to have a scriptural discussion with you because I know you don't know scripture. I'm just asking, are you aware of the Bible?
I'm spiritual. I'm a Baptist. I
Uh,
was in the church before. Yes, sir.
okay, so have you ever met an Israelite woman who adheres to the scripture and yields to the scriptures and know the scriptures? Have you ever met one of those type of women before?
Okay. Like I said, I come across Baptists and Christians, I guess,
Right. So
and
can you just say no?
other women.
Can you just say no so I can explain? Can you say no?
Well, if you can just talk then. I
Now
don't,
I'm asking you
just,
a question because if you have, then I don't want to say you haven't and you actually have. But it sounds like you have not. That's what it sounds like.
okay, okay,
So you have not,
women,
right?
okay. I don't
It,
know.
you don't know?
I'm not for sure because I
Okay,
think I've met a lot of Israelite men before.
I
Not,
got
I
you.
don't know. I don't know if,
So
yeah,
Pamela,
I'm not
have you
sure.
seen a woman who a so-called black woman who had fringes on the borders of her garment and a head wrap on? Let's just start there.
So like a Muslim.
No, Muslims don't have fringes with a border of blue and head wraps on.
Okay. So
So the answer is
sir.
no, because
So, sir,
so let me
I'm not sure where you're trying to get to.
I'm about to
Like,
get to it because you've explained thoroughly that you are you have a lack of knowledge when it comes to these specific women, right? So
yeah, and
these
I'm cool
specific
with
right. So
that.
I'm going to tell you why it's not cap what they said, right? Because they actually adhere to a certain set of rules and guidelines, and they practice them, and they understand them, and they understand that they have a role, right? They're in order according to scripture, right? And so this is why you hear uh, um, this type of speech that you've never ever heard in your life, and you think is cap,
That's
because remember,
wrong.
Pamela,
That's wrong.
so first thing you have to do is when a moderator is speaking, you have to let me finish,
Don't tell
right?
me I never heard this before. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what I'm saying, you haven't heard. You just said that.
That's no.
You
I
said
heard
that
this
they're
in
capping.
other rooms.
Okay,
I heard in other rooms of women saying,
but
"Oh, they just loved."
they weren't Israelite women. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay,
You've already demonstrated that with your words that you're
okay.
not familiar with
Mhm.
these kinds of women. Not all women are carnal minded women, right? Not all women,
Uh-huh.
right, think the way
Mm,
that you do. Even though these women that's on stage, they grew up in a lot of these same neighborhoods as you, right? They had a what you call transformation of the mind, right? That's in Romans 12 and 2. So they're not conformed to the way that you think. So when they speak, it sounds a lot different than what you're used to and accustomed to, right? So to say that that's cap before you understand their way of living and their lifestyle, that was very ignorant of you. And I say ignorant meaning a lack of knowledge because you don't understand
that's
who's
fine.
on this. Wait 1 second. You don't understand who's on the stage. You don't understand these women. You should have clicked their bio and you should have read their bio, and then you might have seen a difference, right? So these women are what you call holy or set apart, right, from the world. And that's why they are speaking in a way that sounds like cap to you. So I just wanted to explain that to you. All right.
No, I have common sense. I see the names, and it's not like mine. First of all, so I'm very aware but I heard this emotions in other rooms, of women. It's like they put in everything on a woman, and like, oh, these men need this and that and that, and it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just tired of everything bearing on a black woman, and I'm here. I hate what all these stages. It's almost like maybe they're. I don't know if they're single, but I'm not single.
Well,
Maybe they're trying to vet a man out by trying to sound a certain way on the
okay, so a
stage.
lot of these women, most of
I don't
these
know.
women that spoke, they're married, Pamela.
Okay, okay. What are you trying to
What I'm
say?
trying to say is it's
Good.
not just one type of woman that's talking and trying to quote unquote be a pick me as you worldly women like to say, right? So I
Okay.
think one of the sisters is single, but the rest of them that spoke and will speak, they're married. Okay, so it's not just that kind of woman. So I don't know what you mean by these stages. Um, I don't know what other rooms
Yeah.
you've been in, but this room, um,
I want to know
this
what you guys are doing for the community if you're so holy and thou, because I don't
mhm,
see anything. I don't see.
No,
okay.
no they're holier than
Hey,
thou.
Salaki, we don't stick on the point. We don't stay on
Yeah,
subject.
let's
You
stay
asked
on
the
the
direct
point,
question. My brother
and
was
we
answering. You
can
got to
get to
let him
that though,
answer.
right? No, there's no problem getting to that, um, right? But the point that I want you to understand is that just choose your words a little bit better, right? Don't accuse anybody of lying, right? That's actually a transgression against,
That's
you
just
know,
my opinion. I
right? I know,
don't.
but I'm
I
saying
don't.
it's an uninformed. Everybody has an opinion, right?
Yeah, but I don't
But
need you
it's your
teaching me
opinion
nothing
is
right now.
uninformed, right? Your opinion is uninformed and not well received because you're calling women liars on the stage. That's what you just did. So that's all we ask is that you at least ask why engage with the women. Maybe ask why you feel that way, right? So that's how you learn about them, and then you don't reach an opinion before it is warranted.
Oh boy, I'm a woman.
Right.
So the
Yo,
these
Salaki, could I bring out a scripture, please?
wait,
Hold
wait.
on.
I don't want to have a scriptural. I want to have a just a logical,
Salakia,
common sense.
Elijah, you got a lot of
Hey,
feedback. Can
Elijah,
you?
mute up.
I just want to have a logical, common sense, you know, uh, you know, heart to heart with this young lady.
It's not.
So
You're very condescending when
condescending,
speaking.
right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're very
I
condescending.
am. I'm being condescending because
Yeah.
what she just displayed was
But that's me.
highly
Let people
incorrect.
come on stage, and it's a way
We
to
did.
pour
We can
in.
come on stage
Yeah, it's a
and
way to pour into
be
non-Israelite.
unintelligent,
Maybe
right?
it's okay. I'm very intelligent, just
But you
not
didn't
on your
sound like
group.
it when you just spoke.
I
You
don't have to
sounded
prove
like
anything.
you were
No.
rambling and you were all over the place and you were making points that wasn't said on the stage. That's what it sounded like. And I'm just dealing with one of the points that you made, right? We didn't even get to the rest of it. So I'm just saying, if you want to continue to um, have a conversation with these women, do so from a place of trying to understand them first, right? The
I
scriptures.
was talking to the title, sir. That's all.
I know, but
That's all. I'm
again,
not trying to have a dialogue with them because
when
I
you were
don't want to
speaking
come
to
in
the
that
title,
world.
you accused women of lying, right? You didn't have to. You could have spoke to the title without saying anything
Or maybe I don't
that
see them
the women said
around or showing that love throughout the
because you
community.
don't know them.
I don't have to know them. I have to
Of course
feel
you
them
do.
first.
Of
If
course you
I have
do.
to see them in the community, I don't see them in the community with
So
this
you don't.
love,
You're on Clubhouse. So what are you talking about?
but I
Why
don't
would you
see them
say
in
I
the
have to?
community.
So if you don't see them in the community, then you shouldn't speak on whether they're lying or not lying because you don't know
That
them. That doesn't make sense. I wouldn't speak on you and say, um, I don't see you in the community, so I think that you're a liar. I
Like
think
I
that you're
don't
a
see the
snake. I
brothers
think
in the
that you're a
community
thief.
either.
You said what?
That's what I'm trying to say. The
So, but you
Israelites,
missed the point. The point just went over your head. I wouldn't
I keep
accuse you of
you
anything.
want to argue.
No, I want to convince
You
you
want to
to. No,
argue.
no, I don't. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to convince you to have a conversation with the women and find out why they think the way they do instead of just saying that they're lying. That makes sense. That's how you get
I
to
want to
know
know
them,
why is everything
especially when you're on an app and you're not going to see them in the community, right?
cap.
So I'm just saying, have a
This app is cap.
conversation with. Yeah, you can keep saying it's cap, but you sound ridiculous right now, right? And you're showing
I
that
know
you're
it's
very, very ignorant. That's what you're
hey,
demonstrating on the
Salakia,
stage. I yield.
okay. I'm ignorant. Okay.
Well, because you
Salakia,
have a lack of
sister.
knowledge.
hold on a second, y'all. Sister Pamela, right? You said you don't see Israelites, right? But do you even go outside? Because all the Christians I know, they were shut down during the quarantine. Like their Christian pastors shut down the church. They were scared of the Rona. What state are you located in?
Oh, I do see the Israelites that you guys are all kumbaya in the corner preaching to a mic. But as far as poured into the community, I don't
No,
think you want to hear my truth.
hold on. Let her talk. Let her talk. Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I see you guys. I walk past you guys. I'm very a natural girl. I fit into probably you guys, your image, probably. But I'm just not convinced because I want to see you guys probably in the neighborhoods, like trying to get the drugs out, trying to help the young boys that's standing at ShopRite, trying to help people with, it's like, I guess I'm not impressed. If you guys are Israelites, I'm not impressed by your work. Maybe you're not impressed by me being a Baptist or a Christian or that religion either, but if it's so holy and
But
thou,
when you saying that, right, sister? Like I said, what state are you located in?
I'm from Jersey.
You're from New Jersey, right? New Jerusalem. That's what it really means, right? In New Jersey during the quarantine, what was your Christian pastors doing?
What do you mean? Like, oh, preaching at the church? Or,
No. During the quarantine, your pastors were inside the church. That's a lie.
oh, oh yeah, they were online.
They were locked down.
Mhm.
They supposed to have the faith in Christ, but they were locked down, right? and they were not doing anything for the community besides collecting donations from Zoom. But the same
Cash App.
from Cash App, right? So the same brothers you want to try to talk down on right now was in the streets, right? During the pandemic.
I'm not
They,
talking now.
hold on. When they were in the streets during the pandemic, right? Giving the word of God and converting people. That's why you see there's over 130 people in this room right now. Because during the pandemic, brothers was outside converting souls. Dawad, you there? Dawad, you
Con,
there?
I got it. Con,
This is Dawad from HOI ATL, Israelite. My brother, let me get a testimony right quick. When you came out of jail, right? Uh, how long did it take before you joined the camp?
about 7 months up.
7 months, right? 7 months out of jail, he joined the camp, and I could say that we have fully rehabilitated this young man. He has a job, his own apartment, and his own car. All because you see, all because you don't see what we do, doesn't mean we're not doing it, right? The young men that are gangsters that don't go to Sunday church, the young men that are gangsters that don't go to Sunday church, the young men that are drug dealers that don't go to Sunday church, but they be out there on them corners and they be out there in them streets. We're actually plucking them out the streets and making them great young men, making them great law-abiding citizens and young men, fathers and husbands. Now, because you don't see it, doesn't mean it's not happening, right? Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, you got to really, check your facts before you speak upon things that you have no understanding of. Because from what I see in New Jersey, them Christian pastors were scared as hell of the Rona, and they ain't say a damn thing to the young men that was out there in the streets. Even before the Rona, they were still scared to talk to the young men in the streets. I have not seen one Baptist pastor go out in the streets and try to reach the young, confused men out there, right, and make them better citizens, make them better husbands, and make them better men. I haven't seen that, right?
Me either. I haven't seen it on both ends.
But you don't know, you haven't seen it on both ends because you're actually not looking at the Israelite. You walk past them thinking they just talking to the mic, but you're not walking past them, see them converting the soul, because they be out there in the streets converting souls. And you say you haven't seen it on both ends. No, you only looked at one end really, because you're a Baptist, right? And you've been in a Baptist church, and they sing and they dance in the Baptist church, and not a lot of Bible verses come out. So they don't convert souls. All they do is sing, dance, have a good time, and fornicate amongst each other, right? That's exactly what they do in the Baptist
I
church.
don't know. I'm
So
observing everything. Just to be honest, I'm not putting judgment on you guys or the Baptists. I think everything is all corrupt.
that's because you have no idea of what we do over here on this side. That's why you would say that. I would say that too if I was on your side. My mother is a Baptist, and she sent me to a Catholic school. So for a while, I've seen everything as corrupt. But earnestly, if you do your earnest research about the brothers on the corner that you just walk past and you think is just speaking into a mic, they're actually spreading the word of God. Because if you look into your Bible, Christ was in the streets, right? And all the prophets were in the streets collecting souls. So we're not one of these dudes that hide in a church and collect money and drive off in a fancy car. We're not one of those dudes, right? So before you think everything is cap, you got to realize that these sisters ain't cap. They actually head rap, and you got to watch your mouth, man, before you get to know them.
What I said, what I said.
Brother, can I try to talk to her and have a conversation with her?
Well,
If she'll be, if she'll hearken, I'll make the attempt, but I won't do too
I,
much if she won't allow it.
I'll
I
give
don't
you.
think you're going to get anywhere, sister.
I
The
mean,
sister, the sister literally said that she is, and this is the same thing one of the comedians said. I was going to play the audio clip that she gives men respect based on what they do and how they act, and her respect and humbleness is conditional, right? The sister said she's in a relationship. Don't know if she's married or not. Are you married, Pamela?
Pamela,
Pamela.
you were flashing your mic, so Are you married? Can you? Maybe she can't speak right now. She's just flashing her mic.
Yeah. So, and the sister, she says she's Christian and Baptist, and listen, man, this is exactly why this room is necessary. The sister is speaking out of things that she doesn't know. She doesn't know the numbers, and she's making it seem like she knows the numbers. She knows some Christian women, some Baptist women, and she may have some interaction with some Muslim women, but she has no idea or even relationship with any Israelite woman. But she's making statements based on things she doesn't know. And
Con,
this is what our people
So,
do,
so,
man.
so
Go ahead, King.
Salakia, real quick. This is why I said what I said earlier, right? We want, whether it's sisters are in the truth, right, or even Eve that is out there, right? So we can actually have this types of conversation, and we can get into it to see what can be done to bridge that gap, right? So that's an example of some of our sisters that are lost. They have absolutely no clue on what's going on this side. They have absolutely no clue on what our sisters are actually doing and trying to do every day, right? So these conversations are very, very important, man. That we have them. Halab, were you gonna say something real quick? Then we'll go back to the queue.
yeah, and I was just going to
Go
say
ahead.
something to Sister Azaria. I appreciate you for wanting to have the conversation, and that's what I was trying to get her to do, or gauge to see if she wanted to do that, and she didn't want to do that. She did not want
You
to.
said she want to do it. That's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
she didn't. She didn't want to have the conversation and get to know you guys' perspective. So I don't want you guys to, cast your pearls before swine. Yeah.
Con, con.
Con.
All right,
Um,
Sister LaPaula,
Yeah.
you're next on the queue. What do you got to add to the conversation? Go ahead, sis.
Shalom, leadership.
Shalom, sis.
I only came on stage to get the verses before Ezekiel because my phone was breaking up. But while sitting on stage and that young lady said what she said, I really took offense to it because I'm fairly new in the truth. My Lord brought me in the last 2 or 3 years. And for her to sit and say that, it's like a slap in the face. Because you have women who have been in the world, and she's like, oh, the things she said, it really pisses you off because it's like, I get up every morning, well, I get up every night at 1 o'clock, make sure my Lord is up, his lunch is packed, he's off to work. I go back to sleep. I get up 5:30, prep the breakfast for my 2 little ones, get myself together, get them up, get us out the door, come back home, maybe sweep, mop, and prep dinner for that day or whatever may need to be done. Run errands, to get my little one down for a nap. My Lord come home, fix him something to eat. Go pick the other one up from school. And for you to sit and say it's cap and women aren't trying to pour into our men, it's women like her as to why we are where we are. It's women like her as to why 2/3 are gonna be a waste. And it's so it vexes me, it has me so upset because it's like you like the leadership said, you don't know these women. You don't know where they come from. A woman that used to date men and had the money, scammers and all, but to now be in the truth and to have a man that loved me like none of them could love me, the patience he had with me, none of the men before him could ever on his worst day take a stab at him. So you have some women who will go over a cliff behind their husband, behind their Lord, and you come and you sit and you say things like that. It took everything in me not to just be like, who the hell are you? How are you
Oh
sitting
yeah,
up
me
here
too.
talking when you don't know? You don't know how
Hey,
women
that's
get up every day
scripture.
to strive to do better.
We're supposed to do that.
Kind sister. Yeah,
God.
I mean, it's hard to see how upset the sisters get, because she definitely tried to get up here and call sisters liars and everything and talk out of the side of her mouth. But, you know, we need that, though, to see the current mind state of our people and just apply correction. She dipped up out of here. She ain't want no correction. But, it just shows you that, a lot of women in the world, they can't comprehend even how to love a man. So it is what it is. And this is why, I do congratulate Irie for saying, yeah, keep it real. We want sisters to come up here and keep it real. And she could keep it real all she want, but just brothers just had to get on her for calling our sisters liars when she over know our sisters. You know what I'm saying? So she could give her opinion on how she feel. But when she start calling our sisters liars, then brothers got to, correct that. But let's move on in the queue.
Hey, Sean Paul. Hey,
Con,
Sean Paul. You can hear me,
con.
King?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Zaquan.
I just want real quick two precepts because I jumped in kind of late, but I want to say this. She one of the things I heard her say was that she doesn't see it. She doesn't see what we're doing, and you eloquently broke it down to her that just because she don't see it doesn't mean it's happening. We can see the same thing with our Lord Yahweh Shai. So I want to go really quick to the book of Luke, chapter 5, and jump right to the point. Luke chapter 5, verse 12, it says, "And it came to pass, when he was in a certain city, behold, a man full of leprosy, who seeing Yahushua fell on his face and besought him, saying, Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And he put forth his hand and touched him, saying, I will. Be thou clean. And immediately the leprosy departed from him." Here's the point. Verse 14. "And he," talking about Yahushua, "charged him to tell no man." So Yahushua didn't do this miracle to be seen, but he did it because that's what he was here to do. He was here to heal. Just because you don't see, like Sean Paul says, doesn't mean that it's not being done. And a real man, the Lord, is not going to sound a trumpet before himself to say that he's doing good for our people. That's not the way it works. I'm going to read verse 14 again. "And he charged him to tell no man, but go and show thyself to the priest, and offer for thy cleansing according to as Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. But so much the more went there a fame abroad." So even though Yahweh Shai didn't want the fame, he wasn't looking for the attention, it came anyway. So a real man, the Most High, is not going to be looking for attention to try to get everybody to notice that he's doing the work. One more, real quick. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 6. I'm just going to read verses 1 through 4. It says, "Take heed that ye do not your alms before men, to be seen of them. Otherwise ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven." Verse 2. "Therefore, when thou doest thine alms," and sometimes your alms is what you do for other people. Verse 2 again. "Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee." That's what she wants us to do. We need to go out and have a goddamn parade and call all the news stations in New York to tell people that we're standing in front of ShopRite helping our people. That's not the way it works. And I'm not trying to be funny, but that shows you the warped mentality of our people. If they don't see it, it's not being done. "As the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory of men, verily I say unto you, they have received their reward." So we're never going to sound a trumpet before ourselves to say what we're doing. But the fruits of what we're doing is the people that are coming to this truth that are changing their lives from all walks of life. So she's looking for the wrong thing, and you guys really try to give the sister a soft landing, but she didn't accept it. Maybe, she'll go and she'll contemplate, and maybe the spirit will work on her mind and she'll come back another time. Like, we're not trying to give up on our people, but we're not begging our people either to accept this word. You know what I'm saying? With that, I yield.
Yeah, Shalakia. Yeah, like Daniela said, the last part, I agree exactly. We're not begging our people. Like, I don't like when people come in and dictate and say they don't want to hear scriptures and this and that. No, you're not doing this. You're not dictating what we're going to talk about and how we're going to deal with it.
The scriptures is our way that we deal with it. And you're not going to dictate how we going to do this. I hate when people do that. But give me 2nd Ezra 16 and 49. Because I want the sisters to get used to something. I want you to get used to, if you can, people name calling you. People saying that you're involved in a cult. People doing this. This is what the world does. This is what the envious people do because you're trying to live a righteous life. You see what I'm saying? So I want you sisters to get comfortable with that mentality if you can, because it's going to happen. And you got to be able to dust that off. All right? Somebody get me 2nd Ezra 16.
I got you.
49.
I got you. 2nd Ezra chapter 16, verse 49. Because the whore envieth the righteous, honest, and virtuous woman.
Like as a whore envies a righteous and virtuous woman. That's envy. She don't like the fact that you sisters is trying to get yourself together in the way of the Lord. She envies that. So she has to use words like you're capping to make you feel guilty. Nah, don't let that offend you. You keep doing what you got to do. Give me Luke 6 and 22. So when I say you got to get comfortable with these type of things, where people talking about you're in a cult, you're just playing to these men. These men got you mind control. This is what the envious, whorish woman does in a lot of cases. Okay, Shemai, give me Luke 6 and 22.
Luke 6 and 22. Blessed are ye.
Salakia, that was 2nd Ezra 16 and what?
49.
Con.
6 and 22.
Luke 16:22. Blessed are
No, Luke
ye.
6 and 22.
Luke chapter 6, verse 22.
Come on.
Blessed are ye when men shall hate you.
Blessed are ye when men shall hate you. So we know it's talking about the men, but it's also talking about the women. You're going to have to face this. Blessed are when men shall hate you. Come on.
When men shall hate you, and when they shall separate you from their company.
And when they shall separate you from their company, to say things, negative things, you're in a cult. These men are controlling you. You're just capping. This comes with this, man. Okay, read on.
And shall reproach you.
Come on.
And cast out your name as evil.
And cast out your name as evil. This is the trick. That's why the scriptures say we're not ignorant of Satan's devices. So, you know what I mean, sisters? Get used to this type of thing, because you're going to have a lot of pressure from people of the world, whorish women from the world coming in and trying to make you feel like you're doing something wrong when you're trying to be a righteous and virtuous woman. Read on.
For the Son of Man's sake.
For the Son of Man's sake, for you doing the work and coming back unto the Bashim of Mashiach Yahushua and coming back, these things are going to go with it. These things is going to happen. Stay strong, stay the course, keep reading your scriptures, and keep moving to be a virtuous woman. All right? All right.
God, let me just read the second verse also, Elder.
Yeah.
Rejoice ye in that day.
Come on.
And leap for joy.
Come on.
For behold, your reward is great in heaven.
See that? For your reward is great in heaven. You see what I'm saying? So you sisters just keep being strong, doing what you got to do. But get comfortable with the fact of hearing these things. You're in a cult. You're just capping for men. Because these things is going to go with it. You understand? And the Lord already warned us and told us through these scriptures that we got to prepare ourselves for these things when we're fighting this battle. And with that, I yield the floor.
Khan, Shalakia. And the sister said, listen, she don't really give no respect for a man because he's a man or whatever. It's based on what he does, and it's based on whatever he does. It's it's not what's the word I'm looking for? Unconditional. The one of the sisters came up and said, before she was in the world, she was literally the same way, but she understands now that the men are doing what they're supposed to do, and she gives them respect and love for that. And this is literally, breaking the curses over your life, man. Because now we're following the laws. We're trying to love each other as ourselves. We're respecting each other. We're not trying to, be leaving our families and having an evil eyes to our wives, and which we, the Most High, we put off that old man, and behold, we became new. She's talking about what we did for the community. You know how many brothers I stand online with who used to be drug dealers, who used to be all kind of stuff that we don't want to talk about? Yo, the Christian church ain't doing that much for the community, man. Brothers could be making money selling what they used to sell and doing what they used to do, but brothers turn that down, man. It's like, no, there's a better way. And I yield.
It's interesting, real quick. It's interesting. That's why being in this truth requires a lot of patience. I don't think people really realize how much patience that we as teachers have to have with our people. But we know the end game, right? I know Tara will know what I'm talking about, and Shaw Paul will know what I'm talking about. I think it was 2001. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. There was a blackout in New York City that lasted like 2 to 3 days, right? It was like literally a blackout, meaning there were no street lights, there was nothing. It was pitch black.
I remember that.
And the sisters the independent sisters, they was listening to their men then. It was so black, it was so dark, it was so scary that even the police would not stop. They weren't answering no 911 calls or nothing. They were afraid. See, it's easy to talk a good game and talk about you don't respect men when everything is running smooth. But my Bible tells me in Isaiah 32 that in that day, a man is going to be like a hiding place. So enjoy your time now when you feel like you don't need a man. You don't have to respect brothers. Enjoy your time now, because the time is coming where you're going to want to have a protection of a man. You're going to want that. Just remember that. You may not believe us, but that time is coming. We've seen it happen over and over again. We saw it in New Orleans when the levee broke. We saw it here in New York when the blackout happened. We see it all the time when there's major civil unrest. Women are targets. Even last year, I'm gonna land my chariot right here. Even last year, when the C word was going around, y'all know what I'm talking about. I live in a Second Amendment state where people are allowed to have firearms, and the amount of women that were going and registering to get weapons and to become like the new gun owner registration in America like went up by millions. It was mostly women because they were afraid, because they know that time is coming. So it's easy for certain sisters to say that right now, but we know that day is coming pursuant to Isaiah 32. You better understand what's coming. With that,
Con,
What did I miss? Was that Cadillac Kitty Jackson again?
No, that wasn't her. That was someone new, man, that we haven't even seen in this room. Oh yeah, she's actually coming up now, Miss Cadillac. All right, so
Yeah.
go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead, Ken. Hold on, sis. 1 second. Go ahead, Elijah. You got the floor.
Yo, what's interesting about that sister that came up here, right? Her personality and her mindset is the exact reason for the title of this room. Her mindset is the reason why our brothers is walking around feeling like they not being loved by our sisters. You know what I'm saying? Because one, her submission, right, to a man is conditional. You know what I'm saying? Probably based on, probably based on money. You know what I'm saying? And she has that Christianity closed mind state where, you know what I'm saying, you can't tell her nothing. You can't give her no knowledge because, you know what I'm saying, she doesn't respect men. You know what I'm saying? And for the one sister that came on and spoke after her, that the sister that was upset, the elder already pulled the scripture that I wanted to pull, you know what I'm saying, which was Luke 6:22. Like he said, these things are going to take place. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have a tough skin to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Especially the sisters. I mean, the brothers, we get scrutinized and we get hate too. But you know what I'm saying? Anytime our women support, you know what I'm saying, our brothers and stand up for our brothers and try to be in order, they're gonna get it even worse. Because a lot of times in this satanic system we live in, you know what I'm saying, the right hand man to white supremacy, unfortunately, is usually our sisters. They the first ones to go against you, you know what I'm saying, when you standing up. Because this society caters to them. For them to be in order and for them to be in submission to a godly man means that they have to give up that false sense of power that they got from Esau. And they're not willing to relinquish that power. That's why, you know what I'm saying, the sister can sit on our stage and talk about, oh, we're not gonna read the Bible. I don't want to hear no scriptures. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad I wasn't, you know what I'm saying, in the situation to speak at that time, because I'd have told her to get her dusty ass off the stage then. Because if you don't want to hear the scriptures, then we don't have nothing for you. If you turn your back on the Most High, you know what I'm saying, we don't have nothing for you. So with that being said, I yield.
Great point. Yeah. All right. So great point, Elijah. Man, we're gonna go back to the queue just to get through this and maybe get back to the lesson because I think Shaw Paul was bringing out some things earlier. Well, Sister Pretty, welcome to the stage. Well, see the topic. What do you got to add to the conversation? Shalom.
Hey, shalom, everyone, to all my strong brothers, all my beautiful sisters. All right, so I'm sitting here having a conversation like with my husband, like side conversations. We're going over everything that everyone's saying. I have a few things to say, and I'm gonna try to give my experience as a black woman, growing up before the truth, and give my perspective on how we think, because I think like, I'm not saying any of the brothers are wrong. I'm just saying that I think there's a lot of misconceptions in our community about how we all think about each other. Our behavior is one thing, but the way we will actually think about each other. So with that saying, the sister that just came on stage, like, she didn't offend me until when the brother Mob was trying to correct her. That's I just thought she was being a little stiff necked and hard headed and stuff like that. Like, she didn't want to take the correction, which to me was a big, huge mistake. I think she needs sisters to probably come at her, because she has an attitude like, I don't want to obey the black man. He's worthless to me. That's what was coming off to me. But anyway, I could be wrong, and I don't want to bear false witness. But I'm just gonna just say one thing. I don't think there's any black man, I don't care what he's doing, that is worthless, or just, that he shouldn't be loved just based off his money, based off his past, based off anything, except, if he was molesting kids, or if you're being very feminine and stuff like that. I think that's kind of a waste of a man. But anyway, so my experience growing up, it was very confusing, because I grew up in a household with my mom, my stepdad, and three sisters, right? My father had 17 kids. We were the oldest. And the two households were very different. I grew up in a family with the majority of women that gave me some of the worst advice you could ever imagine. And then, like, growing up, my dad, he was a big time drug dealer. He wasn't your average drug dealer. I mean, he was the type of drug dealer you really didn't know he was a drug dealer. He dealt business wise. Like, he went to jail a couple of times, and one of the times was for tax evasion. So he had a lot of money, and we didn't get any of that money. My father used his money for drugs, for women, partying, things like that. Like, I love my dad, but it is what it is. That's what he did. He left us in the projects. And my dad had multiple wives. So, after my mom. So, what I was seeing on my mom's side was, being told constantly, don't pick that couch nigga. Like a couch nigga is someone that doesn't do anything for you, just sits on just sits on the couch. But they never was telling us what kind of man to look for. It was just don't get a couch nigga. Um, and they in my family on my mom's side, the women ran everything. Like they were very into their children. They took care of their kids. They took care of the households. They got degrees. Um, Stuff like that. And so it was confusing when I went to my stepmom's house and I would see her. She submitted to my dad. Like when his other children in between her kids, they would just pop up. Like he would come from Puerto Rico and say, here's your 7-year-old brother. And she would just accept him. And then on my mom's side, they would be saying she was stupid, stuff like that. So it was kind of just being seeing submissiveness was confusing to me. So of course I grew up being a flat out monster, a monster towards brothers. I did what I want, I said what I wanted. I always had money, so I never really needed anyone financially, you know. So I just want to touch on a couple of things that was said about women, like in like when we look at men, right? And a lot of the times we don't want the 9 to 5 man, we want the drug dealer. Um, in my community, the sisters that were from the Caribbean, they didn't think like that. They thought to get successful men, because in those communities that's what you're taught. But in our community, it's taught you just get a man that doesn't cheat on you. That's what it always based down to. We were taught that if a man liked another woman or dealt with another woman, then he does not love you. And so that was something that when you come into the truth, you got to rethink yourself. Another thing is like drug dealers. Okay, so I loved being with drug dealers. I loved it, and it didn't have nothing to do with money. I mean, yeah, like they give you money, they give you a lot of nice things, but it's unstable money, first of all. So it really wasn't about the money. It was about the fact that I could control the situation because his money was illegal. The everything's put in my name, the car, the house, you know, everything is the credit cards, everything is was put in my name. So I had control over the whole situation. So if he made me mad, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to cut off what he gave me, even though it was his money, I still controlled it. So another thing was, drug dealers spend a lot of time with you. They go out, they do what they got to do, but the majority of the time they're out, in the house playing video games, just sleeping, chilling. So that was a big thing for me, and it's a big thing for a lot of black women that um, we don't look for men with money. We look for men that are going to protect us. That's what we look for. That's our number one thing, especially if you grow up without a father. You look for protection, not money. It seems like black men, they equate love with being submissive, which is cool. That's what we're learning in the truth. That's a better mind frame. But I think black men have been beat up on so long to say, you're broke. No black man is broke. Every black man can contribute something. No black man is broke. Being broke shouldn't be based off money. It should be based off moral character. And I think that's what's lacking right now with black women. We're looking at men and we're measuring them on the success and this money thing that has nothing to do with scriptures. And so I know I'm talking a lot. I'm trying to get to all my points that I heard. But yeah, black women, we traditionally we don't look at men for financial stability, and that might be a downfall a little bit for some of us. But we men have to understand we don't care about anything except you protecting us from ourselves. So if you notice that the sisters that come in the truth, right? Why do they change so quickly? Because we have heads now, whether it's a camp leader, whether it's a brother you can go to, and just kick it with and say, what's wrong with me? What's going on with me? Or just your husband. Like, so when we have that head, we're instantly changing. So that should tell all of us, not having a head is the root of the problem. And the one of the last things I just want to say is that um, when black women, okay, we associate love, like you love us, not by correcting us. I'm not talking about women in the truth, just in the truth. I'm just being honest. Black women, um we don't look at a man like when he corrects us that it's anything healthy, that it's not love. We only associate love with how much attention we're getting, and if that man only loves us. That's what love is to us. And to y'all, it's being submissive. And so the last thing I just want to say is another thing that was confusing to me was that, my stepdad lived with us from the time I was 3 to I was about 18. And I was being constantly told by my family members, listen, that's not your father. He don't have no right to discipline you. So he basically grew up with us not really talking to us. Um, he was there every day, but he wasn't really involved with us at all. And so I started associating, um, you know, f- fatherhood or someone being dominant in your household, that they were absent even when they was there. And I don't know if any of y'all ever heard of um, this study that they did, or it was more like somebody had wrote a whole, I think it was like part of a thesis they wrote, and it was called Daddy Doll Under the Bed. And so what came out was that um, little girls, when they're little, right, they play house. We play house from the time we're 3 years old. So by the time we're 18, we're like, nope, we want the real thing. And so what they was noticing was that when we play with dolls, right, always the doll had so much to do. The woman doll, the Barbie, she has so much to do. She's in the house, she take care of the kids, she's doing this. But guess what? The dad, all he did was go off to work. And so you would put him in a place, like you just kick him under the bed or just throw him away somewhere that he's off to work. And then you would come back like a couple of weeks later, maybe a month later. Where's my Ken doll? Oh yeah, I forgot. I left him under the bed. Like his role in the household was just, it was nothing except going to work. And I'm glad that the Israelite brothers are turning that narrative around, that no, we're not just gonna be there financially. Nope. Now we're gonna correct everything. And like I said, it's confusing when you grow up with no father, and you're used to doing whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So I think all the black woman's problems, I think it lies from that. And I think the black man, his problem lies for, he's been beat up to think that financially that's love. So that's all. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion.
Come, the water for that, sis. Made a lot of good points. A lot of good points. Pretty sure somebody might have a response, or maybe something if they paid attention. If anybody wants to respond that's on the stage, you can go ahead, or we can move on in the queue. Right, Ari?
Right, right. I do want to touch up on a couple of things that she brought out. The fact that, and please, sister, correct me if I'm wrong in anything that I bring out. The fact that, the having a positive example of a man in the home, because that's where it really starts from, right? A lot of our sisters, right, not having that role model of a father at home to show them what it's like to be a man, right? And when we talk about men, obviously we know there are two forms of types of men, right? We got men that are in the world, we got men that are in the truth, living a righteous life and trying to be a righteous leader for their home, right? Teaching their wives the right way to do things and their children. But yeah, I think it definitely stems from them being, from their childhood, and not having that positive role model, right? And that's why you see brothers, we out here doing what we're doing, right? Because we know it starts from the men. We're gonna be honest, from us being that right example to our daughters, so that way when they're looking for a man, they know what to look for, right? And just from your story, I can see how you see certain types of men to be the type of men to be with, right? And I think that's where a lot of those issues come from, because what you end up being with men that were just like your father. So that's a beautiful testament for you to bring that out. I'm sure a lot of people got some type of edification from that. Me as a man, that really I already knew how I should be as a man, but when I hear things like that, it really refines me more to make sure that I'm living a certain type of lifestyle, even though I don't have a daughter, but just have a certain, have a certain type of lifestyle and be a great example for my son and how he should be a man and how he should love his mother. So I just want to say thank you for that testimony and thank you for adding that point to the conversation. This is why we have conversations like this, man. This is beautiful. All praises to the Most High. And, hopefully we can, heal ourselves when we have conversations like this. And sisters being honest. I love when sisters are honest. Don't just say things just to make us feel good as men. Just be honest, because you never know what you can instill in a brother just from you being honest, right? So, let's just let the spirit move things, We don't need to, act a certain way. And throughout it for all the sisters that are on stage that came to add to the topic and being a great woman, sister to their nation, a great wife to their husbands. We really appreciate you sisters, man, because you're about nation building, right? You understand what it is that we need to be doing as a nation and as one people, right? And I just want to definitely thank y'all sisters for that. But with that, I'm going to yield. We're going to go to the next queue. Sister Halima, welcome to the stage. What you got to add to the topic, sis?
Shalom, family. Yahweh Shemel
Shalom.
Shabbat.
How about Shemir Shabrakata?
Honestly, I was just gonna answer the question, and then Salakia, if like a few of these points that I'm gonna make like have already been reiterated, but I just going based off of what I was hearing, I tried to write some of them down. So to answer the question very candidly, do black men feel loved by black women? The answer is no. I don't feel like black men feel loved by black majority of black women in the world, and to be quite frank, I don't feel black men feel loved by majority of black women in the truth. And I think that at the bare root of it all, or the truth of the matter is the fact that black women don't love black men. The only time they really actually genuinely care about your life is when the cops are shooting you down in the street. Because then you see them take up arms and march, and now Black Lives Matter, and this man's life matters, and everything else. So when it comes to the conversation that was being had, even with the exchange that happened with Sister Pamela, I just think it's funny how like black women, like when we approach these situations with black men from like the time that they're born, they don't have the option to blame everything on their father's trauma or their mama's trauma or anything like that. Those excuses go out of the window from birth because they're taught to be a man. You're not supposed to cry. You're not supposed to show your emotion, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. So that is something that is innate to them versus us, where we've been coddled this whole time. It's like we get coddled out here and then we get coddled in the truth. And then when we come into the truth, we expect the men to treat us like we're still 5 years old, like we don't make decisions for ourselves, we can't think for ourselves. And honestly, it just does us a disservice as a people. Like, I refuse to think that women are that stupid to just be gullible to go into situations and things like that. Now, of course, you cases of women that are like that, but a lot of times women are trying to manipulate situations to their advantage.
And when it doesn't work out to their advantage, they then create this ruckus or this victim role about how everything is the man's fault. It's for me, like personally, the time for making up excuses for women has run out. Because the men are not going to have those type of excuses. I don't think women understand that when Yahweh comes back and we're transitioning from the wilderness and people are being brought before Yahweh to get killed, those people that learned the truth in Jacob's trouble, they're not going to have time to get it together. They're going to have it be together before Yahweh has there, or they're going to be brought before him to be killed, yourself included. So, like, I don't think sisters really seriously, and when men are trying to correct them, they be so worried about their attitude and their delivery who just continues to do the same thing over and over again when you told them and they know not to do better. So it frustrates me because like I know I've honestly been trying to chill in the audience for a couple of weeks, but the last couple of weeks has been about that, like just how men approach women, even sisters in the truth with delivery, and it kills me because in the beginning of Clubhouse, all of us were like, man, y'all be giving the sisters too much grace, these wicked sisters too much grace, and if a man come up here and do that, y'all kick him right off the stage. And now we're at this point where y'all shouldn't have to talk to us like that. If you want a woman to understand you, then you gotta understand. Like, at what point do we stand solid on something and actually, you know what I'm saying, be 100% about what's going on, like, or take any sliver of accountability when it comes to our position and what we played to get our men and our nation to this point? So I'm just, just based off of everything that we've heard, the conversations I've been hearing the past week, I just kind of want to answer that question. And I feel like at this point, it's really time for women to really start self-evaluating themselves and their position as it comes into relation to keeping these law, statutes, and commandments. Because I don't really think that women understand that once you have a good foundation of the law, statutes, and commandments, all these insecure questions and insecure attitudes that you bring toward these brothers, they're being answered in the scriptures. So go and seek out the scriptures, open up the book of the word and read. Like, it's not that hard. If we're going to compare ourselves to men and say we're striving just like they are, then we need to be disciplined just like they are, and we need to show love just like they show love. I am.
That was powerful. Shalom, shalom. These things,
Shalom.
these things, man, is once again, and I always bring it back, man. Is this thing is generational, man. This is generational curses. Um, and that's why Yahweh Shah came for that mercy. And he know, the Most High know we gonna mess up. You know what I mean? Because we coming from these type of generations. Even certain individuals that maybe was born in law, knowing they were Israelites, whatever, is only maybe a couple of generations back the furthest. So we've been going through hell as a people, man. And it's crazy psychological warfare games that been played on us. And even me, like it took me a long time to realize that I didn't look into, like, it's crazy because Jacob abused women, right? And I always had some type of compassion for them. I was not Captain Save-A-Hole, but I just didn't let the abuse happen amongst or around me. You know what I'm saying? Like when Jake running the trains and all of that, I was, on Eve and all of that, abusing them. I'm like, yo, hold up. I'm gonna go first. I'm not taking my drawers off in front of you dudes. I don't want no backwash. You know what I'm saying? Let me holler at Shorty. We smoking together. So I always had some type of like compassion. And it was crazy is because I hated my mother at a young age, but I loved my grandmother. And my grandmother is the one who raised me. So even to this day, it may seem crazy, but this psychological shit that happened to me as a child and through my generations, like it may sound crazy, but I did every woman that I've dealt with that I had compassion for, or that even I always was into, more than one woman. and especially in the world, I couldn't be faithful, you know, to one woman. So uh, if I see some, like, a woman took my heart where I spent more time with her when she showed me some type of affection, because it made me, it reminded me of my grandma. Because my grandma showed me love when nobody wanted to show me love. She took me out of foster care. She raised me until it was, the Most High called her. But these psychological things, man, and it took me a while to understand why I was a certain way, because I listened to rap songs, and I was raised around these cats, and they treating Eve like shit, and I never had that in me. I was bark on them, you know what I'm saying? But I never really treated them like shit, you know, and I wanted to, though. I wanted to be cold hearted on Eve. I wanted to be, but it was just something in me that couldn't. So it is what it is. Like, but I was cold hearted otherwise. You know what I'm saying? But I went cold hearted on people when I got disrespected or I got violated. That's when I went. It went. I started thinking about the times I hated my mother. Like I went cold. It's crazy how to explain it, but this shit is generational, man. This thing is generational. My grandfather walked out on my grandmother that I love so much. My blood grandfather, his name was Joseph. You know what I'm saying? He walked out on my grandmother after 6 children. One day he went to work and never showed up again. And then my grandfather that took custody of me, or took custody, not took custody of me. He raised me. My step grandfather, he was always in the house, and then he had ended up having the rest of the children with my grandmother. I don't remember. I know she had 13 altogether. So it was just it's crazy. Even that I did try to be like a father to the fatherless, but I always said in my mind, I don't know if it's through my blood. Like, I'm not raising. Like, I'll be cool with a chick that had children, but I was like, yo, I'm not raising these children. These ain't my kids. So I don't know if that was something psychological, something that thrown on me from my bloodline father, my bloodline grandfather. You know what I mean? But when I analyze it, it's always something. It's something. Is a piece to the puzzle of all our generations. So just understand Israel, and I'm gonna keep throwing this at everyone. The Most High have a lot of mercy on us. Was it Psalms 137 or 136, where or 146 or 147? It was one of those. Let me get it. The where it keep being repetitive. The Most High mercy endure forever.
I think it's 136.
136, kind. The Most High mercy endure forever, and it's just repetitive and repetitive and it's after everything that's being said. So just understand that if the Most High mercy endure forever, our mercy gotta endure forever for our brothers and our sisters, especially when we come into the understanding and know that we've been fucked. You know what I'm saying? We've been fucked since birth. Soon as we came out the womb, before we came out the womb, we was born into curses. You ain't even do shit in the womb. Yes, in your past life you did, but you ain't do shit in the womb. And now you come out to all this bullshit. This shit is real, bro. This shit is real. So have that mercy and that compassion for our brothers and our sisters, man. And sometimes, yeah, you gotta go hard on them, but that's still part of the mercy. Sometimes you gotta cut them off, but that's still part of the mercy. But at the same time, don't give up. Don't give up showing that mercy. Now, yeah.
Let me bring that precept out for you, King. Psalms 136.
Well, that's the whole chapter.
Yeah, it's 14 verses.
Hey, if y'all want to go into it, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, do that. Matter of fact, let that resonate. Let that resonate through the vibes.
Con, this is Psalms 136. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his mercy endureth forever. To him who alone doeth great wonders, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that stretcheth out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that made great lights, for his mercy endureth forever. The sun to rule by day, for his mercy endureth forever. The moon and stars to rule by night, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that smote Egypt in their firstborn, for his mercy endureth forever. And brought out Israel from among them, for his mercy endureth forever. With a strong hand and with a stretched out arm, for his mercy endureth forever. To him which divided the Red Sea into parts, for his mercy endureth forever. And made Israel to pass through the midst of it, for his mercy endureth forever.
Come. So if His mercy endure forever, man, He made us in His image. You know, we gotta show mercy, man. We gotta be a little bit more patient with our brothers and our sisters, and show that mercy, man. And I yield.
Khan. All praises. All praises. By Shema Mashiach Yahushua.
Shalom,
Shema
Mashiach,
Mashak
Yahushua.
Yahushai. That's a powerful Psalms, man. Sometimes we forget, man. We forget uh, where
That
we came from, man.
that sounds like the song of the three holy children, right? Where they were singing in the fire.
Con.
Khan. That song right there is more holy than brothers even realize. Well, let's get back to the function, man. Right, this is your kosher breakfast going on to kosher brunch. Better than lunch. Got the precepts for you to munch. And today's topic is, right, do black men feel loved by black women, or AKA the Israelite man feel loved by the Israelite woman? Black, Hispanic, and Native American from indigenous descent in the 12 tribes that scattered abroad. Right, let's have this discussion. Let's learn how to love each other according to the Bible, man. Because you all know what love is, right? True love is what? The law, statutes, and commandments. That's what true love is. True love is the law, statutes, and commandments, right? Like I said, I have a link on top, right, to a YouTube video. I think everybody should really just check that out and see the mind state of our people. They equivalent love with currency, right? And that's not what the Most High God equivalates love with, right? He equivalates what love with the Word of God. If you perform to each other by the Word of God, and that's the standards of love, right? But if you equivalent love with currency, you'll get jammed up because currency isn't always guaranteed in life. So you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, take heed unto this class, this lesson, right? I'm gonna shut down this room in a little bit and open back up the Proverbs 31 discussion in the HY to the Chariots Fly room. But for now, let's go over this and You know, anybody on stage want to pull out any more scriptures, any more comments, any questions from the audience?
Con. I got a audio I want to play, King, if that's okay. It's just short audio, but it's to the question, and the sentiments of literally kind of how society sees the role of men and the role of women, children, and where the love is directed and how it's directed. Everybody's probably familiar with the audio.
Yeah, you can play that audio. I can also see that Sister Pamela is back on stage too. Play that,
Okay, what happened?
right?
Con.
So
Okay, I'll go ahead and play it.
yeah, play that.
Only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. Women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides something. Okay? I've never heard a woman in my life say, after he got laid off, we got so much closer. No. I once heard my grandmother say, a broke man is like a broke hand. Can't do nothing with it. Kind of shit. Right? Women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides something. Fellas, when you meet a new girl, what do your friends ask you? What she look like? Ladies, when you meet a new guy, what do your friends ask you? What does he do? Motherfucker facility
It's breaking up.
right now. Michelle Obama is looking at Barack going, last nigga. Gone.
Uh, yeah. It was kind of breaking up, but we definitely got the gist of it.
Gone. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Kai. All praises. Yeah, we definitely got the gist of it, though, right? Definitely, man. He got a point. According to this society, right? Only people that get love unconditionally is women, children, and dogs. When it comes to a man, it's about what he's doing for you to deserve that love, right?
What was that old song they used to sing? What have you done for me lately?
Yeah, right. Yeah. What have you
Right,
done for me lately?
right,
God.
right. And people have to further analyze that too, because think about it, and we already know this as men, but I'm just asking the ladies to think about this for a second. What type of behavior do you think it breeds when a man realizes that, damn, you know what I'm saying? I'm not loved unconditionally, but I got all these responsibilities. I still got to do all these, you know what I'm saying? As a man, you still got to do all these things and take care of all these people. But in some regards, some people don't even tell you thank you, or they act like, you know what I'm saying? They act like you're lacking. You know what I'm saying? If you're not doing all these things, they act like you're not a man. And so, how do you think that makes some men react? Because some men don't have the integrity of the scriptures to fall back on. Some men don't have. They weren't even taught any type of integrity or morals. So how do you think a person like that, and even a person that isn't the truth, that's trying to be perfect according to the laws of the Most High, how do you think that's gonna make some men react? Some men is just gonna, especially the latter, the brothers that we used to be. In the world, some men are gonna say F it. And they just gonna start just doing what? Just, doing whatever to take advantage of the women then. And they just gonna
Right.
they're gonna go against the grain and not at all even try to be whatever is defined as a man. You see, so you
Can I
see
speak?
what
Oh, sorry.
one second, sis. So the way that a man is treated, it does breed the behavior that comes out. And so in the society with women being raised to be just against the men, and then the men feeling unappreciated, you think they're gonna go and die for the women? You think they're gonna fight tooth and nail for the women, and they don't even feel appreciated? No, they're gonna use the women and abuse the women. So, and a lot of things we know, as was spoken of, a lot of things stem from basically the men not being in position in the first place, right? Why, and then you got to keep drilling further and further down. It's a there's a root cause analysis tool called Five Whys, where you ask why 5 times, and you just keep drilling down until you get to the last why, until you can't determine why that last thing happened. That means that's the root cause, right? So this is a simple tool that anybody could use, that we usually use anyway, kind of without knowing, just asking ourselves why. But when you really drill down, why the original why is going to be because we failed to keep the law, statute, commandments. But one of those whys is going to be, what I'm saying, one of those answers to the why is going to be, you know, hey, because of Esau and his brainwashing and what he's done to the women to be against the men. That's going to be one of the contributing causes. And also one of the contributing causes is going to be the actual actions that you are exhibiting. The actual actions that, especially women that's outside of the truth, and women who are, in the truth and not, maybe not, knowing what their behavior could be producing, but that's going to be one of the contributing causes. And you cannot eliminate a problem without eliminating the root cause. You cannot do it. If you do not eliminate the root cause, the problem will keep happening, right? And that's what our people don't understand. And a lot of finger pointing goes on. What ends up happening is a lot of finger pointing ends up going on, and the problem doesn't get solved. But with that, I yield.
If I may say one thing real quick, I know the sister want to come in. If I just may say one thing, but the funny thing is, it's always been women seeking men that they claim as providers. You know what I mean? Even way back in the world, even though we know Solomon was the wisest man on earth, but it didn't help that he was all. It helped that he was the richest man on earth too. You know what I mean? So because of the insecurity, a lot of times, and women may not want to hear this, but it is what it is. And we're not talking down. We don't want women to feel like we're talking down to you. We love our sisters, but the truth hurts because the woman being the weaker vessel and what the Bible's described, the money gives her that security a lot of times. So she feel like a man having money and being able to provide for her gives her the security that she needs. And it's always been the case like that, man. Even in the ancient times, like I said, we know that Solomon wisdom excelled everybody. And we know some of the women was going to him with the wisdom, mainly, you know what I mean? But also that he was the richest man on the earth. Definitely the women was looking at that too. And it's just what it is. It's been like that from the beginning of time. Now you have the floor.
Con, con. Great words of wisdom. All right, Sister Pamela, the floor is yours. What do you have to add on? Go ahead.
I'm sorry that you guys think that you're only loved by what you provide, but if we can take religion out of it, if that's okay, and just look at, man and woman, I feel like men only have one thing in this world to do, maybe two: provide and protect. And I think after that, the woman does everything. The woman has multiple jobs. Not only is she a wife or a girlfriend, she has kids. She has the house to take care of. She has this, the bills. Normally, she may hold all the money. But you guys, I look at you guys don't have no periods. You don't bleed every month. It's like, at least, you know, I think that's why that's like, okay, so if you're not providing, so what are we doing basically? That's how I look at it. I don't know if other ladies see it that way, but I do. I think you guys
Salakia. Sis, do
Hold
you want
on,
to be a man?
I think you guys
hold on 1 second. 1 second.
huh?
1 second.
Huh?
Sister Pamela, 1 second. The Sister Halima wants to
Oh,
engage. Did you have something to add on, Sister Halima? Go ahead.
Salakia. I didn't know if she was finished. If you weren't finished, Salakia, you can finish what you were saying. But I do have a question for you.
Salakia,
yeah.
me too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so the men, I feel like men have easy lives. And not saying that women has a hard life, but if you guys not providing, what are you doing? Because you only have one.
Shalakia, sister. Just 1 second, ladies. Everybody wants to ask you questions. Pamela, you said you're married? Sister Pamela, are you
And
married?
she's done.
Hell no.
She was still.
Sister Pamela, you're muted. She left the stage.
No, she's still there.
What's going on
Oh,
here?
okay, she's gone.
Sister Pamela, can you hear
Yeah, I think
us?
she's still here.
She just came back.
Yeah, my phone keeps ringing. I'm sorry. So I'm not sure what it is. I said, oh,
You're in the matrix, Sister
yeah.
Pamela.
Yeah, maybe your Wi-Fi. Maybe the
Yeah,
Hello?
Wi-Fi.
your connection is a little poor. Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys, and I don't go off Wi-Fi. Maybe it's just the
Okay, you're better.
5G.
Okay, hold on a
You're coming
second,
in clear
sis.
now.
The, the,
Sister
the brother
Pamela,
has a question. Go ahead, Shamir.
Oh yeah, yeah.
are you married?
Yes.
And may I ask your age group? You don't have to tell me the exact number, but your age.
Can I say something to the questions? I don't like when the guys ask personal questions like married, children, your dress size, bra size. Not saying that you guys are gonna ask that, but I just like for you guys to just talk straight to me and just pour into maybe what I'm, maybe what you don't like or don't like. I really don't like those.
Okay, sister,
Yeah.
hold on 1 second. Hold on. You're not gonna dictate the course of this conversation. If you don't want to
I'm
have
not
it, you can
trying to
leave.
dictate,
Listen,
but I
no,
don't
no, no,
want to
no.
ask personal.
Hold on. I don't want to have to mute you. Okay, you got to stay in order. You might not be in order in your house. Hold on, sis. But on this panel, you got to stay in order. Okay. All right. So, I know the sisters want to engage you and have a conversation with you. They did wanted to do that earlier, but you dropped off for whatever reason. All
I'd
right.
rather talk to the
Shamir,
ladies
you done?
anyway.
Hold on. Mute up, sis. You're not gonna disrespect any man up here. You might disrespect your husband, but you're not gonna do it here. Stay in order. All
I'd
right.
rather talk to the ladies.
Stay in order. All right. Sister Halima, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Kind. So my question for Pamela: if you remove the man's protection and provision, his requirement to protect and provide, what do you have?
I never said to move it, so I'm not understanding the question. Like,
It's a clear it's a clear question. I just want a direct answer. If you remove the man's protection and provision, how is the woman able to sustain herself?
I never said to move it. So we have things in this life. Everybody has a reason for living in
Okay,
this
so
world.
what you're
So
saying is,
so if I'm
hold on
not
just a
gonna,
second.
you asking me to
One
answer
second,
it, I'm gonna
Pamela.
answer it the way I'm gonna
Yeah,
answer it.
you're not answering the question though. So just a second, Pamela. Let me kind of help you answer the
I don't
question.
need your help. Do not talk down and
I'm not
belittle.
talking down to you.
Don't
I'm just
belittle, and I
okay.
don't
Go
need
ahead. You want
your.
to talk, sis?
Okay,
I
You
think what you
asked me to
said
ask a
sounded
question and I'm answering it, and you might not
in
like it.
in your
So
response. It sounded like you misunderstood the question because you said that you never said to remove it, but that's her question for you. Like the question is, with your statement, if you remove the protection of the man, what, or and so on and so forth, what do you have left? That's why she interrupted you, because when you were reiterating her question, you misunderstood it. So that's
no,
really
it's
what she
not
was
that,
trying to
because
do.
I don't know what the question. Why is it referring to me? Because when I was speaking, I didn't say remove it. I said what's left if the man isn't protecting and providing.
I'll explain, Pamela, why the question is relevant to you. Because within your statements, you described that women basically have a larger responsibility as far as having the periods and having the babies and all that other stuff. So
Uh huh.
basically, you were saying that what do we need men for if they only protect and provide? So I'm asking you, if you remove that requirement for them to protect and provide for us, what do you have left?
I never said remove it. I just said their jobs are very light. You know,
No,
What?
that you're
Listen,
not answering the question. So,
okay, I'm answering it the way I
but that's not the
like,
question.
but
No one is
I'm
saying
gonna
that you said
answer it
that.
the
She's
way I'm
asking
you're
you.
hearing
supposed to
it.
be intelligent.
She's
Hold
asking
on,
you a
Wait,
Salakia.
wait,
question.
hold on. Like,
Hold on. So real quick, right? So, Sister Pamela, she's asking you a hypothetical question, right? If denotes conditions. So you make conditions that a man's job is to provide protection and whatever else, right? If you remove those things, this is a hypothetical. This is the sister's question to you. In this hypothetical situation, what do you have? That's it. So answer that hypothetical question. That's what
So
they're
if
asking.
I don't have the man providing and protecting, I'm gonna look at him a little funny. If that's what you're asking, I'm not interested, to be honest.
But
If
what's the
he's not
blame? Why does
providing
the
and
blame?
protecting, I'm not interested.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But then why does the blame then go back on him when you clearly just defined that you don't even need him? You're rejecting his protection and provision by
I
your
did not.
statements.
I did
So,
not.
so
Yeah.
listen. So you're just by those statements that you were making earlier. You were saying that their job is pretty light compared to yours.
Yeah, come pretty
So
light. So that light
if
job
that's a
done,
oh
then what?
sorry, so Salakia Yashao, pardon me to interrupt.
Nah, I was saying I was explaining like if that light job isn't there, if it's so light, if it's not there, then it shouldn't make a difference, right? You should still
Exactly.
function. But she doesn't really want to answer that. But ask her again. Maybe she'll.
I thought I answered it. Like I said, if a man is not providing and protecting, what do I have to gain? What am I looking up to?
Th- that's that's not the question. The question
But
is, what do
that's what
you?
I'm stating and I'm putting on. Like,
The question is simple. The question is simple, Pamela. Let me rephrase it. How are you going to survive without a man's protection and provision?
well, I feel like women can, honestly. So me,
Okay, name me a civilization of hold on. Name me a civilization of women that were predominantly led by women. Women were fighting in the army where they actually conquered a land and maintained the land and protected it from harm.
okay.
Give me
Well,
a
I
source
guess you
or
guys
some
maybe
type of history where that worked out for them.
maybe you guys thinking like I don't need a man or something, or I'm trying to say a man is not needed. No, but I can definitely, and I know a lot of women that can survive without them. I'm not saying don't be with them. We don't need a man, but I'm saying, huh?
Yeah, that's all cap because it's virtually
Well, for me,
impossible.
it's not.
Hold on,
It's
just a
okay. You
second.
can
Just a
call it
second, Pamela.
cap.
Just a second,
yeah,
Pamela. The
can I
reason
engage with her for a little bit?
one second, sis.
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying it's virtually impossible for a woman to survive without a man because this world and its infrastructure and its government is built by men and maintained by men. All of the hard jobs, like mining, the stuff that keeps the lights on, electric jobs, the plumbing, the infrastructure of construction. No woman, predominantly women, do not do that
Not
job.
true.
That relies on men. Even when you talk about going to war and serving in the military and the army, and maintaining the land, the protection of the country is done by men, not by women. So then I pose the question once again. If we remove the man's innate requirement to provide protection and provision, what do we as women have left to stand on? How do we survive?
We've
Crickets,
been
thank you. All right,
surviving
go ahead, Kim.
for years, my dear, and I know you're going hard for men. And to me, like I don't know what to say because I don't coddle, I don't talk sweet. I'm not trying to date no one on the stage. But for me, what I'm seeing in this world right now, I think women can survive without, even though we bring in life in this world. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And not only are men doing construction, women are too.
Okay,
Sorry, can I appeal
so
to
you
the
believe
mods, please?
hold on, real quick. Just
Salakia, y'all. Sister Pamela, name me 10 women that you know that do the construction.
And then show me how can you have a baby without a man after
Yeah,
that.
I was just about to say
Yeah,
that next.
that's a
I'm
so.
going to the clinic. I can get somebody's sperm and get pregnant.
That
Where did the
where did
sperm
this
come
come from?
from?
Sperm.
Yo, this
Where
You
did
is
the
need
sperm
somebody's
come
sperm.
from?
Come on
Sorry,
now,
to the
sister.
mods, can I? Is it right if I can engage her? Just want to ask
Nah,
some
nah, nah,
questions.
not yet,
This
not
is
yet,
on it too.
not yet,
Oh,
because we got
Yeah,
like
because
two
okay,
I
cool.
gotta.
sisters.
Can I engage with?
Hold on. We got two sisters ahead of you, King. We got sister. Matter of fact, three
No, that's
sisters.
no problem.
We got
That's
sister
no problem.
Pretty. We got sister Kay, and we got sister Yakira.
Flag, I'll give my time to Sister Maya.
Yeah, I just want to say like a little bit to her. Like Shalom says, Pamela. All right, so I'm hearing where you're coming from. Like when you said that a man's job is to provide and protect, you left out produce and to lead. Like that's the main thing. And I'm not here to criticize you, you know, but you did leave out to lead. And I think black women, us as a whole, we skip that part. Like we totally ignore that part, and it's because we don't trust our brothers to lead us. Um, and then that's what I'm hearing from you. I'm not hearing like disrespect. I'm not hearing that you're trying to cap or anything like that. What I'm hearing is like you have like a lack of training. It kind of seems like you're not used to having someone over you leading you, so you have a lack of trust. And then when you have made the comment earlier about the women are capping and stuff like that, what you actually was seeing us like kind of apologizing for our past behavior. Like we're recognizing we did a lot of stuff to our men. That's what you kind of was hearing the sisters say. But I do agree with you that right now on social media, not with Israelite women, but with the other women, there is a lot of capping. There's a lot of like they're repeating things to make it sound good, but they're not actually doing the work. But as Israelite women, um, when we come in what's called the truth, our minds get retrained. And that's all like you're lacking is that your mind needs to be retrained. Like you need to be around women who think in a way where it's we want leadership, and in order to have leadership, the women cannot lead anymore. The woman leading her household, being the breadwinner, all that stuff is gone. Like we got to give it up. And to me, it sounds like you're a little fearful that if you deal with men, that you're going to be led in a way where you don't want to be led. And that's what I'm hearing from you. I don't hear like a lot of disrespect. I think like what you're saying is kind of off to us, but I don't think you're doing it on purpose. I think you have a lack of training. So when the brothers were trying to engage with you and say, listen sis, this is what your brain should be thinking like. It's not a bad thing. We got to stop thinking as black women that when the man is telling us something, It's something bad. It's something that, it's foreign that he's telling us this. But if you just, like, if you follow the sisters on the stage, right? There's rooms that are just women rooms, and we engage in stuff like, well, if a man cheats on you, how is that? Is it cheating? Is it his natural ability? And I'm gonna almost land so the other sisters can engage with you. But if you engage with us, we're Israelite women. We go by a set of standards of how we have to treat our man. There's no and then when you fall off from that, you will be corrected. So I don't want you to take anything personal when the brothers are trying to bring out scriptures, because they're gonna back everything they say with a scripture, because they don't speak for themselves. So I just wanted to let you know, we love you, sis. We thought like you before, and it was detrimental to our men. The men are telling us what they feel like love is. You know what I'm saying? What they feel like love is. And you have the opportunity to tell them what you think love is. You know? So
But
I
it's
just
everything about what they're telling, and it's what the men want, what they want. But I didn't come from a lack of training. I respect my dad, honestly, but when you're dating, it's like a whole different dynamic in a way. Um, I don't trust the leadership of black men. I don't. And especially what's going on in society. And all I'm hearing is a lot of scriptures and no war being put in place. And
But
I
sis,
don't.
like, sorry, Salaki, but like when you say you don't see no war being put in place, that's because you're not in our community. Like when you're saying that you see, like, you don't want to be led, because you don't trust men. I get that. I get it. Or you don't trust a black man. I get that.
Yeah, I
But
wonder. I
like
wonder what kind of man does she
if
trust?
if you
Right.
come into our community, the stuff that you think is gonna fade away, because these men are at war. They're at war right now with your demon, that you think that the black man does not have no right to lead you, that he has no purpose when it comes to leadership. No.
Oh, I didn't say he didn't have a purpose. I just want
Well,
to
when
know
they asked you what the purpose was, you said providing and you said protecting. You didn't say anything about leadership or
because they're supposed to lead, but I don't visually, and I don't see it. I don't see it out here in the street. You know who I see leading? I see leading is the black woman on the front line, and I'm tired of fucking seeing it. That's what
right,
I'm
right.
saying.
I get it. I get it. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, like, I felt that way at one time, so I joined the Black Panthers, right? Because in the Black Panthers, women have a lot of leadership roles. So, and then I realized, like, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be out here trying to lead. I can lead women and my children, but no, we don't lead our community. And that's the thing, like, black women don't understand when we call it in the world. No, we are not going to lead our community. That's not our role. So with you, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna let another sister engage with you, but I think you should follow the sisters. We all can engage in that, and you know what I'm saying. And you can learn from us, so you can understand, like, what is proper for us, because we've been brainwashed to think something else is, and we're not capping. All you're seeing is us have a love for our brothers that are leading us now. They're taking it up. They're out there in the streets. They're on Clubhouse. They're on Facebook. They're everywhere. So all you got to do is just kind of listen, fall back, and just
I've
listen
been
and pay
listening
attention.
and falling back pretty.
No, I'm
I've been
talking about with
listening.
us, not on Clubhouse. Not on
Yeah,
Clubhouse.
at
I'm talking
public
about,
too. I've been listening and falling back, honey. I'm tired
Hey,
now.
if I may, right?
go
If
ahead.
if it's cool, Ottawa Shower Park, that's cool, King. I just want to ask one question.
Con, one question. Go ahead, King.
I appreciate that, because I know the sister's been patient. I know they want to get in, but I just got one simple question. You said you do not trust the leadership of black men. So, what leadership do you trust?
I guess what I've been seeing is the black woman. Even though that's not her role, but I don't see anything above it. And I'm trying to have some patience day by day, but all the corruption is coming from man. You know, it needs women trying to submit to y'all. And I'm like,
So
submit
there
to
was
what?
The sister, hold on a
Go
second,
ahead,
because
Adawan.
like, and I'm gonna let you get back to engaging her, but it's something I want her to realize right quick, right? Uh, there was a big movement the past 3 years called Black Lives Matter. You know that, sister Pamela?
Oh yeah, that's ran by a white woman, right? I heard.
No, no, no,
No.
no, no. It was funded by a white man and ran by three lesbian black women,
Okay.
and they did nothing but burn down cities, get millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and put nothing in our community. And that's the black woman trying to lead. So before you talk any craziness about the
Mhm.
black man, you really need to do your research, right?
I want to know what can I be impressed. What should I be
Hold on.
impressed by a black man at this moment in time?
Wow.
At this moment in time,
Please let me get in.
I would like to know. And this is not to offend. I swear to God, this
I
is
know
coming
it's
I
not
from.
to
think I
offend,
think even
right?
if they gave you the
oh
answer,
no,
you wouldn't accept the
Hey,
answer because I think that you
That's a
already
beautiful
have
point, Sister
your
K. But
I think you
I just
already
got
have your
one more.
mind made up. Oh, Salakia, I didn't hear
Nah,
you
you
speaking.
good, sis. You know you good, sis. You
I want.
good.
I want a black man to respond. What?
Now
Okay,
you
cool.
want a black man to.
Yeah, it's all right. Because I
How
know
we
the
love
sisters
you,
want to.
sis.
One second, sis. I know the sisters want to engage with you. I just have a follow up question, right? And then I'm gonna go on mute no matter what answer I get. If you had to choose a man, because obviously we need men and women in the society to succeed, right? It's not just one side. If you had to choose a race of men, what race would you choose?
I'll choose the Arab that's
Wow.
located in Dubai.
Wow.
Oh
hey,
wow!
Let
Get
me get
flown out to
in, please.
Dubai and getting
Wow.
1,000-year pedophile.
And that's exactly why the black man don't feel love
So
right
hold
now.
on. Did she?
She
I'm
made trips
sorry.
to Dubai.
But we're not.
I would.
I'm next.
New
I'm
Dubai.
not. I got
please
a
tell
Please,
quick
everybody
phone
to
From
get
call.
flipped out
Dubai.
to Dubai. So
please, I
no,
just want to
I
join
just
the
want to
queue.
shower par. I got a
hold
quick
on,
phone call. What was
hold
the
on,
answer?
hold on. Hold,
She
hold, hold.
said she
She said
said
the
the Arab
Arab
man
man in Dubai.
Wow.
in Dubai.
In
Yeah,
the queue.
a lot of our women they get gassed off of social media, and they want to take that trip to Dubai. Trust me, I got people in the military in Kuwait that take trips to Dubai just off military business, and you black women get a trip to Dubai to get peed on and defecated on by them Arab men.
Right.
We
As
Y'all
you
get peed on
should.
by
As you
y'all
should.
too.
y'all
We get
All
peed
they
on. Y'all ain't
all
no
they see is
better.
money. All they
Okay,
see is
I'm
okay,
money.
being serious.
okay.
I'm in
All
I'm
right,
All
being
they
Bahrain this
all
see is
right.
week.
just
serious
money.
Hey,
though.
real quick. I don't want to shower
Salakia.
It's
par.
because of
I'm
I don't
money,
want to
next.
bro.
shower par real fast. Real fast. I just want to talk to shower par real quick. Shower par. Is it okay if I actually put up a link on the top that actually shows the enslavement of women and children that go to Dubai and they get kidnapped and never go back to their lands? Is it
Yep.
okay if I put that up there?
Yeah. Show her
All
how
right, no sweat out.
The Arab slave trade is still going on today,
Okay.
and
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna put it up right
and
now. Give me a
she's
second.
probably to be the
She,
number one candidate.
hey,
Right?
she was going crazy when Arab money came out.
Hey, we can't make
Salakia.
this up. Hey, we
Yo,
can't make this
yo,
up.
Salakia, I'm next.
she said she from the hood, right? She one of them chicks that went to the corner store late night, and got
I'm
let
not. I'm
in
not a chick. First
the
of
door. No, she got let in the corner store late night, went down to the basement of the corner store, and got them extra pack of Lucy's or something, right?
Hey,
But
we can't make this up.
Let me say something though. Salakia. Let me say something.
I'm
She's
with
not
big
qualified.
geeks.
Listen, you're not qualified to speak for the black woman. You're a bedwench. Point blank, period.
Yo,
You're a
can I
Okay.
say
fucking bedwench.
can I say in the words
That's it.
of the great Elder Tahar of GMS? All right, kick the bitch to the curb. All right, kick the bitch to the curb.
Look at the
Kick
black
this
woman.
bitch
The
to the
black woman.
Hey,
curb.
Salakia. Let's just
Look
leave
at
it
the
right
black
there.
woman.
All right, fellas.
Fuck off.
All right, let the sisters engage her. Go ahead, Mayum.
Slovakia. So my sister Mayam is not on the stage anymore. She told me that I can take it. I do have a couple questions. So you made a couple. I wasn't here earlier when I know that you were on stage, so I'm not sure how that conversation went. As I
Are you
understand it,
black or biracial? Are you
I'm
black woman
neither.
or white? Ah, okay.
I'm neither. So my question here is, I didn't hear what you said, and as I understand it, a lot of women who you seem to be advocating for were offended by some of your statements, and I don't know what I'm not here to go back and forth with you, but what I do want to say is your issue with the so-called black man is interesting because here you are rejecting a potential that could come up and start trying to lead you in the way that you think you should be led. However, you're putting a lot of the blame on the way society is structured on the black man.
They
And the
are the
black
problem.
man, is the black man in charge right now?
Never have been until they
So
when
then
they
how
took
are they the problem?
because
Why are you
they're not rising. They're not rising. I need the motherfuckers to rise,
how can they
rise,
not?
rise,
Okay.
rise.
How
Come
can
out,
they
Sound like she
demon.
do
Come out. Let the
witchcraft.
demon come out of her. Rise.
She
how
sound like
can
she
they
do
do that with the
witchcraft.
weight
She's a,
how can they
she's a
do that
ghetto
with the
gagger
weight of the
and
country
camel.
on their back?
Rise,
Where did
rise.
she go?
Sound like she get
How
And
can you
sick
Salaki,
or
hear
something.
She
Oh my
rising
what
to
I
the
heard
god.
you
occasion.
saying
Someone
that
kick
she
the
believes a black
sister!
man?
Hey,
Salaki,
Salaki, order,
Salaki,
mute up
too
for a
many
second.
people talking at the same time.
Talking.
Too many people.
Oh, I'm a bitch. I Israelites, bitch. I'm back.
I'm next in the queue.
Okay, the sister was engaging her.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Yeah,
sister.
let
Let
the
the sister
sister finish
finish
engaging.
engaging her, y'all. Salakia, let the sister finish engaging her, y'all.
So I think I understand what you want, but how can you sit here in front of a panel of majority so-called black men and down them and then ask them to rise? Where at what point are you going to help support in their uplifting?
Oh
I know
God,
that you
that's
said
all I've been
I know that
doing.
you
Bring it all,
said you
sis.
said you are tired of watching the black women lead, the so-called black women lead, and I get it. I hear you. However, instead of encouraging them, you have done nothing except for supposedly, I was not here, but insult women previously. And now you are insulting the men who you are offended about by not standing up for themselves and rising and taking control of this country or whatever it is that you expect them to do. I don't, it's almost hard to determine whether or not what you want, right? Like, are you a feminist? Do you want women to lead the country, or are you looking for a man to just take control and then you're going to cheer him on? Or if shit goes sideways, then you're going to be on his ass either way and tell him he ain't shit no matter what. You cannot
Well,
have it both ways. I'm going to
okay.
let you answer that.
No feminist. I'm not. I'm just a woman. Period. And I'm not on no squads. I'm not on no religion back whatever thing y'all got going on. But I'm just not impressed. I don't hate the black man, but they have a lot of work to do, and it's kind of hard to come on the stage when the black man is leading the stage because they're very sensitive to what I have to say sometimes, and not really trying to understand what I'm trying to say. But I'm just gonna say I'm just not impressed with them, and since 2022, and I just don't see no work coming out of it. And it's
Okay,
every
Sister
time we
K, can you
talk.
ask the question again?
May
Can
I
you ask
just
the
say?
question again? Because
May
she
I
didn't
just say?
answer the question at all.
Oh
May,
God, this
may
is
I just say?
why
May I just say something for
I
10 seconds?
answered it and I went on.
Yeah, you
Wait,
didn't
Salak.
answer the question at all, though. Like, can you re-ask the question, Baba? Because
I
I didn't even let you.
men should lead, but y'all not doing it.
Wait. Can
Okay,
you?
so in
Hey,
in a perfect
Salak.
world,
Can I just say something? 5 seconds, right? Because here's the contradiction. You're not impressed by black men, yet everything, almost 99.9% of everything in your house, in your structure, your social structure, in your daily life, from the traffic light to your hair comb to your keychain is an invention of a black man.
Back in the day.
No, not
Bring
back
it
in the day.
on.
No, not back in the day. So if you have a problem with the black man, right? Then you should say, okay, what has the black man contributed to me? Almost every damn thing that you use in society today. Almost everything. There's plenty of books that you could read because you seem like you're very unknowledgeable about the contributions to the black man to the entire world, from science, math, reading, or you
Back
name
in
it.
the day.
No, it's not back in the day. What you're doing is you didn't
What
Till
never
y'all
this
study.
doing
day.
Hold
now?
on, hold
You
on,
never.
hold
Till
on,
this day.
hold on,
You net
hold on. Ask if the internet is back in the day.
right.
And heart surgery, open heart surgery.
May
And
I ask
cell
what's
phones.
impressive about you guys today?
What
We're
would
telling you right
impress you?
now.
What would impress you? Because you've
I can
already made
answer
up your
that.
mind.
Salakia.
You have already come in here with your
Like I
I'm
preconceptions and
next
your
in
said,
the
minds
queue.
made up.
hey,
What you
Karen
want to?
or Kay, I don't know.
I'm
Uh,
not done
Salakia.
What's
speaking.
Nah, that's
Don't
impressive is
Salakia.
the fact
disrespectful.
that
interrupt
we.
me.
One
not
second, one
answering
second.
What's
We
it.
gotta kind of get
impressive
order
is
in the
the
queue. We
fact
gotta
that
kind of get
we
order. We got
actually
two more
have the
mics going off, so we
patience
gotta get order in
to
the
deal with you.
queue. Baba Kasha. Right. So let's
Baba
go.
sha whatever shit. What?
Right.
Hey,
Not
sis,
this
you
First of
gotta
all,
bill.
watch
why
your
are you
Girl,
so
mouth.
you
I
disrespectful?
bet you,
Cause I
no,
really think that
Salak,
Let
yo,
him
she
ask.
went off the
answer.
stage. She's off the stage.
Right.
Listen, so I didn't move her down, so it wasn't me. But listen, you could tell by the way she talked, and no offense to the sisters in the room, but her pussy smell like camel. You see what I'm saying? Leave that
ooh
bad witch
wee.
alone.
Yep.
Let the dead bury the fucking dead. You see what I'm saying? I have mercy on my people, but that right there, that she gonna die by the hands of a fucking COVID or Marion, maybe them Arabs, you know what I'm saying? They do something to her. May the Most High have mercy on her, but let his judgment rain on that bitch head.
Hey, let's pray for her husband as well, because boy, someone check on her
I'm
husband.
not praying for no Arab. Her
Yeah, her
husband is
husband's
Arab.
most likely an
You
Arab.
know,
Her husband is most
Somebody
likely an
praying for Abu
Arab.
Dhabi.
Shalaki,
Yeah.
this is a common and this is what you call self hate,
I don't know if she got one. I don't think.
right? She says she has respect for her father, and obviously all of the things she's saying is cap. This is total and direct self hate. She hates what she sees in the mirror. You know, God forbid that she has her son, a male child, the kind of shit she's going to be pouring into that male child. This is what our community is dealing with, man. I was asking her age to find out, you know, what age group has this type of mindset that she hates her men. And this is the kind of bullshit you could only find in a so-called first world country, right? Because she has the protection of Esau, and this is why she could talk the bullshit that she talks right now. But when protection is needed and Esau is not around, and when these race wars start, and she can't find a black man who she hates so much to protect her, and she runs to Esau, Esau's going to chop her fucking neck off. This is self hate.
Real quick. It's a it's a movement on the internet. I think it's Cynthia G or whatever. It's a movement with a lot of black women because the thing she was saying, it seemed like that Cynthia G. I believe that movement. Some rib that's on the internet, and she used to be pro-black, and then she just flipped over for whatever ratings. But she got a lot of the attitude. What have the black man done? What has he done? That's a lot of that movement that's coming from the black women. It's a lot of black women that really hate the black man out here, and it's a big movement with them. You know what I mean? And she looks like she's part of that movement. She came in subtle, like she was really trying to get answered, but you saw her true agenda. She just wanted to spaz on the black man and down the black man. That was her true agenda, and it came out.
Con. So
I think a lot of sisters, women that are not in the truth, are having a difficult time seeing empowered so-called black and brown people, because all they have been seeing for their entire life is black and brown people forced on their knees, that they think that that's where they want to be, and nobody wants to be in subjugation to anybody. Like, that's not something that our people have wanted to do. So when you're sitting here saying, rise, rise, get up off your knees, how can you do that? How can you do that with the system that is crafted to keep you on your knees? It is virtually impossible, unless, like, if you're from the south side of Chicago, the only way to get out is if you get a scholarship. If someone hands you some money to go to a white man's school and get an education and play ball in front of them for their entertainment. They're paying you to get an education, but they're also paying for their entertainment. And that's the only way that you can get out and make something of yourself, by getting a handout. That's the system that was created. And when we say rise, get up and rise, what are you doing to help contribute to that rising? Instead of just complaining and saying, hey, I want you to get up, impress me, fuck you want them to do, dance? What else can be done in this captivity? There's nothing that can be done when the devil is in charge. And
Right.
I think as a
Hey,
whole, women need to change that perception, because women that are in the truth are also guilty of that mindset. Women that come in and say, oh, I'm only going to submit if you do this. I only want to submit if you're going to show me that you can lead righteously. We're putting conditions on shit that we shouldn't be putting conditions on, and it's aggravating. Seeing woman after woman come on these stages and put a show on for these brothers, and come out here while they're coming out here day in and day out, trying to bid people to the marriage in sincerity. And you have women like Pamela, or women in the truth, that come in with fucking fuzzy cat ears being disrespectful. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. You are not in order. You are not in order. And I'm tired of whispering sweet nothings in your ear. We are going to be at war soon. And the 2/3 for the majority, it's got to be you women. Even if you think you're in the truth, you might not be if you have said or done anything that I have just pointed out. And if you have a problem with anything that I have said recently, you have to look in the mirror and figure out where the issue is. Because the issue is not what I've said. It stung because it meant something. And I yield the floor.
Salakia, and I just want to bring something into perspective too, because women always talk about men like lacking the protecting and provision area. This is from blackdemographics.com. This is a census that was taken from the 2017 census about the so-called African American community. So out of the women, it says that only 69% of women were employed in that year. 28% of them were either unemployed or not in the labor force. 79% of men ages 25 to 64 were employed that year. And only 17% of them were either out of the labor force, 3% were unemployed. So I'm trying to understand logic. Like, there's no logic in what you're saying, because literally every single even if we step away from the Bible, every single statistic points to the fact that men are literally taking care of women right now. So it was just a mess from the start.
Right. It seems like she has self-hatred because she hates the black man. Like, I mean, I don't, you know, I'm sure the other sisters in the truth, we all know that we've been through stuff. We've been through stuff with the black man, but there wasn't one day I ever woke up on this earth, and I'm pretty much older than a lot of y'all on the stage. Not one time did I ever wake up and want to date outside my people. Like, my mother's Judah, my father's Ephraim. I never even dated an Ephraim man. I only dated Judites or Levites, So when she's saying this, what are y'all doing? Rise up. What you want us to do? Like, be like the Arab man and beat you and blow up stuff. I mean, our men ain't working like that. Our men got their minds together. Thank God, all praises. And now they're trying to get our minds together. And the black women like her, they don't like it because they don't value any type of leadership in a black man. She thinks that the only leadership should come from somebody else. That was her first problem. The second problem is that when you deal with sisters like her that saying, they want action, when the sister asked her, well, what are you doing personally, she had no answer. She got defensive. And you know I just say, brothers, you know what I'm saying, keep correcting us, keep putting that fire under us, because there's been a lot of information on, how black men are supposed to act. You know, y'all had lack of fathers, so they had all these programs to teach you guys this, teach you guys that. But it seems like nobody taught us. And now that our brothers are loving us, they're loving the hell out of us. There's these other women that are outside the truth. It's like a jealousy, like the other brother brought up. They're very jealous of the fact that we're getting in order, and they don't like it because they want to be in charge. That's all it is. They're Eves. They want to be in charge.
Salakia. I'm
Salakia,
trying to get in.
Salakia. I don't know if y'all paid attention to what she said though. She said it was very key. She said when a brother said the Arabs peeing on you, she said, well, black men do it too. So remember, and then she kept talking about this providing stuff. So that's what she's saying. She definitely got turned out by niggas in the hood, and she wasn't getting paper. They were just, what I'm saying, they lighting her up, getting a Hennessy bottle, what I'm saying, paying for the telly, ain't putting nothing in the pocket, ain't even giving her the $40 special. You know what I'm saying? They doing all types of shit to her, but she ain't getting paid in return. I clicked on her Instagram, and she I don't know if y'all click. That's what I usually do when people talk. I click on their bio, and if they got an Instagram, I usually click on it. She got her titties all out. You could tell that she's looking for the highest bidder, and that's why she loves the Arab man. I've been around the Arabs. I sold drugs out of bodegas in the hood. I had pounds flying in from California, and I had the Arabs catching them from me. These niggas, when I say they are so dusty and dirty, and they do our women so dirty, but they're one of the biggest tricks on earth. Them niggas trick, and they don't mind paying for the quabah.
Trick hard.
Yes, trick hard.
Super tricks.
So she got turned out by niggas, smashing her in, ain't giving her no bread. Now she switched it up because her profile said from Jersey too. So she been around some Arabs on the northeast. You know what I'm saying? A lot of bodegas up there. So she done definitely got turned out by niggas, and now she got turned out by the Arabs because the Arabs is like, well, we gonna do the same shit to you, but we got money for it. And that was key. And I don't know if anybody paid attention, but I yield.
Yeah, I paid attention. That's
I
why
definitely caught that.
I mentioned the
Salaki.
July thing for a reason. I
Me
mentioned
too.
the July thing, and I mentioned that, she reminded me of one of them girls from the hood that used to go to the corner store late night and get put on the mattress in the basement. And I said she probably did it for some Lucy's. And she said, no, I did it for I forgot exactly what she said, but she corrected me on what it was.
Wow.
Salakia.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
One of the
man.
key things that she said, Salaki, one of the things that caught my attention when she's talking about women being on the front line. And as I be on this clubhouse, I go in certain rooms on purpose, like what I'm saying, the Heifer Club and the Exoticals, what I'm saying. There's a whole group of women, what I'm saying, that they all have the same talking points. So when they start talking about the front line, it's amazing to me, right? Because their idea of being on the front line is begging Esau not to kill us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, just because you can get together with a whole bunch of other sisters, you know what I'm saying, and y'all could go march and make a bunch of picket signs, talk about hands up, don't shoot, you know what I'm saying, and I can't breathe, you think that's actually doing something. But that's like the rabbits going to the wolves and asking the wolves to stop eating them. You know why you don't see a bunch of black men, you know what I'm saying, standing in those lines with them picket signs and begging? Because black men have understood that shit don't do nothing for us. It doesn't work for us. You know what I'm saying? Never have. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to get sprayed with no water hoses and have dogs sicked on them. You know what I'm saying? To only to incorporate and to assimilate into the white man system, which leads me to my second point, right? When she says she's not impressed with the black man, the reason why most of these sisters ain't impressed with the black man is because they're trying to make us measure up to the oppressor. And we not going to measure up to the oppressor, you know what I'm saying, because we don't control our own image. That's why, you know what I'm saying, she says, oh, I don't see black men doing anything. That's because they, you know what I'm saying, what we do on these streets is not being promoted. It's not being marketed. You know what I'm saying? The Jim Joneses of the world is being marketed. You know what I'm saying? The little Zeke, little this nigga and little that nigga. All these niggas is the ones that they put in front of us, the drug dealers, the so-called gangsters and the gangbangers and all of that shit. So if you do the research, those people only make up like 20% of our community. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of hard work, and even though they're not in the truth, but it's a lot of hard work and 9 to 5 type people out there who's just trying to, you know what I'm saying, trying to get by and just live what they consider to be a decent life in this satanic system, right? And sisters like her, they don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make us. They want to compare us to other people that have a fair playing field. We don't have a fair playing field, so it's wrong and it's detrimental to them to even try to get us to measure up or to compare us to our oppressor when our oppressor runs everything. So I think that's her main issue. I wish we wouldn't got to the point where we start going at her like that, because it was good to use her to edify other sisters who might be in the audience or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, if she wants to go to Dubai and get her a man from Dubai, goodbye. Shalom. I land.
Shalaki King.
Hey, Salakia.
This woman reminds me of, and listen, man, you cannot hate men this much and tell me you're married. That man she's married to is getting no love, no respect. That man is the kind of man who got to live and sleep on the rooftop. There's a song where this brother is singing, "You got somebody, don't you know when up," and the woman just smack him from the behind. That's probably her, man. She got no respect for men, and that's what it is. She's just like she's literally, if she's married, the leader in her house.
Salakia. Sister Miriam, I know you unmuted a couple of times.
All right. Before her, Sister Yakara has been waiting for a long time patiently. I've been kind of hearing her get skipped over. So let's go to her before we go to Sister Maya.
Go ahead, Sister Yakara. Go ahead.
Sister Yakara.
Hey, I'm a mod and I'm getting skipped over.
Right. No, I messaged her because I was like,
I'm
she's been trying to get in there since the whole bill was happening, and I told her, I said, let the brothers finish up, and then I was going to make sure that she was the next woman to speak. But if she's not there, then yeah, we can just go ahead and
Me?
yeah, you sis.
Shalom, yeah. I know she's listening. Sister Pamela, I guess, yeah, Sister Pretty. I have the whole nother outlook on what she said, because I do think you came to cause strife. I do think you were being disrespectful. Although I sympathize with you, and yes, we all was once there. But when you come and is not knowledgeable of what you're talking about, then we come humbly, right? And to seek new edification and not try to be disrespectful and just ignorant on all sorts of levels. I want to say you were very disrespectful with your first comment to the sister, saying that we're a cap, we're not telling the truth, and then you had the ultimate disrespect for our men, and that's something that we as Israelite women, just like our Israelite men, we're not going to allow that. If you come and don't know what you're talking about or think a certain way because of men that you've been around, that's one thing. But you're not going to come and downplay our men and say that they're not doing this. And for the most part, they are at war. Bringing out the scripts and doing thus said the Lord, they are at war. We are spiritual war. It don't have to be a physical war. What you think they should do. That's not what it's about. It's what thus said the Lord. And then you're going to talk about we're not going to bring out scriptures, but we are, because that's the only thing that matters at this point, right? And my thing is for you to sit up and say, men, okay, they're there to protect and provide. That's such a low blow and disrespect to our men. They're already going through enough to have a black woman, an Israelite woman that you don't know you are, to come up and say, hey, this is all they're doing. And it's really not worth shit. Basically, that's what you're saying. That's disrespectful and it can be hurtful to some people. You don't know what our men are going through or what each individual are going through for you to come up and say these things and may backtrack them. Or, you don't know where their faith or where their strength is at this point. So what we're not going to do is have you to come in and belittle their job, because their job is far more important than what you can even fathom. And us as women, yes, we have important roles, but it's nothing like the man. And in the Bible, it says that we're made for the man. The men are not made for you. So all this feminism and this black woman power, it don't exist. It's a false reality for you, sis. So I'm gonna let you know that we're made for the man. No matter how nobody want to look at it, the truth hurts, and you need to come humbly and in submission if you're going to come in this room. So obviously, it's Israelites in this room. You're not, okay, you say you're not stupid. So you have common sense to know that it's Israelites in this room. So you're not going to come in and ask rhetorical questions and be like disrespectful and then say, hey, this is my thing. So I know what you came in for. We're going to come in and have common sense and be able to dialect and have a conversation on a common sense level. Let's put it like that. I'm not here to badger you, but that's what I want to say. You might have your way of thinking, that's fine, but you have been taught wrong. And let me tell you something about the Arab man. They don't give a shit about you. They don't respect you. They use women like us because they know who you are, even though you don't. And they use women like you as examples of how they give a shit about Israelite women. They pee on them and shit on them and put them in corners and tell them don't look, no way, this and that. But our men have done since the beginning of time. Israelite men have been the top of everything. No matter if someone else took credit for that, I don't know who's been teaching you or what information you got your intelligence from, but it's wrong, sister. And you're wrong for coming in the way that you did. I'm not going to respect somebody that come in disrespectful and say, oh, I don't think she was coming from disrespect. You were, because there's ways and words that you can use to say, hey, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not being disrespectful. But everything you have said and done have been the ultimate disrespect, and to show us that you don't give a shit about our men or even Israelite women, because you came in off top. Oh, I think they're a cap, but you never seen us. You never did this. But let me say this again. They are at war, spiritual warfare. They get in these highways and byways, risking their lives for people like you every day, declaring war for the Messiah to come back to save the Israelites who believe and have faith in keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments. So again, I tell you, they are at war, and again, I tell you, they're going to bring scriptures out, because thus said the Lord is all that matters. And I yield my mic.
Wait, Salakia, I just want to say, yeah, I take back what I said in Yaquara. That was a beautiful rebuke. And I think everybody on the stage needs to rebuke her, because she did. I try to give her the benefit of the doubt, because I didn't want to bear false witness. But she needs to be rebuked constantly, and she doesn't really need to come up amongst us until she apologizes to our brothers. Like, she knows what she did was disrespectful, and like your Quara said, I believe, like, just listening to her, she did come in with the agenda that she had hatred. First it was towards the Israelite woman, then it went to the Israelite man, but it's just self-hate. She hates herself.
Con. Yeah, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to hear what all the women had to say, you know what I'm saying? Because I really think that's important to get that get that bit of emotion out, you know what I'm saying? And plus, the women are on point with it. I agree with all of the Israelite women up here. It's self-hatred, and now we see from the perspective of the black man just a little bit how and why the life expectancy of the black man is like 64 years old. You know what I'm saying? Now we see, because this is what most black men or most Israelite men have to choose from. Just think about it. This is what a lot of men have to deal with until they come into the truth. And even when they do, sometimes, they're fooled by these type of women, right? And these type of people, which we know the world created these monsters, right? And it's just sad, man. The whole head is sick. And the woman was saying something about she don't see us doing nothing. She don't see. She just see us talking. She wants us to go to war physically, right? And this goes back to what I was talking about when I first was making comments. Our women, they don't they don't want us unless we're expending everything to them and just going to war physically to die for things that the Bible said are not even important, right? They want us to physically go and fight a war that's not even possible to win without the Most High on your side, period. And it's not even time yet because they don't understand the scriptures. They don't read, and they talking about they're not religious, and we not religious, but they're not even taking the time to understand that. So if it be left up to our women, they send us off to war to die in a heartbeat in some stupid fights. You know what I'm saying? That don't even
Right.
amount to anything, right? And our lives are nothing. Then they will move on to the next man and the next and the next. And it's just a sad place that we at, man. You know what I'm saying? 2022. But just look at it from the angle of the black man. Look, man, this is what we got to deal with. This is why brothers be, a lot of brothers that's in the world still be so stressed out, ripping and running, trying to pay this bill, impress this woman, doing this and doing that, and it still ain't enough. And he just dropped dead. See, you know what I'm saying? This gotta stop. It gotta stop. And with that I yield.
Khan, Salakia, that's a great point too about, like you said, we ain't at, the war thing. We ain't standing up, we ain't rising. How we gonna go to war? Not only are we not mentally prepared, we not physically prepared, spiritually prepared, financially prepared. So that's like Brother Yeshua was just bringing out. That ain't that's a lose lose. Like Rocky, like Adrian told Rocky, you can't win. You know what I'm saying? You can't win that fight. And what we doing right now is raising up an army. I don't know if you know, but we in the recruitment stages of this war. So we are getting our army together for a war. But you don't understand that because this thing you can't see through your regular eyesight. You got to look at it through your spiritual lens. So we are preparing for war. We are gathering up the men of valor. We are raising up soldiers. You understand? Soldiers in the army that you don't even understand that all these bioweapons, all these nuclear weapons, all these devices of Satan can't put no harm to. You don't even understand. You see what I'm saying? At the end result, they're not going to win this war. We will. So it's already foretold. But we got to raise this army first. So just understand, and this goes out to all y'all sisters, be patient with your brothers. Because we working one soul at a time.
Hey, Salakia, I got a few things to say, but Sister Mayim was waiting for a while, so go ahead, sister.
The water. I appreciate it. Shalom, family. I just wanted to. The other sisters already touched on the other sisters, so I really didn't want to give that any more life. I just wanted to speak to the question of the room. Do black men feel loved by black women? And I wanted to see if a brother is available to read for me. I have a scripture.
What you got, sis?
It's 1 John 5, verse 2 and 3.
1 John 5, verse 2 and 3.
Yes, Khan.
I got you. All right. 1 John chapter 5 and verse 2. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep his commandments. And verse 3, for this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous.
Khan, the water. So I guess as a black woman, it's not my place to say if black men feel loved by black women. Only a brother can speak to that. But I would offer as a reflection for sisters, um, to reflect on that question with that particular scripture in mind. Are you demonstrating your love for black men in how you keep the law, statutes, and commandments in order? And in so doing, are you demonstrating love according to the Bible, not according to affection or feelings or devotion or any of those things, but what love truly is, the keeping of the law, statutes, and commandments? And I yield.
Shalaki, I just want to add a quick point to this, man. The hate that this woman has for black men, and I said it, the kind of stuff that she would be feeding to her son. And life is like that. She's going to have sons. Those boys are going to grow up saying or believing and thinking that they don't want to be men. If mommy speaks about black men like this, I don't want to be a man. They're going to grow up hating themselves. And this is where you get a whole lot of effeminate homosexual men. Because the poison that she's feeding, imagine the kind of things she says around the house, man. Her sons are going to grow up saying, I don't want to be a man. And that is the kind of poison that we're feeding when we have these types of rebellious spirits, man. And I yield.
Yeah, either that or they're gonna be a murderer because they just don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, she can't have no kids because the womb is polluted.
God, with Ishmael nonsense, man. But anyways, great scripture, sister. For that precept, we appreciate that. All right, sister Natalia. I don't know if you spoke yet. I just want to make sure we go through the queue before we get back to the topic of the room. But you see the topic. Go ahead, sis. What do you have to add on to the conversation? Sister Natalia, you there? All right. We're gonna come back to the sister.
So
I think we
can I
got.
say something?
Yes, sis. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted a brother to bring a scripture out for me, kind of pertaining to what she stated as far as the leadership that she sees now in society. She doesn't see the black man leading; she only sees the black woman leading. So, if you could, it's Isaiah 9, chapter 9, verse 16.
Khan, can another brother get that real quick? Just started driving again.
Khan, call the scripture again.
Isaiah chapter 9, verse 16.
Khan. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 16. For the leaders of the people, Shalakia, for the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed.
Salakia. So basically, sis, that scripture is self-explanatory. These leaders, the leaders over our people, the pastors, a lot of these leaders is what? They're not teaching our people the truth. They're not teaching our people what they need to do to come back to the Most High and Yahweh Shah and come back and build your nation up. They've sold out. They've sold out monetarily with money, different things. So they're causing our people to err. They're causing our people to go into different directions, not in the right directions, which is coming back to the Most High and coming back to His laws and statutes. And that's going to bring us everything as far as economically leading our community. These leaders ain't got the answer. That's why when you read that real quick, just to match that up, brother, give me Jeremiah 5. Give me Jeremiah 5 and 5. Okay, just to match that up. Because the Most High got to get, and then the Most High said He get on to pastors, and they should feed you with knowledge and understanding. You see what I'm saying? This is what we got to understand. Money is not going to get us out of this condition. And the sister, it all came down to money again with her. Because at the end of the day, why is she dealing with the Arabs? Not for their wisdom. The Lord tells you a man should be known according to his wisdom. Them Arabs ain't pushing out no wisdom or no prophecy, but money, monetary, money, materialistic things that she feels she can buy and support her family with. She ran to them. So it still boils down to money. But give me, with a lot of these women, give me Jeremiah 5:5, brother.
Con. Book of Jeremiah, chapter 5, verse 5. I will get me unto the great men.
And the Lord says he will do what?
I will get me unto the great men.
These men on this stage is these great men that the Most High says he's going to get them to read.
And will speak unto them.
And he's speaking on to us. Whether she can see it or not, we know that we got the truth of the Most High. And we know we got what it's going to take to bring our community back. And what it's going to take? Getting our community connected to the Most High and Yahweh Shai. That's what it's going to take to bring back our community and bring back our nation. Not the money. Because they're not going to allow us to get the money on that level because of our wisdom and knowledge and what we're teaching. As soon as we get millions and billions of dollars or whatever, here comes IRS saying we ain't pay our taxes. They're going to do something to keep us economically castrated. So, but this knowledge and wisdom going to supersede that money. Spiritual power going to supersede that money. When we go in front of the kings and tell them their judgment, it ain't going to be about money. It's going to be that wisdom and knowledge that's going to precede that money. Read on,
For they have known the way of the Lord.
We have known the way of the Lord. These are the leaders. Not those leaders that's causing our people to err, but these leaders right here that know the way of the Lord. Come on.
And the judgment of their God.
And we know the judgment of our power. Read on.
But these have altogether broken the yoke.
We have broken the yoke, the mental yoke. We have broken that. The spiritual yoke that keeps us blinded up. Paul talks about it in the book of Galatians. He said, who has blinded you? Or who has bewitched you, O Galatians? We have broken that yoke. We know how to get back to our Lord and our Savior. Come on.
And burst the bonds.
And burst the bond. Read on.
Wherefore, a lion out of the forest.
All right, stop right there. There it is, sis. So that's what it is. So these are the leaders. Those leaders in Jeremiah 9:16, those are the leaders that's causing our people to go astray. But you have the leaders right here in front of you. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, you don't respect the leaders of a prophet. Not saying you, sisters, but I'm saying in general, a prophet is not known in his own home. They don't respect the leaders. But this is the leadership. This is the one that has burst the bond. This is the leadership right here that's going to lead our people in the spirit of the Most High Yahweh Shai out of this hell. I yield.
Salakia, if I may add on to what the elder brought out, in the scriptures it says, wisdom and understanding shall be the stability of our times, right? That's how we're going to navigate through bad times, right? When Esau really puts that hammer down and try to prosecute our people for nothing. But our women, they are leaving at ease, man, and that's what the problem is, right? They think that nothing can happen to them. They got all the times in the world. But let's see what the Most High says about that. Give me, Shema, if you don't mind, Isaiah 32, and let's start at verse 9, Baruch Shah. Just to add on to what the elder brought out, all right? Our sisters are at ease. They think that we can't lead them into righteousness, right? They've dealt with wicked niggas all their lives and think all men are the same. But the Most High has put a specific type of spirit on the earth right now, right? For brothers to lead in righteousness. We don't care about no lucre gain. We don't care about care about sleeping with some woman and doing it for fame. We're moving in a different frequency, man, and that's one thing these sisters are going to realize in these last days. But bring that out, Isaiah 32 and 9, Baruch Shah.
Khan, there's the book of Isaiah, chapter 32, verse 9. Rise up, ye women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters.
Ye what?
Ye careless daughters.
Ye careless daughters, right? That's what she was. She came up here, right? Don't care what's going on with our community, our nation. It was all about her and what she can get out of the out of the black so-called black man. That's all she cared about was things that won't profit her at all in the days of wrath, man. Absolutely nothing. Not seeking, like the sister said earlier, not seeking leadership, not seeking true wisdom, right? It's all about things for her. Keep going.
Khan. Give ear unto my speech.
Give ear unto my speech. How do you give ear unto your the Most High speech? By listening to the man that He brought on this earth to bring forth His word, right? By adhering to the law, statutes, and commandments. That's how you give ears to His speech. Is that what she demonstrated up here? Absolutely not. She can care less about the wisdom that comes out of this room, right? Keep going. Next verse.
Khan. Verse 10. Many days and years shall ye be troubled.
Uh-huh.
Ye careless women, for the vintage shall fail, the gathering shall not come.
Right. It says many days and years ye be troubled. Right? That's what's going to be coming to these wicked Eves out here, man. Obviously, I'm not talking to my sisters on this panel or my sisters that are in the truth. Right? They're going to see that they relied on a kingdom that couldn't save them. They relied on a nation of people that couldn't do absolutely nothing for them. They're not going to care about you in the days of affliction, man. Right? All they're going to care about is their own woman. And even that, they're going to go against their own people in these last days. Right? Keep going, verse 11.
Khan. Tremble, ye women that are at ease. Be troubled, ye careless ones. Strip you and make you bare, and gird sackcloth upon your loins.
Right. Tremble, ye women that are at ease, man. All right? Because guess what? It's not always going to be like this for you. Right? It is not always going to be like this for you. So if I give that sister advice, she needs to snap out of her way of thinking, right? And there was a lot of sisters up here trying to help her, right, to direct her in the right path. But she absolutely refused that way of thinking, man, right? But I just wanted to bring that on just to add on to what the elder brought out, and with that, I'm going to yield.
Khan, Shalakia. And, I said that if she has male children, they're going to be like, I don't want to be a man. And if she has female children, what are they going to say about the black man? I don't want to be with no black man.
Right.
I want to be with an Arab just like mommy.
Precept. Salaki. Let me get 1 Corinthians 11:3. See, the sister has this idea in her mind, right? That, she said that she sees that the black woman is the leader of the community. They're the ones that's leading. And you know what I'm saying? If that's the perception that she has, you know what I'm saying, that's not a good thing, right? But, the Most High already put in an order, you know what I'm saying, a divine order of how things should be. So let's get that in 1 Corinthians 11:3.
Khan, Shalakia King. 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
See that? So that's the divine order that the Most High set up. If anything is out of order in that, you know what I'm saying, it's sinful to begin with. You know what I'm saying? If it's not in that order, right? But it's a reason why, when you look around that you see, the women seeming like they're leading, right? And if she's still in the audience, I hope you understand this, and I hope you write these scriptures down. Let me get Jeremiah 31 and 22.
Con. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and 32, you said, King?
22.
Con. 22. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Lord had created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
You see that? So in this society, right, where you see the women, they getting jobs and you know what I'm saying, they getting money, they being the breadwinners in the household. You have to understand, sis, that our people are under generational curses. And what you looking for a worldly solution to some spiritual problems that we're going through in our nation, in our community. You know what I'm saying? The women being in a leadership position or being the breadwinners in the household, that's not a positive thing. That's why the Most High start the scripture off with, oh, backsliding daughters, right? And let's see, the last scripture I want to bring out is Isaiah 3 and 12. Because let's see what happens when the women are in leadership positions with our people. We get
Con.
Isaiah 3 and 12, Baba Kashar.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors,
You see
and
that? That's
women.
just what the brother. Hold on. That's just what the brother Shemai was saying. Like he's looking at the possibility of you having children. With the mind state that you got, your children to end up being monsters because you're a menstrual woman. You know what I'm saying? You lack respect, you lack patience, and you lack the mind state to seek understanding, right? So your children will probably end up oppressing our community. Read on.
Con. Let me start from the top. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy path.
I'm 52 years old. Growing up, I've been seeing the women leading our households in our community, you know what I'm saying, for at least 4 decades. You know what I'm saying, if not more. And I've also seen the decline of our people. You know what I'm saying? Our people's mentality, our people's morality, our people's everything. You know what I'm saying? I watch our men become weak and effeminate and emotional, being raised up in a household where you have overbearing mothers. You know what I'm saying? Your attitude, sis, you'll probably tell your son, if you have a son by a black man, you'll probably tell your son, yo, you ain't shit just like your dad. And mess him up emotionally. You know what I'm saying? And continue this generational curse that we under. So what I'm telling you, sis, according to these scriptures, you fit right into those scriptures that I just read. And you need to repent and get your mind right. You come back in these rooms, come in here silent and come in here humble, ready to learn something. Cause you ain't learning nothing out there in the world. And with that, I yield.
Shalom, real quick, real quick.
I'm
Let's
sorry, you
focus.
are.
Let's focus on Elijah. I hear you, brother, and I understand. But she ain't writing no scriptures down, and she's not listening. More than likely, I could be wrong, but 90% of the chance because she's part of that new age movement. That's why she kept saying religion. Let's not deal with religion. She's been in this new age movement, and a lot of our people where they don't even believe in the Most High, or they claim they believe in the Most High, but they don't really believe in the Most High. That whole new age movement, you ain't gonna get to it until what the brother Ariyah said, that 32, that Isaiah 32 and 9, humble her spirit. You know what I mean? But I hear you, brother, and I feel you. But 9 times out of 10, she ain't writing those scriptures down, and she's not listening. Let's focus on the sisters right here that's ready to hear this word, and let's build them up in the spirit of Hamashiach Yahushua.
I think she said she was a Baptist.
Yeah,
Hey,
Salaki.
Brother Ari,
Chief, go ahead. Hold on, Sister Cadillac. One second. Chief want to bring out something, and I'll come to you. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
It's gonna be real quick, man. Hopefully, if she don't repent, man. I mean, if she, hopefully she repents. That's what we hope. And like I said, may the Most High have mercy on us all forever. But if she doesn't repent, I pray that she has children with an Arab man, so we can enslave them little bastards in the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, and that'll be her judgment. And I yield.
Con. Sister Cadillac, go ahead. You see the topic. What do you have to add to the conversation? Go ahead, sis.
Um, do Israelite men feel loved by Israelite women? Um, I hope y'all do, but I see this is an extension of the topic yesterday, and excuse me, y'all. As I'm at work, I didn't get to say all the comments I wanted to say yesterday. Is it okay if I say something that I missed the opportunity to say yesterday when it was about us?
Yeah, go ahead, sis. You know the drill with me. Just stay in order. You good?
Thank
Okay,
you, brother
sis.
Ari. Yes,
All
I
right.
will. Yes, I will.
Okay.
For
Go
you.
ahead.
For you. Like,
Not for all of us,
damn it,
sis. But you're good.
it's
Go
a
ahead.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Okay. So, yesterday the topic was more so about us, and it asked if we feel protected by Israelite men, and I said I did, but I should have expounded on that more, because even though I've had certain issues and felt a certain way in rooms or something like that, I should have used that opportunity to say that I appreciate the people like the brothers like Gorilla Hebrew, who made me feel so safe and protected and gave me a moment to talk about, times where I may not have felt that way. So, excuse me, y'all, that was a missed opportunity for me to thank him and to show my appreciation for him. So I wanted to say that he's somebody who really made me feel protected in a moment that I needed it. So I just want to put that out there. And I just wanted to say, like, I came into this room and people ran off stage, and it was said to me that I was being spoken about in here. Sisters, if you guys anything to say to me and you want to teach me something, I will be open to it if you come to me with love. If you come to me with um, a negative spirit, I will not receive you. And clearly, you had a negative spirit because you ran off the stage when I got here, and I'm on my 30-minute break. And I was told that some sisters ran off stage that was talking about me as soon as I came on stage. We don't have to be in that spirit. Like, if you want to talk to me, ping me. Oh, you can't ping me because we don't follow each other. Ask somebody that follows me to ping me if you got something to say to me. But talking about me in here, this is the reason why I had to feel protected by a gorilla Hebrew, right? And thank God for him. Thank Yahweh for gorilla Hebrew, right? Because y'all allowed that to happen in here. And that's part of the problem. Y'all, anybody in here want to say something to me? Y'all want to teach me something? I come in here every chance I get because I love y'all. Y'all my people. I come in here every 15-minute break, every 30-minute break to deal with y'all because I love y'all. Right? So
Hold on, sis. Hold on 1 second, Sister Cadillac. 1 second. All right. So you said you heard someone told you that somebody was talking about you in
Exactly.
this room. You know me, sis. I go with that law, and everything got to be done in order. Is that what happened, sis?
what I want to be highlighted is that I thank Yahweh for people like Gorilla Hebrew who let me feel protected and let me have a safe open space to speak, because what I was told was that I was being spoken about in here before I came in here, and the person ran off stage as soon as I came in here. That's what I was told.
who was the person?
Was I
Salakia.
being
That's not
spoken about
true.
in here? Was
Hold
I
on one
being
second.
spoken about?
Salakia,
Who
sis.
was the
Hold on one
person?
second. Salakia. One
No,
second,
was I
y'all.
being spoken
Hold on,
about?
hold on, sis, 1 second, because nobody mentioned anybody's name on stage. There was no sister being referenced to directly, except for Sister Pamela, who was already here. Now, if a
No,
brother
she's talking
could,
about it
one
yesterday,
second,
Sister
one second.
Hallelujah.
No, I'm talking
Yesterday.
about she. Now she had mentioned what's going on today too. But if I could just really quickly, can
It's
a
not a
brother
big
bring
deal,
out?
Sister
Can
Halima.
a
It's not a big deal. I'm gonna let
can
you
I?
bring it out right now. I just want to say
One
it's not
second,
a
sis.
big
Hold on,
deal. I
sis. One
just wanted
second,
to say, if
sis.
anybody want to have anything to say to me, just ping me. We could talk about
Sis,
it.
I'm
You
trying
know
to
what I'm saying?
encourage
Uh huh.
you. Just give me a
I see.
second. I'm trying to encourage you to go about this the right way. So just give me a second. Can a brother bring out Matthew 18 and 15, Baba Kasha?
Oh, you went into the matrix, sis. With that
Salakia,
scripture.
Yo, Shalom.
can you
Yo,
hear me?
Shalom, everybody. Yabashim
Hey,
Yashabrak
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom,
Shalom.
Shalom, Sister
Shalom,
Halima.
mother.
Sister Halima, I'm
Salakia.
listening. Sister Halima, I'm listening. I clocked
Salakia,
back
I got
in
I got that
in
scripture for
eight
you.
minutes, but I'm listening to you. But I just want y'all to know that I love all of y'all, and really what I wanted to do was highlight what I didn't get to say yesterday about Gorilla Hebrew. That was my main focus. So this other stuff that I'm saying is now maybe I let that be, a foreshadowing on what I really wanted to highlight was
Hold on one
because
second, sister. Hold on, Sister Cadillac. Again, we got to do things in order. You brought that point up. It needs to be addressed, okay? And you can talk about Gorilla. That's our brother all day. That's fine. But let's address things one at a time, okay? Go ahead and bring out the scripture. The scripture the sister asked for.
Come.
Matthew 18. Okay, go ahead. Bring that out.
Matthew 18, verse 15. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother.
Khan, Salakia. So
Sister, go ahead. Go ahead. Elaborate on it for her.
Salakia says, so you heard, this is not something that you could confirm, but you heard that somebody had mentioned something about your name. So you could classify that as maybe tailbearing. They maybe said something false. Somebody might have told you that they told something false about you, something like that. Okay, well, this scripture, according to Yahweh Shai, because this is in red letter, is telling you that if you have a problem with somebody and they trespass against you, the first step is to go deal with that person and address them one on one, not to go and come on stage and grab allies or to go and talk with other sisters. You got to go and deal with that person one on one. If that person does not hear you or you feel like you have not heard, then you reach out to somebody directly to have a conversation and to bring it to counsel. That's what the next verse speaks on. And then the last verse, if that counsel doesn't go, the last verse tells you to bring it before the congregation. So I understand that
okay.
this is not a service or anything like that, sis, but this is an open platform with 100 and something people on here that graced the stage, and so many different things were addressed. So if there was anything that did happen, I just want to publicly apologize to you if you felt that way. But the correct way to go about dealing with that situation is, if you know the sister who it was, you need to address that sister
Sister
directly.
Halima, Salaki, I do not want to interrupt you, but I'm about to scan my badge right now and go back inside the building. So I just want to say this. I came in for my 15-minute earlier. Y'all was dealing with somebody else. I heard Ariella say, "Oh, is that Sister Cadillac?" I wasn't even on stage. So what? This has already happened earlier today in this class, right? So I came in. I wasn't even in the room a good minute. I'm going up the stairs. Sorry, y'all. I heard Ariella say, "Oh, was that Cadillac?" Brother Ari said, "No, no, no. Here she come. No, she's just coming on stage right now." So this is not the first time today, sis. So I can tell you one time that I can confirm that I heard it with my own two ears.
Right, sis.
So when I
And
come back today,
I
when I come
right,
back
sis, and I
again,
completely listen to me. I completely understand where you're coming from, but this is where I'm coming from. At some point, us being Israelite women, we got to be the bigger people. It doesn't matter
I gotta
who's.
clock in in five
Hold on, just
minutes.
a
Look,
second. Hold on, just a
I
second.
gotta
It
clock
does.
in 5 minutes, sis. I
I know,
love, I
sis.
love
I'm trying to wrap it
Gorilla
up. I'm trying
Hebrew,
to wrap it up real fast. Just
and
let
I
me get what I'm
praise
saying
Yahweh
out.
You
for
have
Gorilla
to be
Hebrew.
fair though of what you
That's all
said
I'm
and
Let
what
me
saying.
get
part
what.
you
Let me
played.
get.
That's all I'm
Hold on,
saying.
sister Yakara. Hold on, just
All
a
right.
Praise
second.
Yahweh for Gorilla Hebrew.
Okay.
I'm about
Okay.
to finish what I'm saying, bro.
Ari, man, what's going on, man? Ari, what's going
Uh,
on,
uh,
man?
uh, I don't know, man.
Salakia, Salakia.
Salak,
Just moved her to the audience because she was definitely being incoherent. And even though when Ariala came to the stage and said it was that sister Cadillac, he was just asking a question, right? He wasn't making no accusation. So y'all got to.
Right, right.
Salakia. I gotta say something. My Cadillac grills, Cadillac mills. Check out the oil my Cadillac spills. Matter of fact, candy paint, Cadillac kills. So check out the holes in my Cadillac fills. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I had to bring a silly dove out.
This
All
man
right,
was singing
man.
ludicrous.
You
That was
are silly
ludicrous.
duck. But like Aubrey was saying, man, another thing, like Aubrey was saying,
Bella,
yeah, we Gorilla Hebrews our brother. Like, you know what I mean? What are you trying to do? Like, put some division between us? Like, we understand that, but for some reason, she just kept emphasizing Then at the end, she said, shout out to Gorilla Hebrew. But Gorilla Hebrew's our brother. You know, these sisters, not all of them, but they always got some agenda sometimes with them. I ain't
Right.
understood that point why she just kept stressing that. Like, you know what I mean? It's weird. Goofy
So,
shit.
Salakia, I hope I
Salakia.
didn't offend anybody by addressing that point, but it's a problem with sisters because it's a problem within sister to sister relationships where we're not attacking our issues the way that Yahushua said, but we were supposed to do that. So I apologize if I did step out of bounds on that, but I just needed to.
No, sister. What I was trying to explain to you yesterday, she came on stage and she was like, pretty much like Pamela today, being disrespectful to our men and coming with strife. So then you come back on the stage and you're saying, hey, this and that. And like I said, yesterday, someone told her, hey, they were talking about you. But no one was talking about you. We was talking about the situation and engaging in the conversation that you had and being disrespectful. And then you want to run off stage and say what you have to say. That's not growing up about doing things. Just like now, yeah, shout out to Gorilla Hebrew. He made you feel comfortable in your wrongdoing because you were wrong at the end of the day. You cannot come on someone's stage and make jabs at them and be disrespectful to our men and then go off and act like and you want to play the victim. And then when someone corrects you on there, say something, you want to cry about it and say someone's talking about you. No, you're being rebuked and you're being corrected. Let's just call it for what it is. And that's what another thing, strife and gossiping and backbiting among Israel. Because first of all, who running back and telling you that you are being talked about? You know, I mean, it's just a lot, you know, and then that's a lot of strife. You know, Hamila, you was trying to do the right thing, but she wasn't here for that. She's not here for correction. She's not really here for love. She's here to be disrespectful and do what she did.
Okay. Well, get a 15-minute coffee break because we're talking about you now and come back on.
Right.
Shalakia. So the funny thing is, the room that she was in with Gorilla Hebrew, I had logged into that room that same day, and the day prior, she came into our room and she was, you know, a few of the women kind of rebuked her because she said she felt triggered based on some word that somebody said. And the sister was like, you know, one of the sisters kind of was, you know, passionate and said, hey, you know what? Well, if you feel triggered by that, you need to grow up and and kind of rebuked her. And then she went into a room with Gorilla Hebrew the following day and, you know, kind of gave the story. Of course, there's three sides to a story, your side, my side, and the truth. And of course, Gorilla Hebrew wasn't part of the room. And, you know, kind of defended her based on the story she gave to Gorilla Hebrew. So, you know, this is kind of like, again, these are the kind of things we're going to deal with as a nation, man. You know, if the sister was teachable, trainable, and in order, you know, none of these things would happen. You know, but this is what we're dealing with. You know, women are going to compass us right now, and this is what Esau pushes. Esau pushes and gives money to women-owned businesses, you know, millions of dollars, right? They push and they say the black woman right now is the most educated in the country or maybe even the world. And they have the notoriety because Esau gives them that notoriety, you know, and because of it, a lot of these women have that Janus spirit that they should lead and they should be in charge and they should be the authority and make the decisions. And we're going to deal with that. It's prophecy that we're going to deal with that. That's the scriptures the brother brought out just now, you know. But hey, the women who are, you know, who know who they are and stay in order and take care of their families and love their families, love their husbands. All praises to you. And I yield.
Hey, you know, just from this two examples that I just witnessed, you know,
Wait, Salaki, Irene, she said she said she's doing it for you, brother.
Nah, that was Ariella, man. She was having issues with, man, not me, man. Nah, she ain't doing nothing for me. But you know, I had a conversation with her before, and I just told her that, you know, things got to be done a certain way. You know, I get it. You feel a certain way about brothers and how you think brothers are treating you. But if you out of order I mean, we're not gonna let you get away with that. I mean, that's just not gonna happen. So, I just told her like if she comes in the room, we definitely want to hear her out, but it just got to be done in order. That's it, man. Because that's at the end of the day, that's our sister. We got to have patience with her. We got to show her love. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm working with. Because I believe that she can definitely be taught, man. You know what I mean? I really do. I know a lot of people don't feel that way, but
How
I
am I not
strongly
in
do.
order, but they in order though? Talking about me. This is crazy. How are
Hey,
they in order?
Sister
What are you
Cadillac,
talking
hold
about
on one
behind my
second.
back?
But listen though, Sister
I gotta go,
Cadillac,
but I love y'all
I
though.
just I just told I just did you hear everything I was just saying? I didn't even know you were coming in the room. You see, this is what I'm talking about when you're out of order, right? Now you made me look crazy for even vouching for you. But you know
Yeah,
what? It's all good.
she got
Yo,
to extend that 15-minute break, right?
Now,
she just made
Chopper,
you
don't say
look
nothing,
crazy.
man. Hey,
Hey,
Chopper, mute up, man.
hold on, y'all, y'all. Yeah, she made you look crazy with trying to vouch for her, man. Hey, if she want to hide behind Gorilla Hebrew, she could go hide behind Gorilla Hebrew. That's my aunt. I'ma still give him a shalom, a Hebrew dap, and we're gonna keep it moving, man. But that woman be out of order, man. She need to park it. Cadillac needs to park it sometimes. She being overly.
God,
She definitely needs to park it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
you want to hear my Cadillac bars again?
yo, like she got mad with the females when it was having a discussion because the females kept on saying female. She's like, I don't like the fact that y'all keep seeing females. Why y'all keep saying female? Why not say women? Right? She tried to critique them on how they address themselves and how they address other females by saying female. Like, and she got mad about the women keep on saying female. So she just be at odds with getting order. Period. So she finds any little thing that people may say that get on her nerves. So let's just move on from the subject. You know what I'm saying? It's getting close to that time, y'all. I'm about to set up the room. We about to transfer. We about to transfer and go to the next room. We're gonna get back on the Proverbs 31 discussion in a minute. But anybody else want to touch upon this topic that's on stage, or anybody want to raise their hand and touch upon this topic? But I'm about to make the other room, y'all.
Salakia, my rib been saying this. She said it since yesterday. She said it again, and I love my rib, but my rib, sometimes she come with that wisdom. Not sometimes, a lot of times, both of them come with the wisdom. But you know, she said this is what happens when we let women monopolize on the rooms. I know we let the women speak up here. There's a lot of women in order compared to the woman that's not in order. So this is no disrespect to the women. But understand y'all gotta keep more order when we giving y'all the platform on our stages. You know what I'm saying? And this is the reason why a lot of brothers feel certain ways when they be like, just shut the hell up, woman. So there's a yin and yang to this. There's a balance, and keep that in mind. Don't take a yard when we give you an inch. And I yield.
Right,
Con,
right.
real quick though, but some of these women, they're not really like the woman Paulette or Paula or whatever. These women ain't even in order, but we trying to be, give them they fair shake. We don't want them to go away and say they ain't let us speak. So, but a lot of these women, some of them ain't even in order. But we got to do that. We got to take the good with the bad sometimes and give them a platform. You know what I mean? But we're gonna try to maintain this order as best as we can. But the women that's in Israel on the stage, most of them stay in order. And these are some other women.
Right, right. Because I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, man, a lot of us wanted to have a lot of the men. We wanted the outburst. Trust me, I already know brothers was itching, but the thing is, we trying to let everything build. You know what I'm saying? We trying to let everything build up, and if we don't let people speak out, even if they saying nothing but nonsense, if we don't let them get it out, then we don't really get the chance to edify cleanly. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah, a lot of us wanted to have outbursts, but you know, we you just tuck that emotion in for a minute and let them finish, and then we let it out. You know what I mean? And that's order. With that, I yield.
Yeah. Some of our people just look for negativity, man. You know, it's all about negative, negative, negative. You know, but all right. All praises to the Most High. Shaw Paul, you're gonna go ahead and create the room now, so we can just take over.
Somebody in the matrix.
Yeah, that's out of sight, man. Got feedback.
Salakia.
Yeah, go ahead, Samurai. Welcome to the stage, King. How you been? Shalom.
How about you, man? Shabbat all praises to all the brothers and sisters, man, in Israel. Yeah, man, one thing I'd like to add, what I noticed, especially with sisters coming coming out of the world, coming into the truth. In the world, they can say what they want, wear what they want, go where they want, act how they want, control what they want. But when they come into the truth, they can't speak how they want, they can't interrupt when they want, they can't wear what they want, they can't go where they want. It's a big jump for them. So it's like a culture shock. You understand? Like, that's what I've noticed. And each time we're trying to, you guys are edifying them and you're saying the right things, but sometimes the sisters is just out of order. They're used to having a specific position in society, you understand? And to come into this, where they have to be in order and subjection, they're hard to take it. Even the sister before, what's her name, Cadillac, she's navigating between, it's like when you're at school and she's navigating between teachers. Sometimes you go to the teacher that gets on you the most, gorilla, but really, she's out of order. She needs to, as a sharp artist, she needs to park it and just stay in order, you understand? Obedience is attractive, man. The sisters here that I'm hearing them being obedient and conducting themselves correctly, man. It's a beautiful thing, you understand? So I just noticed that as like a culture shock to them, like, can't say what I want. You understand? Just being in order, just don't interrupt. Simple skill, but a lot of them are struggling with them things there, you get me? Well, yeah, man, all praise to my brothers and shout out to all you guys, man. Chief, Elder, Sharpa, Elder Tara. Yeah, man, all praises, my brothers, yeah? Respect.
Shalaki, and the thing about these types of brothers and sisters is everybody is cool with you until you have to rebuke them. If by any chance she does something out of order and Gorilla Hebrew, who she's praising, which everybody, like said, is our brother, the praises are going to stop as well. Gorilla Hebrew is going to be on the shit list as well. Because nobody likes rebuke. Nobody wants to be corrected. And that's literally what happens, man. Everybody's your friend and they're cool with you until they rebuke you and tell you, no, you're out of order. You're wrong. And I yield.
Yeah. Priest Daniela has a term for that. It's called counseling shopping. That's when the people don't hear, they get rebuked or they hear counsel from their elders or their leadership or certain brothers, and they don't like what they hear, so they go to the next brother, to leader, elder, brother, whatever, and they go to them and try to get a different answer, and then they don't like what they hear from there, and then they go. It's sort of like trying to get when you go to the doctor and you don't like what you hear, but sometimes these doctors are all full of shit. You know what I mean? So I can see it sometimes as discernment, but a lot of times, like what the brother Shemaiah just said, that it falls under, once you get rebuked, now you become, now you, oh no, the hell with you, and what people got to realize, it can't always, and I always say this, it can't always be everybody else. Sometimes it just might be you. You gotta take heed to that. Sometimes it just might have to be you. It don't have to be everyone else. And once again, remember, I woke up yesterday. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I was hearing about, what just happen. And I push mercy. I push, but yeah, rebuke. I lost a lot of brothers in this truth. I know, the friendships that we had and brothers, and sisters, they kind of look at me as, they don't really mess with me no more. And I could feel the distance, but hey, I did my job and I did it out of love. Now it might sound sharp because I really it's hard. I don't have no hair on my tongue, so I say what I feel, but I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I say what I feel after stuff I've observed. Now I'm not lying, but in times I could be wrong, and I acknowledge that. You see what I'm saying? And once again, if I offended anyone for what I've said, I apologize. But if it was the truth, I don't. You see, so just understand that when brothers and sisters rebuke you, depending on how it comes out, it's all about love, man. It's all about love. Now, if they grandstanding and they doing it for a show and they doing it for some points, you know, then some brownie points or trying to make you look like shit and have one over you, then yeah, they're in the wrong spirit. But even your reaction, you still got to do it the way the sister cut it straight to the cut. She went to the words of Yahushua. You know what I'm saying? So that was in order. She went straight to the words of the Mashiach, and that's the way we supposed to do it. So don't take correction as hatred unless somebody's doing it that way. But even in then, you gotta approach the situation as the Mashiach would. Try to put your emotions to the side. I know it's bothersome. Sometimes Priest Abak tells me certain things, and I in my mind, I don't say nothing, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, here go the elder with his old school ways. But then the shit come to pass, and I'll be like, oh shit, the elder in his old school ways. He was right. You see what I'm saying? So it don't always have to be them. It has, sometimes it just might be you. Not you.
Some wise words, y'all. All right, if y'all see it on the top of the screen, there's a new link. I pinged this, the link to the other room. We're about to shut down this room. Y'all go into the other room, right? Can a black Hispanic or Native American woman, could an Israelite woman be Proverbs 31 without a husband?
Good.
Let's have the discussion. We was having it yesterday. We ain't really get to finish, so we got a little bit more time right now. Let's get it done, y'all. Y'all go into the other room. It's on
Here
the
we
top.
go again. DMX voice. Shalom.
Here we go again.
Khan, Shalom.
I want to see you hop up in the room, y'all.
Shalom.
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 Right, there's still 66 people in here. Transfer to the other room, y'all. On top of the screen, on the top of the screen. Y'all click the link on the top of the screen, y'all.
Shalom, Shaw Paul. I'm gonna be outside, so I ain't really gonna be able to chime in, but I'm gonna be listening, King. All right. Shalom. Have a good session.
Dwada. Yeah, the Elder Torah.
I wanted to break out some scripture, but
So you want to bring out some scriptures, right?
yeah, but it's a little bit too late for that. You know, there was so much discord. So
Now, this room gonna need some scriptures too, King. So you might as well hop in. Can an Israelite woman be Proverbs 31 without a husband? There's still 50 people in here. Let's get this number dropping down, y'all. Click the link. Click the link. I'm about to close this room down, y'all. This room's getting shut down.
God.
Can't shut down.
So when you get into the other room, I'm gonna be listening in, but I gotta go pick up my kid. I gotta leave pretty soon. So grab another reader in the meantime, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab another reader.
I'll let you know.
Y'all go into the other room.
I'm trying to find. I can't. I'm doing it from the software.
It's on the top of the screen. I
God,
put the link in the top of the screen, y'all. Go into the other room. I'm about to shut this one down. Brother Dewad down there, Brother Andre, Marcus, David, right? Y'all go into the other room. It's on top of the screen. Hit the link. Sister Michelle, go to the other room. Sister Stephanie, Brother Troy, y'all hit the other room. Halima, go into the other room. It's on top of the screen.
Oh, cons like.
All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Shalom. Kwam Yashala, Habatha Yashala. Started this topic yesterday, but we had to finish it off today, right? This is can an Israelite woman be Proverbs 31 without a husband? Right? We're gonna get into it. I'm not sure if we reached every single verse, but we could start off from verse 10 again from the top. You can start that off at verse 10 at the top. I'll give y'all a
God,
couple minutes. Make sure y'all share the room. There's over 100 people in this room. I see only 9 shares. Let's get some more shares in here. I'm about to share this to my Twitter. Kwame Asharala. That was a quick tweet, right? About to share it to the Facebook. Right? Let's get this link shared. Y'all should all remember that I love y'all. And I bring out these scriptures and I bring out the understanding out of love. But just like every man is not an elder in the truth, every woman is not a Proverbs 31. We got to get to it.
God. Shalakia. Yesterday when we had the room going, and the sister came in, and she, stood on her ground, on her square, adamant that she was a Proverbs 31 woman, although she wasn't married. Right? She had 2 kids, which, hey, it is what it is. But stood adamant that she was a Proverbs 31 woman. And then Chief started, I believe it was Chief who started asking the questions. Can't recall. It's like, okay, sister, do you go to the feast days? Do you wear fringes? What are fringes? you know, do you go to the Passover? I start asking these questions. She's not even following some of the basic laws in terms of the feast days and the dress.
Salakia, that wasn't me. That was
Who was that?
um
Was it Ariella?
Ariella, Sakari Khan.
God. Ariella was going in on her, asking her those basic questions. Oh, yeah, and then Chief stood up and says, no, lady, you ain't no Proverbs 31 woman. Is that correct, Chief?
Yeah, it was something like that. Chief said that the Mahayaites are bugged out.
God.
Yeah,
God.
the Mahaya people. Yeah, that's what did it for me. You know what I'm saying? I already knew what it was. You could see the spirit. You could hear the spirits on the phone. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead, continue.
Con. So listen, don't say you're a Proverbs 31 woman and you ain't even following the laws. You don't even know God's name. You ain't even know what fringes was.
Yeah, to be even considered a woman, period, you gotta be keeping the law, much less a Proverbs 31 woman, right? Because
Con.
a shameless woman is counted as a dog. Let's get that scripture. We could get that. You know what I'm saying? We get that first and foremost because you first and foremost gotta be keeping the law. If you ever want to be a candidate for a Proverbs 31 woman, because if you're shameless and you carry yourself a certain way according to the scriptures, you're a dog, right?
Con. Do we have a reader on Shazak, can you read?
Con.
Con. All praises.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies.
Right? Who could find a virtuous woman, man? That's verse 10, right?
Con.
That's verse 10. We on Proverbs 31 and 10, right? Who can find a virtuous woman, right? So that's the first criteria.
I
A
got the
lot of
precept you
people,
wanted, Elder Salaki.
yeah, you got the Sirach 26 and
Yeah,
25.
yeah.
Con. Right? We got to understand that a shameless woman is not a virtuous woman. So first and foremost, you got to be keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, and you got to be in order to even be a virtuous woman. And that's only the first criteria for being a Proverbs 31 woman. To be virtuous, you got to be at least that, right? Because if you're not virtuous, you're a dog, right? Bring that out.
Sirach, chapter 26, verse 25, and it reads, a shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord.
But she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord. So you have to be Yahweh fearing woman to be virtuous and be a candidate to be Proverbs 31 off the rip. So before you women getting the truth, and the first thing you want to do is put on your profile Proverbs 31, you gotta at least keep these laws, statutes, and commandments at the very least, right? Let me get Proverbs 1 and 7 to show you something right here, because the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, right?
Con.
A shamefaced woman that feareth the Lord, right? That's a virtuous woman. But a woman that don't fear the Lord and she ain't shamefaced shall be counted as a dog, man. And we know what a female dog is. We don't got to say it right now. Keep our sisters in a good mood, right? So, cause
Too,
I
sh-
yeah,
too short voice.
too short voice, right? Right. Cause let me get that other one.
Con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verse 7. For the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions.
Right. Fools despise wisdom and instructions. Right. How you get your wisdom? The word of the Lord. What's supposed to instruct you? The word of the Lord. Right. It actually says there's nothing worth a mind well instructed, right, when it comes to our women. Let me get that in Sirach 26 and 14. Can a woman take instructions? Can she take, constructive criticism? Can she be submissive enough to take correction?
I got
Right.
you.
Let's bring that out.
Sirach, chapter 26, verse 14, and it reads, a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
As a mind what?
A mind well instructed.
A mind well instructed. A lot of females be like, I got my own mind. You don't control my mind. Shoot, that's how comes you out of order. Because you swear you got your own mind. And only your oppressor told you got your own mind. That's why you say you got your own mind. So regardless, you don't got your own mind. Only your oppressor told you you're independent. when you're in actuality you're very dependent. Like the sister says, what have black men contributed to society? That's what she was saying, right? Knowing that we invented every damn thing, man. We invented every damn thing. You can't use your damn hot comb. You can't even use a doorknob without a black man. Your refrigerator, you couldn't use that, right? The filament in the light bulb, your ass wouldn't even have a light if it wasn't for the so-called black man and all his inventions, right? A woman could not be independent at all in this society because men built up this society without her. If a woman, let me tell you the true definition of an independent woman. You'll leave society, go into the wilderness, and start inventing and building everything by yourself. For you to say you're independent, but then you go and call the police when you're in trouble, or you go to a mechanic when your car gets messed up, right? Or you go to a plumber when your plumbing gets messed up, an electrician, right? The simple fact that you go into a house that you ain't built shows you're not completely independent. Men does those type of things for you, right? So there's no such thing really as an independent woman. There's a woman that can get her own money, but she's not completely independent. She still depends on the men to build the infrastructure in the society that she's in. So for a woman to say she's really independent, she have to go right and go into the wilderness, and her women build their own society and survive like that.
Hey, Salakia, she said, she said, I'm not impressed. Like, what you want us to do? Jump up and down, do cartwheels, backflips? What Tupac say from Poetic Justice? He said, "What you want a nigga to skip for you?" Hey, our women so destroyed, man. Like, we not here to impress women. First off, we here to do the will of the Lord. If anything, we wanna impress the Lord, but we know we can't do that because Yahweh Shah already done that on so many levels. But we here to serve the Lord. Like, we not here to impress no woman.
Right, right. But let's get back to the subject matter, man. The Proverbs 31 woman. Go back to Proverbs 31, read verse 11. Read verse 11.
Gone. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 11. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil.
Right, the heart of her husband is supposed to trust in her, so he have no need for spoil. So there goes the criteria that a Proverbs 31 woman has to have a husband because he got to vouch that his heart could trust in her. Hold what you got out. Let me get Proverbs 18 and 22. Or Dar, you could pull that one.
I got it out.
Bring it up.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 22. Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and obtain favor of the Lord.
Right? Whoever finds a wife finds a good thing and obtain favor of the Lord, man. Right? So if you find a wife, you find a good thing, right? And you obtain favor of the Lord. So a woman have to have the right attributes to be a wife. She would. But now, will she do that man evil while she his wife, right? Because a man can have a wicked wife. According to the scriptures, a wicked woman is given a portion to a wicked man. So a man can have a wicked wife, right? So being a Proverbs 31 woman, yeah, a criteria is you have to have a husband so he can vouch for you. But then your husband also has to vouch and say that you're a good wife, right? Let me get Sirach 26:23. Because the question of the today is, right, can a Proverbs 31 woman be single? can an Israelite woman be Proverbs 31 without a husband? Right? It's showing you in verse 11, and it's also going to show you in verse 12. Like, yes, she would need a husband to vouch for her, but if your husband don't vouch for you, you're not a Proverbs 31 woman either. Right? Like Ephraim says, you'll know if that woman is Proverbs 31 if her husband, you know what I'm saying, he tells everybody. He's like, yeah, my rib good, I'm blessed. Like, how the family? My family great, you know what I'm saying? My rib do her thing. Children are wonderful. I'm blessed. That's how you can tell a man is with a Proverbs 31 woman. But if you ask him, man, Ak, how you doing? I don't know, Ak. Yo, last night I even want to go in the house. My rib been giving me a headache lately, Ak. She got spirits on her. That's how you know that woman is not Proverbs 31, right? And she should be aiming for that, but I mean she's not that right now. Who got it? Who got Sirach 26 and 30? I mean 26 and 23.
I got it. All right. This is the
So,
book of Sirach, chapter 26, verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
but a godly woman, right, is given to him that feareth the Lord, man. Right? So the fear of the Lord, if you fear the Lord and she fear the Lord, right, y'all both gonna get matched together. But if you fear the Lord but you be falling off, then guess what? Your wife be falling off too. If you wicked, guess what? Your wife gonna be wicked too. So y'all brothers, remember, you know what I'm saying, y'all always want to lead by example. But let's get back to these women. Go back to Proverbs 31, right? And go to verse 11 again and read verse 11 and 12 because they go together.
Come. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 11. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life.
Right? She shall do him good and not evil all the days of her life, man. So you gotta have a husband, right? And he gotta vouch that you doing him good and not evil. Read on, King.
Verse 13. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is
She do what?
she seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands.
Right? She worketh willingly with her hands. Right? That's what she's doing. So to be a Proverbs 31 woman, you gotta be what? Industrious. You gotta be working willingly with your hands.
Verse 14. She is like the merchant. She is like the merchant ship. She bringeth
Hold on,
food.
Knock. You got a lot of background noise. Who's that?
And me,
That was you, Yeshaya.
Yeah, I got you, King.
done. Verse 14. She is like the merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar. Verse 15. She raiseth also while she riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household
Hold
with her
on. I want
portion.
you back up two verses. Salakia.
Done. Verse 13 or 12.
13.
Okay. Verse 13. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands.
Right? Show you that she worketh willingly with her hands, man. Right? So basically, she said, "You're not getting in this bed. Go back to the." Right? She said he working willingly with her hands, right? It doesn't say she just sit down on her behind all damn day. It don't say that. It don't say that she sit on her behind all damn day and just be idle, right? Letting the man do everything. Right? Read on.
Verse Verse 14. She is like the merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar.
Right? She's like the merchant ships, man. Right? If you know anything about what goes down at the shipping docks, the merchant ships, they're always conducting business. They're always conducting business. That's why when we had a dock emergency, a shipping dock emergency in America, they were scared that the food supply would go run thin because the merchant ships are consistently, right, and constantly, right, conducting business. Read on.
Verse 15. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens.
So she gets up early. She said she rises early while it's still night, right? And in recent times we would call that early morning, right? She'll be rising up early morning, right, before the sun rises, right? We that's like what 5 a.m., 6 a.m. That's what she rises while it's yet night, while it's still night and it's not day yet. Because remember, us as Hebrews, we start our day at the evening, so our days go evening. Yeah, our days go evening. Quaran, Salaki, y'all. Quaran, no, you got to grab the mop and mop that up. Not paper towel. Mop that up. Salaki, y'all. Yeah, she rises early while it's yet still night, because in the Hebrew day, the evening comes first, and then the night, and then the day, then it recycles. We don't start our days 12 o'clock at night. So when it says she rises up while it's yet still night, it's talking about early in the morning, like 4, 5, 6 in the morning before the sun rises. So read that verse one more time, King.
Come. Verse 15. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maiden.
Right, so this is talking about an industrious woman. She works with her hand. She gets compared to the merchant ships that's consistently and constantly conducting business, right? And she says that she wakes up early and makes sure her house is in order. Before she does anything in her day, she makes sure her house is in order. Now, with describing that, how many of you women are ready to do that right now? Right? Let me see a show of hands. How many women are ready to do that? Because there's a lot of women that say that Proverbs 31. Right? There's a lot of women that say that Proverbs 31, but they also expect their man to do all the work and they just lay on their behind. So how many women are ready to do that right now?
Let's see three now.
Yeah, I see 3, 4, probably 5, right? Don't bring them on stage. They're just raising their hand. 8, right? Sisters are blinking their mic. So I'd say that's around 9, 10, 11, right? And that's it. So out of, what's that? Out of over 100 women, not 100 women, I would say 100 people in here. Over like 100 people in here, I would say like close to 15, 16 women, right? I'm turning off the hand raising now. I'll say 15, 16 women out of 100 people are ready to even take on those responsibilities of a Proverbs 31 woman. All right, read on that.
Verse 16. She considereth a field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hand she planteth a vineyard.
So she considereth a field and buy it, right? That's dealing with real estate. That's modern day real estate. And then he says she plants a vineyard. So she has agricultural skills. So not only is she a business conductor, right? She's also into real estating. She has agricultural skills. She knows how to do all those things, right? Read on that.
Come. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengthened her arms. She perceiveth that Salaki. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night.
Right? When it says her candle goeth out not by night, that means she knows how to keep things at a steady pace. She knows how to keep things lit, or how you were saying the hood. She knows how to make things keep on going. Her candle doesn't go out, right? And she also keeps her faith. Because remember, Yahweh Shai says, "Oh, I come out and put out your candlesticks," right? So you gotta come and you gotta keep that fire burning. Her fire is always burning. She keeps that faith. She keeps that energy. Read on.
Come. Verse 19. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff.
So she put her hands to the spindle, man. That means she knows how to sew. She knows how to work with her hands. She has a education in agriculture. She does real estating, right? She has all these type of things under her belt, right? That means the woman is industrious. She's an industrious woman. She's not just a lazy woman, right? So, like I'm saying, even if you want to be a Proverbs 31 woman, what is your talents? What is your traits, right? How's your work ethic? Or are you expecting just to sit on your behind and let your husband take up all the burden and not be a helpmeet? Gabar Dar, get the creation of Eve for me. It's in Genesis 2. I think it's around 23 or 26, because Eve was made to be a helpmeet. That's why you women were created to help a man. How you gonna help a man by just sitting on your behind all day? Not putting in no work. You just want to take selfies and look pretty. I'm such a beautiful wife. If I want something to look beautiful in my house, I'll get a damn painting, man. You want to be Mona Lisa, or you want to be my wife, right? So let's get that, man. Let's get the creation. What the creation of a woman is supposed to be. What is a woman supposed to be?
Said 3.
Now Genesis chapter 2, and I would start at verse like 23 or 26 with the creation of Eve.
Hey,
It's
Salakia.
I start at verse 20, 21. Well, what you had to say, Huck?
Oh, I was gonna say after you get the scripture out, can I make a point on that scripture?
Con.
Okay, verse 20. I start at verse 21. Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, that says, "And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof."
Now start at verse 18. All right,
Okay,
where it says, "Not meek for man to be alone."
yeah, I got you. Verse 18, it says, "And the Lord God said, it is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him and help me for him."
Right. So that was the purpose of women being created. A woman was created to be a man's help, right? Because Adam was Lord of all creatures, all beasts of the field, all of mankind, all cattle, all serpents, all everything that swimmeth in the sea, every fowl that flieth in the air. Adam was the Lord of all creatures. So he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, literally. So he's supposed to just carry that by himself? Nah, Yahweh said it's not good for him to be alone. Let me make him a helper. A helper that would join unto him and make sure that his weight isn't so heavy on this earth. So that's what woman was made for. You was made to be a helpmeet, not just to sit there and look pretty, right? So let's go back to Proverbs 30, but let's go back to Proverbs 31. But first, Kazak, you say you want to make a point on that?
Come. I wanted to say we all know that from the scriptures, wisdom is also known as a woman, and the Most High gave us wisdom for a helpmate to know, when we doing bad, and from just to differentiate good and evil. We know what's good and what's evil. So I say that because a lot of sisters and brothers have a problem with taking correction. In order for you to take correction, you will have to have wisdom to know what's good and what's bad. It's always a right and a wrong. I just wanted to touch on that point.
Kind of a precept to go with a woman being a help. Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 36:24. It says, "He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession, a help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest."
Excellent precept, King. Let's get back to Proverbs 31.
Well, yeah, verse 17, right? No, 16.
Yeah, it was on 16.
Okay, come on. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 16. She considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. Verse 17. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengthen her arms. She perceiveth that her good merchandise is good, and her candle goeth not out by night. She layeth her hands to the splendor, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretch out her hands to the poor. Yea, she reached forth her hands to the needy. Keep going.
Yeah, read on, King.
Gone. Verse 21. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household.
Hold on. It's not afraid of the snow.
Gone.
Okay, I got you. Right? He said she's not afraid of the snow for her household, right? A lot of people, man, people be afraid of the snow, man. If it's 2 inches in Atlanta, they shut down, right? If it's 1 foot in New York, Eve is out there looking confounded, wanting somebody to dig out her car for her, man. Right? So this is a mighty woman. So the way the scriptures are saying, she's not even afraid of the snow, right? Read on.
Gone. Verse 22. She maketh herself covering of taste, tapestry,
Tapestry.
tapestry, Salakia, if the water brother. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among
What?
the elders of the land.
Hold on. Her what?
Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land.
So it says her husband is known in the gates. So there goes the answer to that question. Can an Israelite woman be Proverbs 31 without a husband? But it says her husband is known in the gates, man. Right? He sit amongst the elders. Right? Not only is her husband known in the gates, because he must be a mighty man, a righteous man, right? But he sit amongst the elders, man. He's not one of these dudes that just pop out of nowhere and claim he's the elder, but none of the elders know him. And if the elders do get to know him, they'll say this nigga's bugged out, right? So y'all got to be
Right.
careful about
Bring
who y'all
that out.
marry. What you say? Go ahead, Ephraim.
I said, right, bring that out, man. Cats watch a couple of YouTube videos and boom, as a camp. Now, the zeal is beautiful. The zeal is beautiful, but there got to be some, and see what people don't understand, because a lot of times, these brothers and the young brothers, they expect brothers, elders and brothers that been doing certain things and running camps already, and they dealing with a lot of other stuff. They expect for us to reach out all the goddamn time. You see what I'm saying? The scriptures talk about an elder, a brother that wants to learn, that sees eldership, that sees leadership. They're gonna sit at that foot, man. They're gonna come to that foot. They supposed to reach out. Hey, elder, you know what's going on. I know you got a lot going on, but I need some advice or even just some words of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? You gotta reach out. It ain't for the. There's a lot of shit going on, and believe me, trust me when I tell you, there's more than just our own personal camp shit that we dealing with from other camps. Brothers don't understand. Brothers is counseling other men in other camp, other other marriages in other camps, other certain things in other camps because and no offense, but there's a lot of these camps that they don't have no eldership. So and this is the problem. This is where it's not a problem, but it is what it is. Now we got to stretch ourselves out more dealing with other camps and other people's issues because we not if you're a leader in Israel, you're not supposed to be a leader just for your camp. You're supposed to be a leader for the nation. So we got to deal with all types of shit. You see what I'm saying? But if you're an elder, if you're a young man and you seek leadership and you seek wisdom, you're supposed to reach out to the elders, man. It's not the other way around. You know what I'm saying? Then y'all get emotional. Oh, nobody's reaching out to me. Nobody. We don't have to. That's your job. The scriptures say that blatantly. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why the husband of a virtuous woman would be known in the gates. They would be known amongst the elders because they husbands is among the virtuous woman. Husband don't have to be an elder. He could be a righteous young man, but seeking the counsel of elders and always in the gates, just sitting there, listen. You know what I'm saying? When the old school cats playing the old school music, they playing dominoes and cards, and they got the beers out there, and then you see the young man sitting there just chilling, drinking a beer, listening, observing all of that. You see that in the world, man. That's spiritual. So get that understanding too. That like he just said, a lot of these cats don't come around the elders and come around brothers because they true identity will be exposed. Niggas will be like, yo, these niggas is bugged out. And that's why a lot of these cats start their own camps. You see what I'm saying? They just, out of nowhere, you watch a couple of videos, you look at the fringes, you like, hey, we could do this. And now y'all run into a damn brick wall because you have no eldership and no leadership. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
Shalakia, Chief, could you go into the necessity of being under leadership as well to be accountable?
Yeah, that's definitely true, and that's what chases a lot of brothers off, man. And believe it or not, brothers and sisters, there be sisters too. You got to be able to take correction, and definitely being under leadership. Whoever's under leadership, you're the future leaders. Elders is getting old, man. Elders are getting old. You see what I'm saying? If you look at today, right now, the time is flying, man. And that's spiritual. The scriptures tell you that he was shortening the time for the elect's sake. You see what I'm saying? Only if the time be shortened, that was in Matthews. You know what I'm saying? For the elect's sake. So you gotta be to become a leader, you gotta be a good follower. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be able to take correction. Because eventually you're gonna have to give correction. Eventually you're gonna have to check younger brothers that's coming in under you. You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's very necessary to understand your position in this nation. You see what I'm saying? And everybody's not going to be a leader. And that's cool. We don't need everybody to be a leader. You see what I'm saying? That as long as that chain is strong, you know what I'm saying? That chain is strong. The chain can't be broken. There's no weak links. And I'm going to show y'all something. All the main prophets, like the big time prophets, they all put somebody under them. You see what I'm saying? Moses couldn't make it, right? Moses didn't make it. But how did the nation get in there? because he put the right person under him. He put Joshua. You see what I'm saying? He had him. He had him ready to go. Elijah had Elisha. He had him ready to go. Yahushua had Peter. He had him ready to go. He had Peter and Paul, because Paul was up there too. Peter's the rock, but Paul's spiritually a leader. You know what I'm saying? Paul's spiritually a leader. So, and some say the leader spiritually. You know what I'm saying? Beyond the titles. So, play your position, family. Play your position, and this goes for men and women. But the woman that has the virtuous woman that has a righteous man, he's known in them gates, and he sits amongst the elders. So if you got a husband that's cussing out the elders, F them ain't my elders, because we had that recently in the council. A sister's husband or baby father, ex-husband, whatever. He wasn't with our camp. She's with the camp. And from what she was saying, fuck your elders. He was saying, fuck your elders. And you could tell by his demeanor, and he said he didn't say that, but you could tell over the phone, when we had a phone council, and he eventually hung up, like, the hell with this. So you could tell that he really said all these things, but a person like that can't take corrected, it's just a matter of time that, they fall. Like I tell you, wise counsel, you know what I'm saying? You go to war before wise counsel. Without no vision, the people perish. So just keep that in mind, Israel, man. The same way young men, and it don't matter if you could be young in age or you be young in truth and knowledge. The same way they have to follow instruction is the same way to become a virtuous woman, you gotta follow instruction. So it works hand in hand. The elders that's now had to take correction and had to be led by elders from before. The same way a woman to become virtuous have to be led not only by a righteous man, but women too. The elder women that's moving in the spirit, that's not causing contention. There's a lot of sisters that I'll tell my wives, listen, don't take their number. I don't want you having one-on-one conversation with them. And some of them is certain brothers' wives. It is what it is. I'm not going to cause no confusion in my house. I got enough wisdom to stay away from that shit. You see what I'm saying? So there's certain women that I tell, nah, you know what? Leave her right there. Keep her at arm distance. So, and that's part of leadership. You got to have that spirit of discernment. So every person that comes into, male or woman that comes into a leadership position, whether it's for the males and the women or it's for the women to lead the women and the children, they gotta know how to sit and soak up all of this stuff and take it all in, even if sometimes the people that's trying to correct you is wrong, because that's gonna happen too. That's gonna happen. But even when that happens, you gotta still take the humble route and learn why it's happening. You understand? That was the story of Susanna. You gotta learn why it's happening. You know what I mean? Okay. Now you.
Hey, shalom. Let me get a precept right quick. Just to match what we just read and what Ephraim was describing. Let me get Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 6 and 36 right quick.
Sirach chapter 6, verse 36. And it reads, And if thou seest a man of understanding, get thee betimes unto him, and let thy foot wear the steps of his door.
Right? When you get around men of understanding, your foot's supposed to wear down the steps of his door. I always tell people, I'm not going to really holler at y'all like that right? Especially, people in my camp. I let people know I'm not gonna really holler at you like that, but don't be afraid to blow up my phone. Like I just had to take a phone call just now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm constantly talking to people. I'm constantly, breathing spirit and breathing the breath of life into my brothers that's around me and sisters. Don't be afraid to send me 7 messages in a row. Don't be afraid to call me twice in a row. God. Mm-hmm. Right. So don't be afraid to move in a certain way with me because I'm a man of understanding, and when I was dealing with men with understanding, I had to deal with them too. Right. So that's what the type of a man a Proverbs 31 woman should be married to. Read that again in Proverbs 31. Okay, because go back to that same verse.
Salakia, man. And let me tell y'all brothers something, man. Y'all got this shit. Y'all got this shit easy, bro. I'm gonna tell y'all the generations, of course, is getting more wickeder, but y'all got it easy. When I say easy, y'all got these damn phones, man. These phones, it's so much less weight to carry around. You understand? Like, and see, people don't understand what we went through. Certain brothers that been there in the past, and a lot of people don't know, but I used to carry all them goddamn books in a duffel bag, man. I used to have to carry it for the elders, like the opening DJ for the real DJ. He back then they used to carry all the crates with all the vinyls, and they had to bring all the crates from the van or the truck or the car, and since they was the opening DJ, they was like the armor bearer. They had to bring everything there. You see what I'm saying? They had to set up and everything because they opening for the main event. So, like that's the same way brothers came up when there was no cell phones. I'm talking about every reference that you pull up, every reference you pull up on Google and Wikipedia, nigga, we was carrying them shits. We was carrying them books. The Babylon Timbuktu, the goddamn concordance, the big, huge concordance that look like encyclopedias and dictionaries. The Russian icons. We couldn't show them on a cell phone. We couldn't show them videos on a cell phone. We literally had to carry books, and I'm talking about duffel bags, sometimes luggage bags, and you look kind of crazy. But that's what the young man had to do to be amongst these elders. You come fresh into school, these are the dues you had to pay. When you get to school, guess what? The new brothers, you gotta sweep up, you gotta mop, you gotta clean up, you gotta Lysol, you gotta clean the bathroom, clean the toilet, clean the damn piss off the toilet seats from the uncircumcised niggas. They be peeing on the goddamn seat. So you gotta clean that shit. Gotta go in the female bathroom, clean that shit. That's how you come up in this thing, man. It's not all just reading and reading. Nah, you gotta pay dues, man. You gotta pay dues. No, it's just saying, "Oh, double honors to the elders." Nah, where is the don't? You could say it. It's cool to say it. It sound good, but you gotta put in that work, man. You gotta put in that work. So just understand that y'all young brothers got it kind of easy. Y'all got these damn cell phones. We ain't had this shit. We ain't had no YouTube back then. So just keep that in mind, family. Y'all got it. Y'all got